you hated, filth infatuated. Yeah, I'm the pain you tasted, fell intoxicated. I'm a fire starter, twisted fire starter. You're the fire starter, twisted fire starter.
We are saying don't go to work, don't take public transport, go to work, don't go to work, stay indoors. If you can work from home, go to work, don't go to work, go outside, don't go outside, and then we will or won't, something or other.
Yeah, whatever, Boris, piss off. Good evening, everyone, one and all of you out there, on whatever platform you're watching on. Tonight, we won't be on Facebook Live because Facebook have banned me from going live. I don't know why. They didn't tell me. They just said, you're not going fucking live. And that was that. So, you know, it's one of those silly things we have to put up with in this digital age. Bearing in mind the censorship is what it is, ladies and gentlemen, don't you know? It's fucking great, isn't it? It's quite funny, really, when you think about it. You know, we've... I don't know. You know, I mean, I'm going to go through some stories, and some of this is leading on to something else, obviously, and you know what we do already. Share the link, spread the word, tell your friends. You know, again, YouTube aren't pushing out the link to the subscribers. Facebook don't show anything to anybody. We're being reduced to going underground, which is much more dangerous, I suppose, for these companies and the governments and this, that, and the other. I don't know, they believe that they're, you know, shutting us down and shutting us up. And they're not actually shutting us up. They're just moving us to different, I don't know, different profiles on different platforms. Which, you know, it doesn't really matter, really. You know, I mean, if we all follow each other everywhere, then, you know, it's not going to make a blind bit of difference. But I suppose in their eyes, they're going to think that our information is then away from the Facebook majority, the massive, you know I'm saying, the massive on Facebook. So, you know, either way, look already. Fuck me. Go on, crack on. Jesus Christ. Ta-da. Shout out to me admin. Jump on there, please, if you can. They're in already. Fuck me, the site's been offline for 2 weeks. The chat room's been off. The site was taken down. You know, blah, blah, blah. Straight away, bang, back in. And it isn't good this Saturday night. I know they're on my fucking friends list somewhere. It's all right. We're going to find you. It's all good. Right, okay, listen, another week of absolute dribble and bullshit, I would say. We're going to get straight into the stories, but before we do, obviously, just understand, we're not politically correct. We don't, toe the line of politically correct language, because that's not the way to open up and discuss, is it? And to hold a debate and to hold a discussion. Surely, people should have learnt from the mistakes of the past, and they don't. And the censorship and the stupid stuff that goes on. Anyway, it is what it is, like I say, and it will be what it is, I expect, for a little while, until these people realise, actually, that what they're doing is cutting off their nose to spite their face, because they're losing revenue. Oh, fuck, are they losing revenue? And it's a great thing to see, to be honest. Oh, excuse me, I just had my dinner. I will be partaking in a few of these tonight. I'm going to pour myself one now. Welcome to Saturday evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Saturday evening. I hope you've had a great week. I hope you've all enjoyed staring at the four walls in your house, if you're not allowed out, and you're not going out, obviously. To anyone else that's been earning a few quid, well done. Essential workers and all that, key workers. I know one person that doesn't like that. Boris Johnson as a guest in the Motiv8 studio. I don't know if you enjoyed that or not, but I'm certainly going to be doing a bit more of that. Nicola Sturgeon's coming. We're working on that as we speak. Cheers to all of you, you good uns, you beautiful people. I must say, YouTube's a bit late on the uptake. Fuck me, it's like 2 minutes behind. That's YouTube though, I suppose. Good evening to all of you on YouTube. Good evening to you on Facebook. Good evening to you on Wake Up. I've got to go into there actually. Hang on a minute. Let's get on here. Make sure my volumes and shit are down. There we go. Volume, no volume, great. Let's just say good evening to all of these people over there. Good evening to you on Twitch. Good evening to you on D Live or wherever you may be listening to. Also on Motiv8 Radio as well, if the streams are going out. Okay, let me just check that quickly. Yes, that's going out as well. I know I'm having a bit of trouble because what I can't do at the moment is when I play a video, transfer that through to the radio. So if you do get some points of silence, we're playing a video. I do apologise. I'm going to try and get that sorted out as quickly as I can. Although I keep trying to sort it out and I can't, so I probably won't, but there you go. So here's to you lot, sip, sip, and all that. Right, where are we? Right, first story in. Great, I'm going to give you all the headlines and then we're going to go back through, all right? This is what we do. Worry as Black and South Asian hospital staff reject the vaccine. Vitamin D for patients admitted to hospital could cut COVID deaths by 60%. London mum and her children drank their own urine believing it was a COVID cure. That's right. Headline, Evening Standard. Facebook bans Australians from sharing news in war with publishers after Google does multi-million-dollar peace deals with media firms before new law forces them to pay for content. Yeah, whatever. Pictured, despicable, disgusting. But once again, this is a leftist libtard shit cunt for you. And yes, I won't curtail my language. That's what he is. He's a shit cunt. He's the drippings of a piece of toilet paper when a woman wipes her arse the wrong way. He's a shit cunt. Pictured, man charged over tweet calling for Captain Tom Moore to burn. You see? Brave kids as young as 6 start COVID vaccine trials to try to get rid of the virus quicker. Brave kids as young as 6. Matt Hancock acted unlawfully over pandemic contracts. Bell Mooney. My dad Ted passed 3 COVID tests and died of a chronic illness, yet he's officially one of Britain's 120,000 victims of the virus and is far from alone. So how many more are there? Great that it's hitting mainstream, I would say, because we've been dealing with this for many, many months. The stories that are coming out of people that have been put down. Anyway, we're going to go into that in a moment. More disgusting depravity from the left. Celebrities have lined up to celebrate the death of Rush Limbaugh. Amber Tamblyn, Billy Baldwin, Rosanna Arquette. They're just a few of some of these people that have absolutely, they won't get banned from Twitter. Don't worry about that. This is the behaviour. This is, seriously. I've not seen the right do that over anyone dying, to be honest. Maybe I've been hidden from that, I don't know, but I certainly haven't seen that. This is fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. Just imagine if this was the other way around. Coca-Cola confirms and doubles down on training employees to be less white. That's right. And now, the last 1, 2, 3, 4, these four certainly, all sort of linked, all within days of each other this week. Disease X, brain swelling Nipah virus, 75 times more deadly than COVID, may be next pandemic, as scientists warn of the big one. That's right. COVID, new strain, how deadly is the Finnish coronavirus variant? Russia reports world first case of human infection with H5N8 bird flu. Ebola outbreak. WHO puts 6 countries on urgent alert as deaths spread. Gee, I mean, fuck me. You know, really? Whether that's to try and scare you into doing something or not, I don't know. Transgender sprinters finished first and second at Connecticut Girls Indoor Track Championships. I mean, you know, once again, absolutely unbelievable. Anyway, fucking people, honestly. I'm going to have to just quickly send a message to me admin. Just give us a second. These cunts are relentless, they are.
We're going to report you to Adobe for using cracked software. Ooh, we've informed Hope Not Hate.
Ooh, fucking hell, wet your knickers, up your bollocks. Hang on, give me 2 seconds. Right. Sorry, I don't mean to stop proceedings, but this cunt's getting right on my nerves, to be honest. Right, back to story number 1. Go back to story number 1. Now, this is amazing, you know, because this comes down and doesn't come down, obviously, to cultural differences, religious preferences. Doesn't come down to any of that, and you're going to find out as we go through. Worries Black and South Asian hospital staff reject the vaccine. Now, we should be worried about that, really. We should be worried about that, and for the reasons they're going to put, it's not because of that, right? It's because these people, obviously, whether or not they're trained or, you know, whatever, they've obviously heard the stories, they've seen the effects of what's been going on, possibly, and they're refusing to take the vaccine. That should be the story. Black and South Asian hospital staff in Leicester are much less likely to get themselves vaccinated against coronavirus, despite being at higher risk, a study found. Well, they've been all right up until now, haven't they? They've been all right up until now. Funny that, a year, right? A year. They've been all right up till now. The University of Leicester review of nearly 20,000 Leicestershire healthcare workers found that 71% of white NHS staff had taken up the offer of a jab. White, you see? Once again, bringing colour into it and race into it. But among black employees, the figure was just 37%, while just over 58% of those of South Asian descent had gone for their vaccine. The author of the report, Professor Kamlesh... oh, great, what a name. Kamlesh Kunti is a member of the government's SAGE advisory panel and warned his findings had major implications on the vaccine rollout and could further increase the way the disease was affecting black and South Asian people more than white people. Yeah, of course. Because it's going to go for you because you've got a different colour fucking skin. The report, based on employees of Leicester Royal Infirmary, Leicester General and Glenfield Hospital, said healthcare workers and ethnic minority groups are at increased risk of COVID-19 infection and an adverse outcome. Vaccination is now available for frontline UK healthcare workers. We conducted cross-sectional surveillance examining vaccine uptake amongst all staff at University Hospitals of Leicester NHS Trust. We included 19,044 healthcare workers, 12,278, that's just 64.5%, had received the vaccination. Compared to white healthcare workers, 70.9% vaccinated, a significantly smaller proportion of ethnic minority healthcare workers were vaccinated. Factors found to be negatively associated with vaccine uptake were younger age, female sex, increasing deprivation, and belonging to any non-white ethnic group. These findings have major implications for the delivery of vaccination programs and healthcare workers and the wider population, and should inform the national vaccination program to prevent the disparities of the pandemic from widening. The first vaccines were offered at Leicester Hospital Trust in December last year, and initially the uptake was very high among staff, but it has since declined. Now, I'm just going to tell you, I'm in contact with somebody that works somewhere. It's in the caring industry. At the moment, she's being forced. They are trying to force her to take this vaccine. She's declined, and the others that took it are still off sick, ill. Now, whether or not they're milking it or not, we don't know, but they're certainly off ill because they've had this vaccine. So these people that work within this sector are seeing the people that have had it going away, getting ill from it, not recovering completely from it, and going, well, I ain't fucking taking that then, right? That would be the common sense answer, wouldn't it, really? Because they, being that they were all supposed to be vaccinated, I just wonder, I've not looked into this too much, but I'm just wondering whether maybe these people, look back again. Fucking hell. Fucking relentless. It is just absolutely relentless. Go and get a life, you sad fucking twat. It makes me wonder, to be honest. Like I said earlier, cultural differences, religious differences, or religious beliefs. Maybe they don't have any because of that. Or maybe it's because they literally are seeing their staff members or, their colleagues where they work actually getting ill from this vaccine, or certainly a percentage of them. Not everybody, obviously. That'd be silly to say. But again, I know what they're going to say, possibly. No, it doesn't actually. So it's not actually blamed online, misinformation, disinformation. It's not done that at all. The study does not help explain whether people not getting the jab think it's dangerous or just don't think it's necessary for them. As well as older people, all medical and social care staff are being offered vaccinations in the first phase of the massive UK-wide programme to stop the spread of coronavirus. Once again, this, look, it's people's own choice, surely. But because they're black and South Asian, and more white people have had it, taken the vaccine, when possibly more white people work within that industry. Would it be fair to assume that? It certainly isn't 50-50 in those hospitals, surely. That would be a silly thing to say, bearing in mind, our whole population is possibly only 10% of these people, within certain professions. So once again, it's just these stories to worry people and to get people to take this fucking vaccine. And, whether it's a vaccine or whether it's a messenger delivery service, I don't know. I can't prove anything, to be honest, and I don't think anyone else possibly can. We're hearing a lot of news from the internet. It's all being ridiculously vilified, lambasted, thrown to the side. And what we will do, obviously, is listen to the opinions of certain so-called experts within SAGE, Public Health England, and these silly people like Boris and that jump on the telly. So once again, it's 20,000 healthcare workers. What a name, Kamlesh Kunti, Khunti. Anyway, there's that. So, worry. It's a worry. If that's what they think it is, then fair enough. But these people have got an informed choice. Maybe they know a little bit more than we do. Maybe not. Maybe, like I say, it's their cultural differences, their religious beliefs. I don't know. Maybe they've seen their colleagues. Who knows? But there's certainly going to be a reason for that. And let's face it, I suppose really, if we look at the white people that have had it, had this vaccination, 70-odd%. That's not every white person, but that doesn't seem to hit the news. It's always about BAME and black and Asians. And once again, it seems to be something that they're really, really pushing lately. Well, for the last couple of years, they've been pushing it anyway, with adverts on the telly and all sorts of business, but we won't go into that. Now, roughly this time last year, when COVID sort of first broke, should we say, and we all started, being bombarded with videos from China of people dropping dead and this, that and the other. Instantly, people were out and they were saying, look, you know, doctors, virologists, microbiologists, all of these people, they were instantly out saying, listen, vitamin D, do a bit of this, do a bit of that, bang, 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 you know, lessen your chances. No, that's absolute rubbish. Fact checked on Facebook, wasn't it? It was fact checked on Facebook. No, there's no proof, you know, vitamin D does anything, blah, 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 blah. Hydroxychloroquine, no, that doesn't work. That's fucking terrible. You're giving out the wrong information. Fact check, fact check, fact check. Well, isn't it funny now, nearly a year later, that these things that we were talking about in the beginning of, right at the fucking beginning, right? Isn't it funny that they're now putting this out nearly a year later? You know, did they want this many people to die? Did they want that amount of fear? You think about it, ladies and gentlemen, for fuck's sake. Vitamin D for patients admitted to hospital could cut COVID deaths by 60%. 60%. Now, we're not going to go into the figures and the false positives and this, that and the other. There's absolutely no point in that, because I think we all know anyway. But to cut COVID deaths by 60%, then if we were talking about 10,000 people that have actually died of this thing, if we could say that, then you could have halved that again. And it's I don't know, is it the idiocracy, the stupidity of these people in charge that have turned around and said, no vitamin D, no hydroxychloroquine, none of this, none of that, no, it's all rubbish, you're giving out false information, you're going to kill people. So what they did do then, obviously, was false ventilate people and ended up killing them through using ventilators. Fucking ridiculous. So a whole year, people have been talking about vitamin D and other treatments to help. You know, I don't think anyone out there really, to be honest, was on the lines of, you know, I really want to kill people. Let's tell them to take vitamin D. Let's tell them to take hydroxychloroquine. Let's tell them to take a representin or something. I don't know, fucking something. You know, that's really trying to look after our fellow man because no one else will, right? Our fellow woman, our fellow man, right? That's what we were trying to do, and that's what other people out there were trying to do. Vitamin D, you know, do what you can to pep up your immune system. No, you can't do that. You're giving out false information. Fuck me. Are we going to get any apologies? Do you think? Any apologies from Facebook fact checkers? Are we? I doubt it very much. I doubt it very fucking much. Have they actually put out a post yet, apologising to everyone over vitamin D? Hydroxychloroquine. Have they done that? Have they put something out to retract what they've said already and give an apology to everybody? Of course not. Once again, possibly just to damage Donald Trump, but, you know, who knows? Scientists from the University of Barcelona showed that patients prescribed calcifidol, I don't know, I'm going to call it calci, an intensive dose of vitamin D usually used for people with chronic kidney failure, had their risk of admission to intensive care dramatically cut and death rates significantly lowered. Currently, the steroid dexamethasone has shown the greatest impact, reducing deaths by 30%, and is now recommended for seriously ill NHS patients, but the new study suggests calci could be twice as beneficial if given early. In the study, 10% of patients admitted to Barcelona's Hospital del Mar with coronavirus died within 30 days. However, while 57 of the 379, 15% control patients died, just 36 out of 551, that's 6.5% of those treated with calci, died. The researchers found that earlier treatment was better if given on admission to intensive care. The treatment made no difference. So once again, you see that there were preventative measures, right? Preventative measures that these people just willingly and totally and utterly ignored because it wasn't their idea. It's got to make you wonder, because the death count is what it is. I know 93% false positives. I know the PCR test 45 cycles when it should be 15 cycles. I know all of that, but still there were things out there that should have been used and prescribed at a certain time. But it's almost because everyone was saying it, oh no, I can't do that. Why is that? Well, because it's doctors and, you know, all of these people that are talking about anti-vaccine and what the fuck? They played with people's lives. And these were the people with the misinformation, the disinformation. It wasn't us. It wasn't the people sharing this. It was these people misinforming the public over vitamin D. Fuck me. You know, people's heads should fucking roll for this. You should roll for this. Oh, people have been in the stocks and all sorts outside London for a lot fucking less than this. Do you know what I mean? They've been locked up in the Tower of London for less than this. This is absolute bullshit. Oh, look, Dave's dead dog calm. Oh, fucking hell. Honestly. If I find you, I'm going to fucking do you, you cunt. I swear to God. I'm going to fucking do you. Badly. It's typical left, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Typical left. They troll Captain Tom. They trolled Rush Limbaugh. I mean, despicable people. Just absolutely disgusting, despicable people. Deplorables. Not fit for purpose. Not fit to live amongst sane, rational people. They're just not. Do you know what I mean? They're just not. Suddenly shut down all the fucking mental hospitals, innit? Because we could do... Yeah, I'll tell you what, if we had as many mental hospitals as we had prisoners, you'd need more. You'd need more. So there you go, that's that vitamin D. Fucking amazing. There you go. Give yourselves a pat on the back and a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, because even though you were being told it was misinformation, you kept sharing it anyway, just like everybody kept sharing it anyway. Because we all fucking knew, didn't we? We all knew. You know, vitamin D. Yeah. I didn't know, obviously, not until I was shown it. And then I went, what, vitamin D? Get a bit of sunshine, sit in the garden. No, don't go out. Everything they did contradicted. Everything they did. And it's cost people their lives. All over a vitamin. All over a vitamin. A fucking vitamin. Onto this. You know, I don't know where this has come from, to be honest. I've seen nothing like it. You know, I'll get sent a lot of stuff. I do a lot of research, and I do a lot of looking about on the internet, whether it be Facebook, you know, whatever sites. And I've actually not seen this at all. I've not seen anything like this. This is from the Evening Standard. London mum and her children drank own urine, believing it was COVID cure. Now, not being funny, there's some people drink their own urine anyway. It's quite harmless, apparently. You can't drink too much of it, I wouldn't have thought. But people do that for pleasure. You know, through you know, trying to pep up their health and do this and that. Each to their own, I expect. You know, just don't eat fucking asparagus beforehand or something. I don't know. A London mother and her children drank their own urine after being told it was a cure to coronavirus. Now, who would have told it was a cure to coronavirus, really? The woman believed that the COVID vaccine had been compromised by Bill and Melinda Gates and would be dangerous for her family, Health Watch Central West London reported. She told the health watchdog that she preferred traditional cures instead. So she prefers traditional cures. The mother heard about the urine cure in a video sent to her by a friend on WhatsApp. It told her to drink her own urine each morning. So bearing in mind she's into natural cures and natural remedies and this, that and the other, that obviously, you know, out of the realms of being completely fucking idiotic and stupid, didn't occur to her because she's into these natural remedies, and that's you know, another bubble that people live in, each to their own, obviously. After 4 days, she stopped. The revelation was published in Health Watch's report into coronavirus misinformation, conducted alongside the French African Welfare Association. The report added that fake remedies and conspiracies were a problem that needs highlighting and addressing. We were told of a stigma associated with contracting coronavirus and also of the fake remedies and conspiracies shared via WhatsApp, the report reads. This, coupled with a lack of trust in official channels of information, presents a problem that needs highlighting and addressing. You know, again, we all know who's to blame for that. It's the mainstream media with their lies and bullshit. You know, who's gonna trust the fucking BBC now? Seriously. It came as the head of NHS England said that the country remains in battle against a pandemic of disinformation. You see, they will say this, won't they? They will say this to save their own skin. When the misinformation that was put out has been proven now. Hydroxychloroquine, vitamin D, and others. So, you know, because you get a circular of someone going, my friend's auntie's uncle's dog's fella's fucking cat's dog's car, you know, blah, 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 has told us to do this, and you should do it because it's absolutely true, and I can prove it because someone told me to. You know, it's yeah, sorry, Steve, I'm busy on the show, mate. You're on here now. Look, you're in the chat room. You've got Twitch on one side. You've got Wake Up the top. You've got big video players on there, brother. Steve? Big video players, mate. Look. Press play. If not, the audio player's up there as well. You can press on that. That's the tune-in player. So you can use that. But there's video on there, bruv. You know, come on, have a little look. I'm just pressing play on one now. That's live on Twitch. Wake Up's live as well. That's on. YouTube's on. So everything on the site's working. You know, I can only say no more than that, really. Yeah, so Simon Stevens said progress is being made on uptake amongst black and South Asian communities. Here we go again. And he believes the involvement of local religious leaders will help build momentum in groups with concerns. But he said the country is up against a dual epidemic and must fight both the virus and disinformation with equal vigour. Well, I think we've already, you know, ascertained, really, to be honest, that the only disinformation that's coming out, obviously, or has come out, has been from the media. They've stopped vital information from getting out to the people, to the point where people are taking things into their own hands. And I don't mean to take the piss, but you've got people drinking their own urine. Now, it doesn't say, to be honest, what race she is, but I'll bet fucking pound to a penny, I will guarantee you she's of some African or Middle Eastern origin, because these people fucking washing it. They washing camel piss. You know, they drink camel piss. So something like that's not going to be too far out the realms of reality for these people. You know, I'm going to drink my urine in the morning, cures coronavirus. If that's all we've got to worry about, because one person's done it with her children, and they're going to put that in the Evening Standard and then start talking about the black and Asian community, not the uptake not being what it is, then you can see how these people are drip feeding through the articles that we're on at the moment and from what we're talking about, and race baiting. Do you know what I mean? Fucking race baiting. Steve, no, it's not an app, mate. You're actually on a website. And on the website, if you have a look on your phone, there's a Twitch player, there's Wake Up. You should have big fucking screens in front of you, above the chat or below the chat, and then you've got tuning at the top. You just press play. Fact checkers can't apologise, a sheep can't make a U-turn. Gunner Greg, see what you did there. Very good. U-E-W-E. Fresh urine is sterile. Not that I've drunk my own pee. Bear Grylls on a survival program said you can drink your own pee. You see, but because it's been linked to coronavirus and the disinformation around this, that, and the other, they're all spitting their fucking dummies out at the moment because apparently it seems to be affecting the BAME community. Again, I think cultural differences and religious practices, possibly, you know, the uptake on the vaccines, it's got to have something to do with that. It has. Anyway, on to the next. Facebook bans Australians from sharing news in war with publishers after Google does multi-million-dollar peace deals with media firms before new law forces them to pay for content. To be honest, I don't get this. You know, I do know from watching Australian news that they are very forthright. They're very to the point. They don't care what they say, and that's on Sky. You know, we can't do that over here on Sky, apparently because of Ofcom rules, possibly. Fox News was taken off of Sky, wasn't it? Fox News was removed from Sky because they don't like any difference of the norm being pushed out. They don't like anything going against the agenda, do they? So maybe it's got a little bit of something to do with that. Australians woke to empty news feeds today after Facebook blocked all media content in a surprise and dramatic escalation of a dispute with the government over paying for content. See, now they're going to use this as an excuse not to put anything out from Australia, right? That's what they're going to do. I'm signed up to Sky Australia and a few others. I've got emails, so you can click on it, save it, do what you want to do with it, and possibly keep seeing what you need to see. The move is a response to Australia's proposed media bargaining law, which forces tech companies like Facebook and Google to negotiate with news providers to feature their content. Those in favour of the law say the rules are needed to protect public interest journalism by making sure outlets are paid for content social media and search engine users read and share. Well, I mean, look, I'm on a site now, and this is the Mail Online, right? And there's fucking adverts everywhere. They've obviously got some sort of Google AdSense thing going, and all across the site there is adverts. So these people literally are making a mint off of the website. These people again charge you subscription fees and this and the other to gain access to the news on their websites. And if your page is big enough and you've got a following, then you monetize your videos on Facebook too, don't you? So what seems to be the problem? Why would the media companies in Australia want to be paid by Facebook for people sharing their content on Facebook? It's in the public domain. Why? I don't understand why. Well, I do understand why, obviously, because they don't want anything getting out that shouldn't get out from Australia. The world news coming back into Australia, I think, as well has been blocked. So there you go. You're in Australia. Fuck you. You're not allowed to see anything, and we're not allowed to see anything of you. And is that because of the internment camps? Is it because they're I see a tweet from that Dan fucking whatever his name is, saying you're going to have it whether you like it or not, the vaccine. So he's a shit just about to hit the fan enough to have these people now pull the Australian news off of their network to stop the rest of the world seeing it. And if that's the case, how long before it happens to us? Those in favour of the law say the rules are needed to protect public interest journalism by making sure outlets are paid for content social media and search engine users read and share. An 18-month inquiry has been held by the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, finding that there was an imbalance of power between platforms and companies that threatened the news businesses. But industry giants Google and Facebook, which take a combined 81% of online advertising in Australia, strongly oppose the rule, arguing that it does not fully comprehend the relationship between tech companies and news outlets. The code would create an arbitration panel to set a binding price for news in situations where Google and Facebook do not reach deals with media businesses whose original journalism they link to. Facebook decision was swiftly criticised by news producers and lawmakers, many of whom pointed out that official health and meteorology pages had also been scrubbed during the coronavirus pandemic and at the height of Australia's summer bushfire season. The changes made by Facebook both wiped clean pages operated by news outlets and removed posts by individual users sharing Australian news. That's fucking censorship, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing more, nothing less. That is absolute and utter censorship. Facebook's move contrasted with Google, which in recent days has brokered deals with media groups, including Rupert Murdoch's News Corp, in response to the regulatory push. Google has also threatened to shut down its search engine in the country to avoid unworkable content laws. Facebook also seemingly blundered by banning its own page from social media, along with government health pages, rescue services and every reputable news outlet's Facebook pages. The multi-billion-dollar company's social media page was also void of all content on Thursday morning. Well, see, this is where it's coming from. Look, Australia's Communications Minister Paul Fletcher has now insisted the government will not back down after Facebook banned news content and said the publisher could either abide by Australia's laws or leave the country. So it's coming straight from the government. I mean, look, if you don't realise you're being fucking heavily censored already, and I'm not being funny, it's been happening over so many years, believe it or not. I can go back to a time, and I will go back to a time when I first jumped on Facebook, and that was in 2009. And in 2009, it was quite acceptable. Englishmen, Scotsmen, Irishmen. Quite acceptable. It was quite acceptable, to build an app thing. Forget how I done it. You had to put some code in and do this and put some photographs in and blah, blah, blah. And when you clicked on it, you was a blue waffle. I know, terrible. But it was, 12 years ago. Just for a bit of entertainment, you click on it, what sort of a cunt are you? And it showed you a picture of a woman's lady garden in all sorts of array of different states, is all I can say. I don't know why I've done it. I was, different things back then, I expect. But that was acceptable. What can you do now on Facebook? Fuck all. You're getting banned for historical posts. You can't even mention the word Tommy. Did you know that? A friend of mine has been banned on Facebook for literally mentioning the name Tommy. Obviously in a certain context, but not that you would have known. They banned him for the word Tommy because of Mr. Robinson. So if you don't believe, we've all come so far down the line that we don't realise just how bad it is now compared to what it was. Fuck, it's terrible, absolutely terrible. Years ago, you do a video, put it out, you get 10,000, 20,000 views. Fuck me, couple of days, boom, gone, finished, lovely. Everyone saw your posts. The interaction on Facebook was lovely. Look at it now. I see the same few people in my newsfeed. No one sees anything from me. I don't see anything from anybody else. Completely and utterly shut down. I uploaded 2 videos earlier. They've only had a couple of hundred views on YouTube, so I thought, there's more people on Facebook, obviously. So I'll post them up to Facebook. I think I've had 150 on one and 100 on the other or something stupid. It's fucking hours ago. That's unheard of. But then what you can have is a man that's cut a hole in the table, a woman's put her hand up through the hole, he's squirted tomato sauce on it, put his fucking shirt over it, he's chopping fucking pineapple with a big chopping fucking thing. And his girlfriend's sitting there going, no, you cut it like this. Not looking over there, obviously, because it was all fucking completely set up. Right? You cut it like this, you cut it like that. No, you don't. You fucking chop it. You look like the fucking mad chef off the Muppets. And all of a sudden he went, and she went, oh, don't be fucking silly. It's fake, look. And she lifted up the hand and the hand went like that and she shit herself, right? 218 million views in 2 days. 218 million. Because what they want you to watch is to dumb down that fucking grey matter inside your head. They want to dumb it down. They want to keep you fucking stupid, is what they want to do. Suggestive video. Look at this silly cunt falling off a ladder. Look at this silly cunt. Look at this silly cunt. Look at it coming because it brings in revenue. Fuck. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. And we just keep putting up with it. I'd love to just be able to go, you know what? Facebook, fuck it. I've gone a couple of times and fucking end up coming back. I don't know. It's like the Hotel California, isn't it? There were too many of us spread around too many platforms. I think we could say. Too many platforms. And people haven't got all day to go, I was going to share that one, and share that one, share that on that on that. Every time they do a post, they've got to share to fucking 7 different platforms. They're not going to do it. Pick one and fucking use it. That's what we should be doing. Fuck Facebook off. What do you think the Australians are going to do now? They're going to go, well, you can fuck off then, mate. Do you know what I mean? What's the point? And once again, vastly diminishing what they believe to be their customer base. That's what they're going to do. In which case then the users go down, the views go down on the adverts, and before you know it, they start losing revenue. Fucking hit them in the pocket where it needs to be hit. How can you block a whole country's fucking news from coming out? Who the fuck do these people think they are? Fucking government twats. Fuck. You should be glad of the publicity. If you're earning money and people are watching the telly and you've got adverts on the station, you're doing this, that and the other, and you're all earning the last few fucking quid out the news, lying to people, doing whatever you're fucking doing, and people are sharing that content on social media, why the fuck should Facebook, or anyone else for that matter, have to pay for that content? Bearing in mind it's paid for anyway. So the excuse that it's not being paid for is to shut it down. How long will it be before they do the same thing to us? Think about it. Shuts it down, doesn't it? Shuts everyone down that believes in something. Shuts all the disinformation, misinformation. Shuts all this other bollocks down because you're not going to see any fucking news. And out of certain news outlets, I expect, that do run alongside the mainstream, you're not even going to see them anymore. So independent journalists now. What's going to happen to them? It's disgusting. Fucking disgusting. I'm not even going to put a picture up of this cunt. You must have seen him. Pictured a man charged over tweet calling for Captain Tom Moore to burn. A Celtic fan has denied sending an offensive tweet about Captain Sir Tom Moore, telling him to burn the day after he died. Denied it. On his fucking Twitter, on his account, he's denied it. Stupidity, idiocracy of some people. You know, all right, been caught, fuck it, hands up. No, it wasn't me. Well, it's on your account. No, it wasn't me. And he'll go down the lines of, got any proof of that? Well, who else has got access to your phone? Then I left it down at work. Why don't you get off with it? But once again, these are the mad cunts out there. These are the cunts that need locking up. Why would you want to do that just to gain comments on a thread? Because that's all they do it for. Fucking dopamine, isn't it? Dopamine. They literally want people. Oh. They literally want people to go, oh, that's fucking terrible, you cunt. Look how many people have replied. Look how many people have fucking hate. Yeah, they go, fucking sitting in their mother's basement stroking their little penis. What the fuck is wrong with people? Why would you do that? Joseph Kelly, 35, from Castlemilk in Glasgow, is accused of tweeting on February the 3rd, "The only good Brit soldier is a deed one. Burn, old fella, burn." That was his tweet. That is fucking disgusting. That's the mentality though now. That's what social media has done to people. For a few likes. Going to Manchester, Colin. Hey Dave, I remember when you talked about flu jabs being made from cells instead of an egg. A couple of months later, COVID appeared. I wonder if there's a connection. Yeah, we talked about that. Maybe. Who knows? I don't think we're ever going to know, to be honest. Anyway, look, it was a day after the war hero who raised millions of pounds for the NHS died from coronavirus. See, pneumonia. It was pneumonia. It wasn't coronavirus. Well, they can say coronavirus because pneumonia is a coronavirus, but hang on. Kelly was later charged under Communications Act 2003. The case was called yesterday at Lanark Sheriff Court, but Kelly was not present and a not guilty plea was submitted by his lawyer. He has denied sending a message and the case will go to trial. Fucking hell. What a no good piece of shit. The Communications Act, which was passed by the British Parliament but also applies in Scotland, criminalises electronic communications that are grossly offensive or of an indecent, obscene or menacing. Yeah, understand that, troll in me fucking chat room. The move to charge Kelly was announced earlier this month, which prompted a backlash from some on freedom of speech. Freedom of speech grounds? What the fuck? Yeah, see, freedom of speech when it suits them, when someone gets caught. It was recently used to charge a police officer who was accused of sending a grossly offensive doctored image of George Floyd's arrest in the US to a work WhatsApp group. Actor Lawrence Fox tweeted the police should be free to do their jobs, which is investigate actual crime, not arresting idiots who tweet idiotic things. Well, actually, I disagree with Lawrence Fox on that, to be honest, because the internet is fucking rife with these people. And it is disgusting. And you've got to think about the family members. You know, you've got to think about the family and the way they've, you know, to see that. You know, you've only got, I don't know, obviously, you only got to have his friends come onto Twitter and go, yeah, fucking right, and all, yeah, you know, and all join in with it. It's fucking horrendous. What a horrendous thing to do. You don't find conservatives doing that. Fucking trolls. What is wrong with people? Seriously. I don't get it. Anyway, I hope he gets a fucking nicking. On to this. Brave kids as young as 6 start COVID vaccine trials to get rid of the virus quicker. That's right, brave children are 6, ladies and gentlemen, because they know exactly what they're doing. They'll have them voting next. Well, they can already turn into a girl, or a girl can turn into a boy. So this is the parents putting them up. The parents are putting up the children as young as 6 to be jabbed with COVID. What the fuck is going on? Seriously. What parent in their right mind? See, that should be an experiment, shouldn't it? Right, okay, bring your children forward. What we're going to do is jab them with something that people have been fucking dying of, right? And when they go, here, here's me kid, you can have me kid here. Go on, here, roll your sleeve up, Timothy. Go on, cop that, you cunt, right? Right, you're nicked. Fucking child abuse. You're putting the child's life in danger. What the fuck are you thinking, taking your children to that? These are possibly the same people that go to a gay pride march and watch have their little children watch men walk around with dildos hanging off their suits and fucking bollocks hanging outside of either side of a fucking leotard. What is wrong with people? Seriously, I'm fucking... Stop the fucking world. I need to get off it. I do. Just for a couple of days. Researchers will use 300 volunteers to test whether the coronavirus jab produces a strong immune response in children aged between 6 and 17, potentially paving the way for an extended rollout. Children don't get it. They don't pass it on. They've been fucking telling us this for fucking months and months and months. Now, we've all heard the horror stories, haven't we? Fucking, you know, if you're going to get pregnant, don't have it. If you're thinking about getting a woman pregnant, don't have it. Men have been they've been advised to freeze their sperm. So what's this going to do to children? If you roll it out to the children in future years when they come to fucking... Come on. Brave kids taking part in a COVID vaccine trial have spoken of how they want to make a difference. After so many lives have been destroyed by the virus. You know, this has got to be the parents, and that is an actual case of future emotional harm. That is an absolute definition of future emotional harm. Where the fuck are social services then? Where are they? Children as young as 6 are taking part in a new trial to find out how effective the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine is for children. Researchers will use 300 volunteers to test whether the jab produces a strong immune response in children aged between 6 and 17. The Oxford jab is one of 3 to have been approved for use in adults in the UK, along with those from the Pfizer, BioNTech and Moderna. Some of the children taking part in the study spoke to ITV News about why they signed up for the research. They didn't sign anything up. It's the parents. You can't have it. A child hasn't got that fucking right. It's the parents that have done it. They've had to express their own permission. They've had to, you know, they've granted permission for their children to be guinea pigs. Fucking lab rats. You got a photo. Tilda, 16, receives the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine. Way. Mira, 16, said she saw the opportunity to volunteer on social media and said she is taking part in an effort to make a difference. How many under 20 have died? It's in fucking single numbers. The fuck is wrong with people? The schoolgirl said, it is quite strange, but I'm feeling really lucky to have been given the opportunity to have the vaccine. Her mum, Sarah, said she was looking for something throughout the whole of the pandemic to play a part in improving the future for everybody. I'm really proud that she's wanted to take part. Another volunteer was Sylvia, 12, who got involved after her dad took part in the trial for adults. Oh, fuck me, monkey see, monkey do, look. She said that she just wants to do something and added she wants to just try and help get rid of this virus quicker and just get things back to normal quicker. What they don't realise at the moment is, you know, this wasn't going to be for children. They're now testing it on 300 unwitting fucking subjects over the express permission from their parents to do so, which is future harm to their children, where the social services should be involved, which is going to pave the way for every school kid to have this vaccine to go to school. And if they don't have the vaccine, they don't go to school, you get fined for not sending them to school. Fucking idiots. Her dad, James, spoke of his pride and said that even having a jab can be quite intimidating, and the setup here is quite clinical and bright, and it could be a bit intimidating. But she's been really brave, and she's really gone for it. Did she have it more than once? What happened? 16-year-old Tilda was said to have signed up after her mum heard about the trial on the radio. Tilda said, we live relatively nearby, so when I heard it was going on here, I thought, if I can do my bit to help, then why not? I think it's really exciting. Injecting something into your body that you don't know what the fuck's in it. I just wonder if one of these fucking people, one of the parents has gone, let's just have a look at the ingredients then, shall we? Announcing the study earlier, a chief scientist said that although most children do not become seriously ill with COVID, Many will benefit from the jab if it is safe. If it is safe. Andrew Pollard, Professor of Paediatric Infection and Immunity and Chief Investigator of the Oxford Vaccine Trial, said the trial was important. He said, while most children are relatively unaffected by coronavirus and unlikely to become unwell with the infection, it is important to establish a safety and immune response to the vaccine in children and young people, as some children may benefit from the vaccine. These new trials will extend our understanding of control of SARS-CoV-2 to younger age groups. Fuck me. The Royal College of Paediatrics and Child Health has said there is evidence COVID-19 can cause death and severe illness in children, but that this is rare. It said in children the evidence is now clear that COVID-19 is associated with a considerably lower burden of morbidity and mortality compared to that seen in the elderly. There is also some evidence that children may be less likely to acquire the infection. The role of children in transmission once they have acquired the infection is unclear, although there is no clear evidence that they are any more infectious than adults. You know, you see, and throughout all of that, not one person was there to be interviewed and say, not a very good idea, to be honest. Or to point out the sheer idiocracy that I just have. You know, not one person. We got some comments here underneath on the children have their own strong, still growing immune system. What parent would allow their child to be vaccinated when there's not been nearly enough research? Unbelievably risky. Playing Russian roulette with young children is just as bad as what Hitler's medical scientist mob did in Germany to people. Boris will go down as the worst and most disturbed PM in history. And then someone's gone, don't ever compare what these children are doing to Hitler's filthy regime. Yeah, you got it. You know, didn't you? Fucking hell's bells. Vaccine safe, really, lol. Yes, at this point, most vaccines have been tested on billions of people. Tested. It's even in their own wording, tested. So you're all guinea pigs. The masses are the ones being tested on right now as we speak. I've never been anti-vax, but when you have a narcissistic maniac like Bill Gates saying 1 minute the world needs to be depopulated by 90%, and then the next minute he's fraudulently claiming to be a health expert and pumping billions of dollars into untested, unknown mRNA vaccines, I think it's time to hold the bus. Something sinister's going on. Great comments, aren't they? That's brilliant. What amazing kids are a credit to their peers. Fuck off. Our young people are so incredibly unselfish, and some adults would do well to take a leaf out of their book. They are to be applauded in their quest to help with this virus. A big well done and thank you to all of them and their parents. Vaccine critics, grow up. If you don't want a vaccination, fine, that is your right. But our young people have rights too. Yeah, given to them by their mum and dads. Because under the age of 16, they can't decide fuck all. They have been brainwashed by their insane parents. They are victims. Oh, fuck me. I'll tell you, listen, it doesn't matter where you go anymore. It doesn't matter what paper you go on. All of the comments underneath, or most of them underneath now, you know, you get a nice... First of all, it was just all fucking pro, you know. Wow, we've got to stay locked down, blah, blah, blah. As time's gone on, you know, and whether or not that's got to do with the information coming out the internet, people are putting two and two together, whether it's their own doing and their own reporting on COVID-19, the way they're reporting the deaths and everything else, I don't know, but you're seeing a nice a 50-50 split now, really, of what people think, and they're actually putting what they think in these comments underneath these articles, which I think is absolutely fantastic. So we should all be very happy about that, because, you know, all of the work that many and lots of people do on the internet every day, trying to bring some sort of awareness, you know, just the facts, you know. I've never told anyone not to take it. You want to have it, go and have it. Couldn't give a fuck, but I'm not having it. You've got no chance. And in years to come, if anything goes wrong, you can't come running back and go, fucking hell, I should never have had it. Well, you were told. You were warned. Certainly, you know, do your own research. Do your own research. Find out what's in it. If you're you know, quite happy with aluminium, antifreeze, formaldehyde, to name but three very, very bad things to put into your body, especially via a needle, fuck me. You know, then I'm sorry, but if you've not done your own research, then you're an idiot. And if you believe what comes out the mainstream media and don't question any of it, even after a year now, you're a fucking idiot. You're a special kind of stupid, to be honest. That's what I find funny now, actually. You get these people going, oh, I've just been invited for me. I've had me jab, I haven't grown 2 heads, so I haven't done it. Right? Hey, look at me. I've had the jab. Proud of it. Absolutely stinking fucking proud of it. You know, I mean, I don't wish badly on anybody, I don't, you know, but I've got no doubt at all, sooner or later we're going to know someone that's gone, yeah, I've took it, bang, gone. No doubt at all. It won't be long. And it's not nice, obviously, but you can only warn people, you know. Here's the door, you open it, you go through. Here's the door, it says danger. Go and have a look. If you still want to go, there's another door behind that, you crack on. Matt Hancock acted unlawfully over pandemic contracts. Didn't he just? Didn't he? Handed them off to all his fucking pals. Didn't he? Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Just wondering if he's going to be prosecuted. It's unlawful. A judge said the health secretary had breached his legal obligation, oath of office, by not publishing details within 30 days of contracts being signed. The public had a right to know where the vast amounts spent had gone and how contracts were awarded, he added. The government said it fully recognised the importance of transparency. Of course it does. That's why they didn't put it out. And, you know, with all these little reports coming out, you know, friend of Hancock this and friend of fucking Witty that and blah, blah, you've seen them. We've seen them. You know, surely there was a reason that he didn't put out the details, right? Because it would have just cemented the speculation going on within the news already. You know, maybe that was the reason behind it. I don't know. But Labour claimed the government's awarding of contracts was plagued by a lack of transparency, cronyism and waste. The Department for Health and Social Care has struck deals worth hundreds of millions of pounds during the coronavirus pandemic. A campaign group, the Good Law Project, and 3 MPs, Labour's Debbie Abrams, Green Caroline Lucas and Lib Dem's Layla Moran, took legal action against the department over its wholesale failure to disclose details of the contracts agreed. Under the law, the government is required to publish a contract award notice within 30 days of the awarding of any contracts for public goods or services worth more than $120,000. The Good Law Project also claimed that the government breached its own transparency policy, which requires the publication of details of public contracts worth more than $10,000. In his ruling, Mr Justice Chamberlain said, there is now no dispute that in a substantial number of cases, the Secretary of State breached his legal obligation to publish contract award notices within 30 days of the award of contracts. There is also no dispute that the Secretary of State failed to publish redacted contracts in accordance with the transparency policy. The judge said the Health Secretary had spent vast quantities of public money on COVID-related goods and services during 2020. The public were entitled to see where this money was going to, what it was being spent on, and how the relevant contracts were awarded, he added. He said this was important so that the competitors of those awarded contracts could understand whether the obligations had been breached. You know, so once again, these people acted unlawfully, possibly broken their oath of office, done, you know, malfeasance. You know, you could call it whatever you fucking want to call it, really. Is he going to be charged? Is this, you know, criminal? Is it criminal? Surely, if it's unlawful, it's criminal. I don't know. The judge also said publishing the details allowed bodies such as the National Audit Office, as well as Parliament and the public, to scrutinise and ask questions about this expenditure. He said it was understandable that attention was forced on procuring what was still necessary to save lives, but he added that the DHSC's historic failure to publish details of contracts awarded during the pandemic was an excuse, not a justification. We'll see then, I suppose, won't we? I might have to do a little video on old Matt Wankcock. I've now sussed out how to make photographic lips move, as you might have seen from the Boris thing that I uploaded. Not as good as it could be. I rushed it. But, you know, Sturgeon's on the way. Sturgeon's on the way to Motiv8 in the studio.
We're Jimmy Clunky.
So we're going to do a bit of that. And we're going to keep on cracking on, obviously, you know, but these people they're a law unto themselves, aren't they? You know, how many people have ever been arrested for fraudulently obtaining expenses. You see, they don't, do they? They just don't. They're never arrested, never held to account for their actions, these people. You know, it's just the whole reason they carry on doing what they're doing, because they just don't give a shit. They don't care. They're never held responsible, ever. And poor Donald Trump done the best he could. They tried to impeach him fucking twice. These people just run around willy-nilly doing as they please. Seemingly untouchable. Is that the thing? Right, hang on a minute. I've got a photograph here. Right, okay. See, now what we're dealing with at the moment is that this is hello, I'm behind the newspaper. I just wanted to zoom in on that before I zoom it down. Bell Mooney. I've got a different article up here, obviously, but that's a photograph and just another paper. So this is obviously something that's got. It's been in national newspapers today, which I think is a good thing. My dad Ted passed 3 COVID tests and died of a chronic illness, yet he's officially one of Britain's 120,000 victims of the virus and is far from alone. So how many more are there? I mean, you know, and they're asking, have you got a similar story down the bottom there? You know, so is this something we can look forward to now? Is this something that we're actually going to see, the result of people's testimonials, stories, death certificates? Is this going to start to be publicised now? Is this going to force a public inquiry into the way the deaths were counted in the first place and the way that the infection rate was counted in the first place? Hopefully so. Hopefully so. It shed a lot of light, wouldn't it? Because I think we already know. And this is by Bell Mooney for the Daily Mail. A week after his death, my father's few possessions came back from the care home, kept there in case of infection. Yet I was told that he had died in his sleep. The things I packed on January the 5th when he first went into the home, clothes, family photographs, a favourite cushion, a special simple Alzheimer's music player, the little teddy bear mascot he liked so much, all made me intensely sad. Yet in truth, Dad had been visibly fading for months. His cough, a result of long-standing chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD, was worse, and so were his frustrated moods and confusion caused by vascular dementia. I think I missed a bit there. You long for the person you love to have peace, yet the finality of death makes you cry. But here on my desk is an official death certificate, ignites that sorrow into anger. This is not because Ted Mooney contracted coronavirus in the very good and expensive, it must be said, care home 3 miles from our house, as statistics will now state, because he did not. Yet the principal cause of death is set down officially as COVID-19, and that, in my view, is a bizarre and an unacceptable truth. Untruth, sorry. You read of such things, but dazed by an accumulation of figures, as we have all been for nearly a year, you can fail to take them on board. The nightly shroud waving and shocking close-ups of pain imposed on us by the TV news bewildered and terrified the population into eager compliance with lockdowns. We were invited to save the NHS and to grieve for strangers, the real-life loved ones behind those shocking death counts. Why would the public imagine what I now fear, namely the way that COVID-19 death statistics are compiled, might make the numbers seem greater than they are? It is a bitter irony to our family that because of the ways in which Public Health England and then the Office for National Statistics list data related to COVID and deaths, we are deprived of the happy certainty that Dad died peacefully in his sleep. Equally ironic is that this blameless man, 99 and very frail, had always refused to accept coronavirus existed, even though I tried patiently 2 or 3 times a week to explain that it did. What is this plague, he'd ask, crossly peering, blind in one eye, macular degeneration in the other, at the TV news, and now he is just another one of their statistics, believing all along that we're being lied to. He has, in a strange way, been proved right. Indeed. I do not believe in conspiracy theories, nor do I have any doubt that a pandemic called COVID-19 afflicted the world more than a year ago, causing fear and death, and yet confronting the timeline of my own dear father's last weeks on this earth, I feel as bewildered as I am angry. Why would a country wish to skew its mortality figures by, I believe, wrongly certifying deaths? What has been going on? One day the truth may reveal panic and ineptitude rather than willful deception, but I believe the way that COVID deaths have been counted is a national scandal. And just quickly, on that note, I'm just going to play you Something that we've all seen. I'm going to play again anyway.
Health Secretary Matt Hancock has ordered an urgent review into how Public Health England calculates the daily death figures from coronavirus. Well, let's get more from Sky's Rob Powell, who is in Downing Street this morning. What's this all about, Rob?
So this is about how Public Health England calculates who has died from coronavirus and who gets whose deaths get added on to that tally that we've grown used to seeing day by day, that currently stands at around 45,000. Now, the issue is that the way it's being counted at the moment means that if you are diagnosed, you test positive for coronavirus, even if you go into hospital, but then you recover and you come out, and then 2 months later, say, or a period of time later, you then die of something completely unrelated to coronavirus, your death will still be added to that coronavirus death tally. So the example that was given to me by a government source was basically if you had tested positive in February for coronavirus, you'd recovered, you'd been fine for the last few months, but then you'd been hit by a lorry or hit by a bus yesterday and died, your death would still be added on to that coronavirus tally, even though clearly, even though you may have had it, clearly your death is nothing to do with coronavirus at all. So essentially what this means is that tally that we've been used to getting from the government every day when they are updating us on death figures is likely to be out, is likely to be too high, which means that 45,000 figure that we are currently looking at in terms of deaths from coronavirus is likely to be wrong. Now, this doesn't affect when you're looking at excess deaths, a different way of counting deaths, and this doesn't affect the data that we get from the ONS. There's a couple of different sources of data for coronavirus deaths. The ONS figures are likely to still be accurate, but in terms of the actual count that Public Health England and the government rely on, well, that now looks to be inflated. So this urgent review has been ordered by the Health Secretary to basically try and sort out this issue and to try and establish actually by how much they have been overcounting their deaths. Hugely embarrassing for the government, especially after some of the ordeals that we've seen in terms of counting test data. It now seems that arguably the most crucial figure in this whole coronavirus pandemic, how many people have actually died from the virus, the government's own figures could be way out.
You know, time and time again on many different news platforms from many different people, even, you know, Americans, you know, some head of a state somewhere or, you know, a city or a town has stood behind a podium and said exactly the same thing. You know, people are being put down as COVID, even though they've not died of COVID. And on the government website at the moment, it still states that it's been changed from 28 days now to 60 days. You know, is it because the death rate was falling at a certain point? So what they're about to do now is anyone dying within 2 months now, not 1 month, 2 months now. It's ridiculous. And I've got another one here. I don't know if you're going to be able to hear this very well. I might play this a couple of times. What I might do is loop that quickly. I'll play it a couple of times just so you can get what's going on. It's not very clear, but from what the man's saying, it's fucking mental, honestly.
Because you test positive, we're not actually detecting the virus when we do these tests. We're not collecting virus from people and proving it's infectious. We are collecting virus and genetic information and proving we can detect it. Just because you test positive, we're not actually detecting the virus when we do these tests. We're not collecting virus from people and proving it's infectious. We are collecting virus and genetic information and proving we can detect it.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. You know, it's right in front of... Just, you know, it's funny, isn't it? You wonder why the news pump out the same information 24/7, 24/7, 24/7. You know, every hour, the headlines, bang, 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 bang. Because they're scared of people missing it, right? They're scared of people missing what they're telling you. But how many people have actually missed the first video? Sky News, Adam Bolton and his little man there, standing in front of 10 Downing Street, telling you how they're counting the deaths. And that may have been back in March, April last year, but they've not stopped. They've not stopped that practice. Even though it's wrong, they've not stopped it. You know, if just because you've tested positive for something, and have you noticed the actual infection rate has never come down? It's just constantly gone up. So that means that nobody has recovered from COVID. Nobody. Nobody's recovered from it. Seems a bit strange to me, to be honest. So there you go. That's hit the mainstream media, as you can see. So we can hope, obviously, because it says down the bottom, have you got a similar story? Well, you know, I mean, fuck me, bombard the newspaper. Send them everything you've got. You know, but how do they not see what we're seeing? How do they not notice any of this? How do they not see any of this? We see this on a daily basis because like-minded people share the stuff between themselves. The left are going, that's a lot of bollocks, they're sharing that. Right? Because they just won't, because I'm going to go and get my jab. Stay safe, stay home. You know, all of these fucking things they put around their photo. It's absolute bollocks. It really is. So, it'd be really, really good in the coming weeks, obviously, once people get on, you know, have you got a similar story? Well, actually, fucking yes, I have. I know of 2 people now that have died, and it's been put down as COVID, and these people have screamed blue fucking murder, and it changed. They've had it changed. Instant COVID, bang, job done. What, why? Fucking why? Anyway, that's a question we can ask later on. Once again, the depravity of the left and the celebrity woke wankers. I can't think of any other terminology for them, to be honest. I just can't. You know, you still want to listen to these fucking people, do you? You know, you still want to watch their films, still want to buy their CDs. Where's that one gone? They're the first ones, you know, because they're so virtuous, aren't they, these people? And so woke. Poor old Rush Limbaugh. I had the pleasure of listening to a couple of his shows. Very, very good, I must say. Very, very good. Whether that was years ago and it sort of pushed me to do what I do, I don't know. I can't say that it, you know, impacted me as much as it did other people, but even so. Rush Limbaugh. Celebrities have lined up to celebrate the death of Rush Limbaugh. Now, who again would do that? Amber Tamblyn tells him to rot in purgatory, R.I.P. Billy Baldwin has been wanker, hopes he will enjoy hell, and Rosanna Arquette calls his final days lonely, sad and empty. Right? They were literally queuing up. Hollywood celebrities openly celebrated the death of conservative radio host Rush Limbaugh on Twitter Thursday, with actress Amber Tamblyn telling him to rot in purgatory. Limbaugh, 70, died at home in Palm Beach, Florida on Wednesday morning following 12 months battle with lung cancer. His 4th wife, Catherine, announced the news of his death on his radio show to his loyal fans. But while conservatives across the nation mourned the loss of the larger-than-life broadcaster who laid waste to political correctness over his decades-long career, a cohort of celebrities took to social media to, as the Sun put it, dance on his grave. R.I.P. rot in purgatory, wrote actress Amber Tamblyn. Meanwhile, her husband, actor David Cross, tweeted, "Cancer killed the cancer." Fuck me. Actor Billy Baldwin, the brother of Hollywood star Alec Baldwin, wrote, "Enjoy hell. It's a real shame when someone wasted their lives spewing hate and lies. What lonely, sad and empty place it must be at the end," wrote BAFTA-winning actor Rosanna Arquette, who is known for her role in Pulp Fiction. It's easy to make fun of Rush Limbaugh right now, wrote TV writer Mike Drucker, but it's important to remember that he also brought a lot of people joy by dying. Fuck me, seriously, you know, these are the people that people look up to. These people look up to these, you know, the gym. They follow them around the red carpet and fucking, you know. Adding to the chorus of celebration was Hellboy actor Ron Perlman, who wrote, "Me being Hellboy and having spent so much time in Hades, I would like to extend my deepest sympathies to the poor devil who will no doubt have to spend the rest of eternity with Rush Limbaugh." The scores of tweets from liberals caused "rest in piss, good riddance and rot in hell" to trend on Twitter. Those are your celebrities, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrating the death of someone that they didn't agree with. And then we got all the screenshots, obviously, of the tweets. Actress and singer-songwriter Bette Midler wrote, Rush Limbaugh has gone to his reward, bet it's hot. Meanwhile, Rick and Morty writer Siobhan Thompson wrote, R.I.P. Rush Limbaugh died 69 years later than he should have. Sink Yuga, the host of Young Turks, took to Twitter to say he believed it was a weird idea to say artificially nice things about people after they die. I've never understood the logic of it, he continued. Rush Limbaugh was a terrible person while he was alive. He made a living by attacking the powerless. His death does not in any way change or redeem that. Crooked Media host Erin Ryan quipped, God has cancelled Rush Limbaugh. While musician Phineas chimed in, feeling sorry for the people of hell who now have to deal with Rush Limbaugh for the rest of eternity. Fuck me. Laugh my arse off. This is from Hazanabi. Hazanabi? I don't know. Laugh my arse off. Rush Limbaugh died before he could get a full week of coverage about how windmills are actually the reason why Texas is freezing, because they're just like fans in a room. I'm genuinely sorry that Rush Limbaugh didn't live one more day so he could have seen all the tweets. That's Mark Harris. Chris Cluey, I don't know, irredeemable, pudgy nobody. Good fuck Rush Limbaugh, and let the celebration about his death be a reminder to the rest of the racists and bigots that will happily dance on your graves too. Comedian Paul F. Tompkins wrote, if I had something to say positive, I guess I'm glad Rush Limbaugh lived long enough to get cancer and die. Throughout the barrage of celebratory tweets, rest in piss, good riddance and rot in hell started trending on Twitter under Rush Limbaugh's name. In a section explaining its trends on its website, Twitter discloses that trending topics are manually curated by its employees. We manually monitor trends and work to add context to help answer the question, why is this trending? The social media giant says, we do this through attaching a representative tweet to the trend, adding a headline and description, or curating a landing page to give more direct context. We may also add a combination of these. Twitter has not yet responded for a request for comment as to how terms such as rest in piss came to trend with Limbaugh's name. I mean, you know, I'm gobsmacked, to be honest. Now I'm just wondering now, if one of these people would have gone, didn't agree with him, rest in peace, you'll be sorely missed by many and not missed by others. Quite a neutral, middle of the road tweet. I wonder how many more would have gone on those lines and not been as fucking nasty as they were. What gives these people the right, when they got millions of followers, to publicly tell the family and the friends of that person that's died, I'm glad he got cancer? That's trolling. That's in direct contravention, I would have thought, of this trolling bollocks and comments that can and can't be made on Twitter. And Twitter's own staff made that trend. Get your head around that. Now, as I say, I'm no fans. I didn't really know. I listened to a couple of his shows many years ago, and thought, you know, great. Sean Hannity will interview Donald Trump tonight on Fox News and talk about Rush Limbaugh. A Nazi and a racist getting together at Klan headquarters to pay homage to a deceased white supremacist. Bishop Talbot Swan. Bishop Talbot Swan. Shannon Watts. Rush Limbaugh helped create today's polarised America by normalising racism, bigotry, misogyny and mockery. He was a demagogue who got rich off hate speech, division, lies and toxicity. That is his legacy. People shit on me for having been an OxyContin addict when Rush Limbaugh made it fashionable. Google it. I tried to do better after. He was a racist, misogynistic bigot and more, pushing a white supremacist agenda every day he breathed. Mark Hamill, Star Wars. You should never say bad things about the dead, only good. Joan Crawford is dead, good. Betty Davis. If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. My mum. Fucking, just despicable low-life pieces of fucking shit. They really are. Rush Limbaugh was a terrible human being in life, and I refuse to abide by the convention that his death absolves him from criticism for his legacy of bigotry. Louis Vattel, I don't know who that is. Once I learned my aunt listened to Rush Limbaugh, I knew never to speak to that aunt again. Thanks, Rush. Just depraved people. That's these fucking woke. And we got one from Candace Owens, look, heartbroken about Rush Limbaugh. So all of that, tweet after tweet after tweet. There were literally, I suppose there were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. All jumping on the same bandwagon. Celebrities doing what they do best. Wokeness, woke puppets, I don't know. You see, this is why these people are where they are, making films and making music. I expect them being, putting these things in plots, in storylines and writers and this, that and the other. That's why they've got these jobs. Because they run once again with the narrative and the agenda being pushed. And I'm sickened, I think, is the only word I can describe it as. Sickened by the amount of depravity. These people are actors. They're there to act. They're there to entertain us if we choose to be entertained by them. And if I don't want to be entertained by them, I'm not going to watch their It's funny, isn't it, really? Because in all of this cancel culture, it's only the left that like to cancel things, really. We say about boycotting this and boycotting that, but it's only because they've been attacked by the left. So the lefty company, you'll go and boycott that. So it's a retaliatory boycott. We don't often say let's fucking boycott everything. We just don't do that. Again, I'm beside myself with the thoughts that are going through my head at the minute, because these people are just disgusting, despicable people. Is it to keep them relevant? That was a great tweet. Employ him for the next Star Wars film. I mean, what the fuck is it? Why do they feel the need to why can't they just stand up and say what they're thinking, rather than run along with the crowd and join in with the evilness that was being shown on Twitter? And then showing everyone else, actually, that to tweet that out about a dead person is absolutely fine. It's acceptable. Disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting. Anyway, once again, as I say, I didn't really, I've not really followed Rush Limbaugh. I know plenty of people out there that possibly have, and are possibly, in their own way, mourning the loss of a legend, if that's what he was to people. But it doesn't matter, really, does it? Even in death, you're not free from the slanderous shit that these people want to throw at you, on Twitter, because all that their woke lefty lovers are all doing the same thing, and you're too scared to stand up and put your head above the parapet and go, you lot are fucking terrible. What do you think's going through their mind? Oh, that's disgusting, but I've got to say something. If I go against it, I probably won't get another job in Hollywood. Do you know what I mean? This is the peer pressure. This is the woke lot, the cancel culture, the people that think that they can literally sway your mind and your brain into thinking like them, when it's only those people that do it. You probably had others on there joining in, I would have thought, but it's certainly not a bit of what I believe, the movement as a whole to be. I've been trying to talk about liberalism for a while, and being liberal. Look at liberal in the dictionary. To be liberal in the dictionary is to take on other people's ideas and, open up a dialogue and talk about these things and accept other people's opinions, and, that's certainly not the left, is it? So we should never ever call them liberals. I think we're, in every terminology known to man, we are much more on a liberal base, on a liberal plane than the left are that profess to be liberals. We need to change that, to be honest. These people aren't liberal at all. You know, this is what they do. This is what these people do. I'd like to know who started it. You know, the first tweet, if we could go back and have a look at the dates and times possibly and, you know, find out what was what, you'd see who instigated all of that. You know, I once put out a nice little message for someone that we were wrapped up with at the time. I said, listen, you know, it's come to this point. We do wish him luck and, you know, blah, 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 blah. It's a very nice post. Some of you might remember it. I'm not going to say who it was about and this, that and the other, but, you know, I could have gone, that man's a cunt. He's fucking this, he's done that, right? And no doubt then, because I've started it, everyone underneath on the post that I made would have gone, fucking cunt, I knew it was a wrong one, right? It would have carried on like that. But you know what? Because of the post I put out, nothing but respect, admiration, and well wishes and good luck in the future. That's all that came from. All of the hundreds of comments underneath. Hundreds. I could have done that. I could have started, you know, fucking goes to the cunt. He done this, he done that. I could have done all of that. Of course I could. And that would have made people underneath that want to fit in with the narrative of what I've put out could have followed suit. But they didn't. Because I didn't choose to do that. I chose to wish him luck. In anything he wants to do. He's a great man. Blah, 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 blah. So you've only got to have one person start this on Twitter and it start going, because Twitter's employees make it trend, that it starts getting thrown at you in your news feeds. Right, you're getting it yet? Yes. That's it. You're getting it. Everyone's news feed, you see it. They propagate the tweets. They propagate the shares, the fucking retweets. They propagate it. It's in everyone's fucking news feed. And then the rest of them join in. Cool, you see how many likes you got on that? I'm going to have a bit of that. I'm going to have a bit. I wonder if I can do a better one than the last one. Fucking ridiculous. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. That, unfortunately, is what social media has driven people to be now. There's no love for their fellow human being at all. There's no thought of the family. There's no thought of anyone else that's feeling a certain way over somebody's death, as we saw earlier with Sir Captain Tom, with this complete fucking bellend. You know, that decided to say, you know, burn, old fella, burn. The only good Brit soldier is a dead one. You know, once again. Joseph Kelly, 35, from Castlemilk in Glasgow, making famous. What a cunt. What a cunt. I've never done that. You know, whether or not other people have, is, you know, I couldn't say, to be honest. I've certainly never seen any posts from anybody, certainly not on my friends list, I wouldn't have thought, or anyone that's commented on someone else when the judge, what's her name, died, you know, good fucking riddance and all, you know, I've never seen any of that. So it seems to be like a woke cultural thing, doesn't it? A leftist culture, or a leftist cult. We'll get the URE out the way. A leftist cult thing. They love to do this and mock the people that have died. Or anyone that's suffered a fucking injury or you know, lost something. They love to inflict, don't they? That's the left. All over. Not very tolerant people, are they? Not very tolerant at all. But they preach tolerance, don't they? They preach tolerance. I can't actually be tolerant themselves. Do as I say and not as I do. Same old shit. Disgusting, despicable, terrible, woke puppet wanks. Onto this one. Coca-Cola confirms and doubles down on training employees to be less white. To be less white. Could you imagine me owning a big firm and I see a lot of attitude from black people against white people, and I say, could you just be a little bit less black, please? Oh, fuck. Could you imagine? You'd be cancelled quicker than a fucking COVID-19 jab, wouldn't you? Right? You would, wouldn't you? The next time you invite some friends over to hang out, which may not be for some time, if you're in a state with a power-obsessed governor, be sure to ask them to pick up a few 2-litre bottles of Coca-Cola. Very good. On their way. Woca-Cola. You should get that trending on Twitter. I don't use Twitter, but you should all get that trending on Twitter. Woca-Cola. On Friday, the Coca-Cola company confirmed and stood by the fact that it has been requiring at least some of its employees to take part in an anti-racism training which inculcates employees on how to be less white. Carl Becker reported that the training curriculum was first exposed on Friday by Dr. Carolyn Borisenko, an organisational psychologist who is working to end the racially divisive ideology of critical race theory, right, by telling people be less white. Borisenko tweeted 4 different slides of the LinkedIn-based training titled Confronting Racism with Robin DiAngelo. The images taken from the training were, according to Borisenko, obtained from an internal whistleblower. The slides depicted contain phrases such as confronting racism, understanding what it means to be white, challenging what it means to be racist. The final leaked image in Borisenko's tweet emphatically demands in all red, emboldened font that trainees try to be less white. Fuck me. According to the training's webpage, its host Robin DiAngelo is the author of the book White Fragility, which alleges and attempts to explain why whites have a difficult time discussing race-related issues due to their inherent white privilege and the instilled belief of white superiority. Fuck me! It's fair to say that America has spent its entire history in a difficult conversation about race. The course description reads, and around the world, nations everywhere have joined the discussion in recent decades. This has manifested as a series of direct challenges to systemic racism and inequality that address the effects of white privilege. The relative immunity white people of European origin, enjoy relative to the challenges people of colour face. In this course, the description continues. Robin DiAngelo, the best-selling author of White Fragility, gives you the vocabulary and practices you need to start confronting racism and unconscious bias at the individual level and throughout your organisation. There's no magic recipe for building an inclusive workplace. It's a process that needs to involve people of colour, and that needs to go on for as long as your company's in business. But with these tools at your disposal, you'll be well on your way. Conservative commentator and author Candice Owens took to Twitter Friday to highlight the company's demonstrable bias and the double standard of such an anti-white training. And her tweet does read, if a corporate company sent around a training kit instructing black people how to be less black, the world would implode and lawsuits would follow. I genuinely hope these employees sue Coca-Cola for blatant racism and discrimination. Fucking well said. A prolific amount of Twitter users voiced their outrage. One user in particular noted that such race-baiting trainings are hurting our society and need to end. Ironically, Coca-Cola's Twitter bio contains a red heart emoji subsequent to the single phrase, everyone welcome. And while tap water may not be the tastiest, at least it doesn't hate white people. I mean, you know, once again, I think 13% of America are black, right? 13%. I think it's 3% in the UK. And going on those figures alone, why would you need to do that when these people are already buying your product? To be seen to be doing this to maybe sell a few more bottles of Coca-Cola, right? To be seen to be doing the right thing. So there you have it in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen. Be less white. You know what I mean? You got to be less white, bruv. Innit? Get me though. Fuck me. Who we got? We've still got people on YouTube. I've got no doubt we've still got people on VK and Wake Up and D Live and Twitch and Motiv8. So good evening to all of you. Thanks very much for keeping us company at the moment. Admin, thank you very much for joining us this evening. I can take your brain off of that now for the minute, because every time I come back in there's something else in there. Right, okay, so this this is from the 19th of February, this is yesterday. Disease X. brain swelling Nipah virus, 75 times more deadly than COVID, may be the next pandemic, as scientists warn of the big one. Right? The Nipah plague. Scientists fear the bat-borne virus, which is up to 75 times more deadly than COVID, could become the next pandemic. Countries at risk. Yeah. Okay. The fruit bat-borne virus Nipah is a prime candidate for serious concern, they fear. Severe brain swelling, seizures and vomiting are just some of the symptoms of this highly potent disease, which was first discovered in 1999 in Malaysia. Outbreaks in South and Southeast Asia show the virus to be extremely deadly, with a death rate of between 40 to 75%. COVID-19's fertility rate is about 1%, according to the Imperial College. It has also been named by the WHO as one of 16 priority pathogens for research and development due to its potential to trigger an epidemic. And chillingly, Nipah is just one of 260 known viruses with epidemic potential. The virus is such concern due to its long incubation period of up to 45 days. Many people could spread for over a month before falling ill, in its ability to cross between species. Nipah has also an exceptional high rate of mutation, and there's fears a strain more well adapted to human infection could easily and spread rapidly across the well-interconnected countries of Southeast Asia. But there's no there's no deaths. There's I'm just speed reading at the minute. More than 1 million pigs believed to be infected with the Nipah virus were slaughtered in Malaysia. Given enough opportunity, blah, fucking blah. This is a zoonotic virus knocking on the door, and we have to really work now to understand where human cases are occurring and try to reduce opportunities for a spillover, so it never gets the chance to adapt to humans. So it hasn't actually adapted to humans yet, but again, these are the headlines, they're fucking scaring people again. Oh my good God, fuck me, it isn't COVID, it's fucking Nipah. It's the fucking this, it's the African fucking variant, it's the Kent variant, it's the fucking... But there's no... It doesn't say how many people have died of it already, because apparently it can't. You can't die from it because it doesn't come across to us from animals. So why are they putting that headline out? Fear. New strain. Let's close that off. New strain. How deadly is the Finnish coronavirus variant? Well, let's hope it finishes it, right? New strains have been cropping up across the world in recent months. How deadly is the new Finnish coronavirus variant? This was also published yesterday. The new variant is thought to share some of the mutations seen in the Kent and South African strains, according to researchers. However, they believe that the combination is unique, therefore not making it the same strain. The discovery was made by Helsinki-based Vita Laboratories. In a statement, scientists who discovered the strain said Vita Laboratoria, or whatever, and the Institute of Biotechnology at the University of Helsinki have detected a previously unknown variant of the coronavirus in a sample from southern Finland. Mutations in this variant make it difficult to detect in at least one of the WHO-recommended PCR tests. This discovery could have a significant impact on determining the spread of the disease. Its resistance to current vaccines is not yet known. However, researchers have said that regular PCR tests will not be able to detect the new strain. This is similar to the South African variant, which can only be confirmed via lab analysis. So there you go. This is the Nipah virus, the Finnish. And then we got Russia reports world first case of human infection with H5N8 bird flu. This was from today, ladies and gentlemen. So you're all going to die. Yeah, you're all going to die. Well, there's another one after this. You thought COVID was bad. Ooh, fuck me. Hold on to your hats. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Russia said Saturday its scientists had detected the first case of transmission of the H5N8 strain of avian flu to humans and had alerted the World Health Organization. Fuck me, it's the worst thing you could do. Information about the world's first case of transmission of the avian flu to humans has already been sent to the World Health Organization. The head of Russia's health watchdog said in televised remarks, the highly contagious strain is lethal for birds but has never before been reported to have spread to humans. Popova said that scientists at Russia's vector laboratory had isolated genetic material of the strain from 7 workers of a poultry farm in southern Russia, where an outbreak was recorded amongst the birds in December. The workers did not suffer any serious health consequences, she added. Popova praised the important scientific discovery, saying, time will tell if the virus can further mutate. The discovery of these mutations when the virus has still not acquired an ability to transmit from human to human gives us all, the entire world, time to prepare for possible mutations and react in an adequate and timely fashion. So there you go, that's another one that possibly isn't going to go anywhere, but well, hey, fucking headlines, right? And Ebola. Fucking Ebola. WHO put 6 countries on urgent alert as deaths spread. This was from Tuesday, February the 16th. Health chiefs have warned of a looming Ebola crisis after fresh outbreaks were reported in Guinea and the Democratic Republic of Congo. 10 suspected cases of Ebola at the minute, and 5 people have died since the start of a new outbreak of the deadly virus in the southeast of the West African nation. Guinea's Ministry of Health said it identified 115 contacts of the known cases in the city of Nzikor, in the country's southeast, and 10 in the capital, Conakry, since the outbreak was confirmed on Sunday. Unlike the deadliest known outbreak, which tore through West Africa between 2013 and 2016, Guinean authorities have said they are better prepared to stop the spread of the virus. The Ebola virus causes severe bleeding and organ failure and is spread through contact with body fluids. The 2013-16 outbreak killed 11,300 people, mostly in Guinea, Sierra Leone and Liberia. Dr. Harris said health authorities had identified close to 300 Ebola contacts in the Congo outbreak. So you've got all that to look forward to, ladies and gentlemen. 2021's only just started, isn't it? Fuck me. Nipper. Oh, where'd I get this shit from? I already don't. So there you go. We got more to come, apparently. So there's your stories this evening so far. Transgender sprinters. I've got a picture for that. Where is it? Oh, cunt. Where is it? Oh. Oh, it was a good and all. Bollocks. Where's that gone? Ah, I didn't put it in. Oh well, never mind. Well, we'll put it out for the minute. It's just as funny as anything else. Transgender sprinters. Transgender sprinters finished first, second at Connecticut Girls Indoor Track Championships. I'll tell you what, fuck it, I've got to find that picture. Give me a second. Give me a second. Desktop, phone. Where is it? I must have missed it. I've got it here somewhere. So many fucking pictures and shit on my laptop, it's absolutely unbelievable. Oh, come on. Play the game, play the game. Oh, come on. Fuck's sake. Well, it might... No, it's gone. I couldn't take it off my phone. But basically, it was like a fucking meme thing of a picture of someone, you know, standing there. Are you an inadequate male with a javelin? And, you know, it was pretty good, to be honest. But, you know, once again, we're dealing with this woke bollocks. Andrea Yearwood hears the comments usually from adults and usually not to her face. She shouldn't be running, they say, not against girls. Yearwood, a 17-year-old junior at Cromwell High School, is one of 2 transgender high school sprinters in Connecticut transitioning to female. She recently finished second in the 55-metre dash at the State Open Indoor Track Championships. The winner, Terry Miller of Bloomfield High, is also transgender and set a girls' state indoor record of 6.95 seconds. Yearwood finished in 7.1 seconds, and the third place competitor, who is not transgender, finishes 7.23. That person used to come first, right? That person that come third used to be first. Miller and Yearwood also topped the 100-metre state championships last year, and Miller won the 300 this season. Critics say their gender identity amounts to an unfair advantage, expressing a familiar argument and a complex debate for transgender athletes as they break barriers across sports around the world, from high school to the pros. Break barriers. No, you're cheating. You're fucking cheating. That's what you're doing. Honestly, listen, men's sports, women's sports. In the middle, transgender sports, right? And once again, I'm going to say it because common sense must prevail. I've never seen one woman yet transitioning to be a male into male sports, right? Tell me if I'm wrong. Not one woman yet has transitioned to be a male and entered into male sports. Because they wouldn't fucking win, would they? I wonder if it stems from all that, you know, yeah, here's a medal because you took part anyway. No one wins. We've all come first here. Right? I wonder. I've actually got a video of some fucking thing. Do you know the thing? This could be it. I didn't name anything. That. Yep, I think it's this one. Yeah, have a listen to this. You'll like this.
Cody, pronouns em, ers, or zem, zers, or really any neo pronouns that aren't ze, her, hers. This is my first foray into TikTok. I come from the world of Instagram, where I had decided at one point that I was going to microvlog my gender transition, which might be the most pretentious thing I have ever said or tried to do. But I really just want to introduce myself and open myself up for questions. So again, hi, I'm Cody. I am a white transmasculine femme non-binary, temporarily mostly able-bodied, neurodivergent, obsessive-compulsive, chronically ill, culturally Jewish, Unitarian Universalist, non-monogamous, demi-low romantic, grey demi-bisexual, survivor of acute and complex trauma, millennial, and cat parent in mental health recovery. My identities are fluid and ever-changing and don't like boundaries. And I just want to open there. I'm Cody.
Fucking mental case. Absolute fucking mental case. Where's the mental health for these people? Where's the mental health for these people? What the fuck is going on in this world? Did you fucking hear all that? Did you hear all that? That's too much. One day, I'm just going to die laughing here. You know that, don't you? I'm just going to die from laughter. Fuck me. Well, there you have it. The stupidity, it knows no bounds. Because unfortunately, we're allowing these people to run amongst us. And that has been this week's headlines. I'm not going to go through them again. It doesn't seem to be much point, to be honest. You've heard what I've had to say. I've got some videos and bits and pieces lined up just to break the monotony of the show. A couple of music vids and a couple of bits and pieces. So I'm gonna play a few of them. Give me a chance to go to the toilet, and I think we're gonna get the phone line open. Is what we're gonna do. My phone's charged up. I'll get the case off it and plug it in. We'll play a few videos and then we'll get the phone line open. You should all know the number by now. It's on the top of the fucking screen at Motiv8. I just honestly can't believe the way the world's going. And you know, we keep saying it, and I can't say it enough, to be honest. All of this is designed, you know, this is cultural, isn't it? This is cultural, because sooner or later you're going to end up with, because they are a minority, a very small minority in their country, believe it or not, and across the world, that the numbers are only going to grow because people are being encouraged by the media, they're being encouraged by mental health experts, by schools, by teachers, by even parents, right? I can't. Hang on a minute. I'm missing a lot of pictures. Fuck it. Oh, here it is. Look. No, it ain't. Oh, there's another one I haven't got. Look, I couldn't have got it off my phone. There was another one. Is it a boy or a girl? Or I don't know. We can't assign a gender to it, but it's got a cock. You know, just the world's gone fucking mental. You can't. I'm not even going to bother. I'm just not going to bother. I'm not going to bother. It just seems to be no point. You all fucking know the dangers. It's going to bring our birth rates down. You know, and then you got the likes of social services taking children away with future emotional harm. And it won't be the people that took their children to have this jab to try it out on children. No, it'll be from, you know, healthy homes, from people that can't have children together because it's biologically fucking impossible. And they're stealing children from people and handing them about. And you know, and I said it the other night and I'll say it again, you know, if we can believe that a smoker is going to have a child and that child is more likely to smoke because they're seeing what their parents are doing, then I'll rest my case when you're going to put a child with two people of the same sex, right? Will they be brought up on a fair playing field of you can be a boy if you want to be a boy, you can be a girl if you want to be a girl, or will they actually do this? Or, you know, you could go out with a girl or go out with a boy, or will it be what these people are? Will they pass it on to the children? You know, again, it's a downward fucking spiral as far as I can see. My views, obviously, I'm allowed that, and I'm allowed that, and I think it's absolutely fucking terrible, to be honest. That we're allowing this to go on. Transgender toilets in our schools. I think it's up something like 3,000% gender dysphoria now, because everybody's telling everyone else when you're going through these little problems when you're a teenager, hitting puberty. You know, some people get spots, some people get moody, blah, 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 we can't deal with it. Well, you should be a girl, well, you should be a boy. Absolute bollocks. You know, the kids can't vote, they can't smoke, can't drive, can't drink, but they can possibly, you know, make this informed choice on what gender they want to be. And Twitter at the moment are actively seeking out the detransitions and removing them from Twitter, because they don't want the rest of them that are transitioning to see that these people are now detransitioning and what a fucking mistake they made because they wasn't old enough to make that choice in the first place. And Twitter are actively removing those tweets. So the people with a story to tell, to warn others, which is the same fucking script over and over again, you know, are being taken down because you can't show that to the people that are transitioning. Oh shit, I could be making a mistake. You know, surely that would be for the betterment of everybody, rather than go through something that could absolutely and utterly mentally fuck you right up to have to detransition later on. But that's Twitter for you again. See, we are being corralled, and our world is being shaped by these big tech companies. You know, you can talk about some things, you can't talk about others. You can post this, you can't post that, and it is socially conditioning all of us, unwittingly, unknowingly, some people. Although I know completely and utterly that it is socially conditioning all of us, and there, you know, we do have to think about what we post on Facebook, so as to not get a ban. That's you're being socially conditioned to accept their normal. All right, freedom of speech is over. It's this is the way it's going. Anyway. I'm going to play you a couple of videos, as I just said, and I think I'm going to be back in a moment.
I start the day with a good hot breakfast, porridge, eggs and bacon, and a drop of whiskey and tea.
You can defy the virus then,
Ah, very good. What about you, madam?
I believe in a good breakfast, but I also believe if you have got the flu, rinse your inside out with continually with boiled water, about 4 or 5 half-pint glasses a day, boiled water.
Well, my remedy for flu is to get a small Spanish onion, chop it up finely, and put some brown sugar over it and a little vinegar. And then when it's into a syrup, take a spoonful before you go to bed. It's a very good remedy.
Well, I'm a great believer in whiskey. I'm like the Scotchman. I believe in a drop of whiskey warm, and it sort of cures the germs.
What's your recipe?
A jolly good hot rum punch and a jolly good sweat and stuff in bed till it's all over. Mm-hmm. Right?
Well, my mother recommends an old sweaty sock with salt round your throat, good pullover, and a good hot water bottle, and sweat it out. And then if you feel that you're not going to spread germs around, then get up.
Well, I think it's quite a simple ailment to deal with. I take a jolly good dose of salts and let nature do the rest.
Well, the best way that we find, and the only way, is the use of elderflower wine. If you take a good glassful tonight and you go to bed and you sweat it out, you know, and you're all right in a day too.
Well, there is a good cure in mustard and lard, and you rub the two well together and get a good blend in, and then after it's really, I don't know how to do it, but my father does it.
But does he eat it, or does he rub it into his chest?
No, rub it on your chest, in the front and back.
Oh.
And it is a good cure.
I see. How about you? Have you got a good cure?
Goose grease. You can rub that on your chair, you know, after you've been cooking a goose, and then keep the grease and rub it on your chair.
A large sheet of brown paper and cut it to go under the arms.
Yes.
And you warm it first and get hot, warm goose grease. So as and spread mustard over the brown paper first.
Yes.
Get warm goose grease, which most people have got in the house. You spread it over the mustard on the paper to avoid any burning of the skin.
I see.
And should inflammation be setting in, as the doctor says it does sometimes, you boil elderflower and give the patient a dose of the elderflower water.
I see. But then you go to bed with this on, this
yes,
brown paper?
Yes, and the goose grease avoids it from burning.
Oh.
You get the ordinary mustard and you spread it onto the brown paper and warm the goose grease on the hob and just spread it over there.
Don't you find it a bit messy?
Oh, well, you've got to spread that. You've got to put up with that, haven't you?
Well, if I feel as if the flu is coming on me, I take a nice big tumbler full of hot lemonade, put in about 3 teaspoonfuls of rum, 2 aspirins, get into bed, cover myself up well, tie the stocking that I've been wearing on my feet, one of them around my throat, with a safety pin, and stay in bed and sweat it out. And in the morning, change my pajamas and stay in the bed. And then again, I do it again, and that's once in the afternoon, once again at night. And I find in 3 days' time, I'm cured.
What do you find is the best way to cure the flu?
Well, just think that you haven't got it, and to, better than that, boil onion.
Yes.
And just leave it go cool, warm, just cooler for drinking, and drink it up, and that's it. And just don't be hang about, just get out of it and work it off yourself. That's the only thing that, well, I've still got it now and I'm still about.
You've got flu now, have you? Well, in that case, I won't keep you another minute, thank you.
Good evening. Tonight's Spectrum looks at one of the major problems in the world today, the whole vexed question of what is going on. Is there still time to confront it, let alone solve it, or is it too late? What are the figures? What are the facts? What do people mean when they talk about things? Alexander Hardacre of the Economic Affairs Bureau.
In this graph, this column represents 23% of the population. This column represents 28% of the population, and this column represents 43% of the population.
Telling figures indeed. Well, what do they mean to you? What do they mean to me? What do they mean to the average man in the street? With me now is Professor Tiddles of Leeds University. Professor, you spent many years researching into things. What do you think?
I think it's too early to tell.
Too early to tell? Too early to say. It means the same thing. The word say is the same as the word tell. They're not spelt the same, but they mean the same. It's an identical situation we have with ship and boat, but not the same as we have with bar and bar. They're spelled differently, mean different things, but sound the same. But the real question remains, what is the solution, if any, to this problem? What can we do? What am I saying? Why am I sitting in this chair? Why am I on this programme? And what am I going to say next? Here to answer this is a professional cricketer.
I can say nothing at this point.
Well, you were wrong, Professor. Hello. Hello. So, where do we stand? Where do we stand? Where do we sit? Where do we come? Where do we go? What do we do? What do we say? What do we eat? What do we drink? What do we think? What do we do?
Jalan. Ayo, jalan. Jalan. Matanya ditutup. Tutup. Sambil jalan.
I think it's crazy I'm the one who they labeled as controversial, and Cardi B is the role model for 12-year-old girls. There's rappers pushing Xanax at the top of the billboard, but if I mention race in a song, I'm scared I'll get killed for it. It's backwards, it's getting exponentially dumb. It's more difficult to get a job than purchase a gun. Eminem used to gay bash and murder his mom, and now he doesn't want fans if they voted for Trump. We're ashamed to be American. You should probably love it, cause you have the right to hate it and not get stoned to death in public. As children we were taught how to walk and talk, but the system wants adults to sit down and shut up. Cancel culture runs the world now, the planet went crazy. Label everything we say as homophobic or racist. If you're white, then you're privileged, guilty by association. All our childhood heroes got Me Too'd or they're rapists. They never freed the slaves. They realized that they don't need to change. They gave us tiny screens, we think we free cause we can't see the cage. They knew that race war would be the game they need to play. For people to big teams, they use the media to feed the flame.
They so fake woke. Facts don't care about feelings. They know they won't tell me what to believe in. They so fake woke. Same old safe zones. They so fake woke. Facts don't care about your feelings.
I think it's crazy how these people screaming facts, but they fake woke. Hate their neighbor cause he wears a mask or he stays home. Has a daughter but his favorite artist said he slays hoes. Picks her up from school, music slaps on the way home. Censorship's an issue cause they choose what they erase. There's a difference between hate speech and speech that you hate. I think Black Lives Matter was the stupidest name, when the system's screwing everyone exactly the same. I just wanna spend Thanksgiving Day with food and my family, without being accused of celebrating native casualties. We got so divided it's black and white and political. Republicans are bigots, libtards if you're liberal. There's riots in our streets and it's just getting worse. Y'all screaming deep on the police, y'all are genius for sure. They're underfunded already, they're way too busy to work. Order food and call the cops, see what reaches you first. Segregation ended, that's a lie in itself. That was a strategy to make us think they were trying to help. They knew that racism was hot if they designed it to sell. We buy up every single box and divide us ourselves.
They so fake woke. Facts don't care about feelings. They know they won't tell me what to believe in. They so fake woke. Same old safe zones. They so fake woke. Facts don't care about your feelings.
We use violence to get peace and wonder why it isn't working. That's like sleeping with a football team to try and be a virgin. Politicians are for sale and someone always makes the purchase, but you and I cannot afford it, our democracy is worthless. If a man has mental illness, call him crazy, say it silently. When country's going crazy, we accept it as society. Get sick and take a pill, when the side effects get you high, you get addicted like these rappers dying fighting with sobriety. Censoring the facts turns our children into idiots. They claim it's for our safety, I'll tell you what it really is. Removing information that empowers all the citizens. The truth doesn't damage points of view that are legitimate. They're trying to change amen to amen and women. How'd we let them make praying a microaggression? Instead of asking God for the strength to keep winning, we cheat to get ahead and then we ask him for forgiveness. Feminism used to be the most righteous of fights, but these days it feels like they secretly hate guys. I don't trust anyone who bleeds for a week and don't die. I'm just kidding, but everything else that I said is right.
They so fake woke. Facts don't care about feelings. They know they won't tell me what to believe in. They so fake woke. Same
we are saying don't go to work, go to work. Don't take public transport, go to work, don't go to work. Stay indoors. If you can work from home, go to work. Don't go to work. Go outside, don't go outside. And then we will or won't, something or other.
Well, London is the safest global city in the world and one of the safest cities in the world. And one of the reasons I can say that London is the safest global city in the world and one of the safest cities in the world is because there were literally tens and thousands of terrorists keeping our cities safe.
London, you're not the safest at all. You might trip over a corpse. We all want you to quit, Sadiq Khan. Here in London, with the religion of peace, they'll throw acid at you. Now it's time to replace Sadiq Khan. Here in London, where the gunshots ring out, but it's your speech they restrict. I'd like to throw off the bridge, Sadiq Khan. Here in London, diversity is our strength. As long as you are left wing, you look like a pigeon, Sadiq Khan. London, the refugees are welcome. You can bring all your wives, the cost of housing is high, Sadiq Khan. Here in London, where the air is toxic, the streets are full of addicts, and the mayor is a prick, Sadiq Khan.
Well, you know, as the winters are coming, so we're going to have a lot of winter pressure, so it's always good to get yourself covered.
In the annual battle against flu, Simi Kaur is on the front line. She's part of the campaign to encourage all staff at Sunderland Royal Hospital to get the vaccine.
There we go, all done.
The aim is to safeguard not only staff members themselves, but prevent the spread of flu to their families and patients.
I'm really enthusiastic about trying to protect our patient. Like, I want to play that role that we are not giving any harm to our patient. So this is quite important that we act as as a source of information to all our staff, that it is really important. It is their duty to protect themselves, to protect their patient.
As the flu vaccination message goes out to NHS staff, the hospital is also urging members of the public to protect themselves.
Over the course of last winter, 27 people were admitted to this intensive care unit suffering from flu. A significant proportion of those didn't survive. A number of others have been left with disabilities.
And while some people are more vulnerable to flu, the nurse in charge of this ward says it can have devastating consequences for anyone.
Those patients we do get who are fit and healthy can also be admitted to intensive care because of flu, and some patients don't survive. So it is a very, very serious illness, and it puts a lot of strain on the NHS.
But there is some good news in the fight against flu, in the form of new equipment providing far quicker diagnosis. Between January and March 2017, it took on average almost 46 hours to confirm a flu diagnosis from the point a patient was first seen. As a result of new testing methods introduced last winter, the timescale has been reduced considerably to an average of 1 hour, 20 minutes.
It's fair to say it has revolutionised the way we approach patients with suspected flu at this time of year. Not only does it mean we can identify the patients who definitely have flu and start treatment very quickly, it also avoids giving medications that may be unnecessary to patients, but also knowing which patients need isolating and which don't.
In the meantime, the emphasis is on prevention rather than cure. So for nurse Simi Kaur, the flu vaccine campaign continues. Helen Ford.
Well, I hope you took that in, ladies and gentlemen. Even fit and healthy people, young people coming in with the flu, dying. Flu, dying. Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. Constantly banging on the door of this flu thing for many, many years, to be fair. America's been terrible for it. Every year before flu season, it's going to be really, really bad this year. It's going to be really, really bad this year. You can go back through the years on YouTube and actually find that out for yourselves. That's a video I found a little while ago from years past, obviously, talking about the flu and who dies, and not too dissimilar, is it not, from what we're seeing at the moment. Fucking strange that. Bearing in mind flu is now non-existent because apparently social distancing, wearing masks and washing our hands has got rid of the flu, but we're spreading COVID. What a load of bollocks. But there you go, that's just my thoughts and opinions. First phone call of the evening. I just had a message, so I'm going to call this lady back. It's up to her if she wants to give you her name, obviously. I'm not into... Oh. Let's make sure all my volumes are up.
Hello.
Hello, good evening. It's Davey, you're on Motiv8. If you want to introduce yourself or call yourself something else, it's entirely up to you.
Oh, hello, I'm Midge.
Midge. Hello, Midge. Good evening. And welcome to Motiv8 Radio. First time caller. All right, listen, get comfortable. It's all good.
Right, thank you. Good evening, how are you? Yeah, first time caller. A little bit starstruck.
Starstruck? Don't be silly.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
You know what, honestly, I'm only doing what other people do. There's no, no P's and Q's here. No political correctness. We do things completely differently. I don't sit there and ask you questions and put you under pressure. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about, and I will agree or disagree, and it doesn't matter what goes on. Because I think what you're going to...
I've heard you plenty of times. Sorry to interrupt.
That's all right, you can.
I listen to you most weeks. In fact, I can go into work. I work nights sometimes, and my colleagues jump in because I've shared your show, and they start telling everybody that I like anal probing because of what you're talking about. So I know there's no P's and Q's. But yeah, thanks for letting me come on your show.
Not a problem at all. Right, listen, on your message, you're not happy with this transgender situation going on at the minute, and whether it be through weightlifting in the Olympics to track events or boxing and cage fighting, it all seems to be going the wrong way, and what we're doing at the moment is squashing women's rights. What do you think on that?
I don't really think it's squashing women's rights. I think everybody's getting this completely wrong. I see this as domestic abuse, as far as I think it's narcissism. Any guy, let's take away the trans thing just for a second. So a guy wants to identify and change his gender and be a woman. Okay, right, that's fine. But don't get in a ring and start smashing women. Taking into consideration that every woman, it's not about, we have equal rights and things like that. Biologically and just physically, our skulls are designed to be a lot thinner than men's skulls. And yes, I know women can, do the weightlifting. They can all. It's not about that women can't be stronger, but women are designed to be more delicate than fellas. And so whether they want to, these trans, and sorry if I don't sound very PC.
Dave, you don't have. Listen, you've really not got to worry about that on this show. Trust me.
Okay, so thank you. I'm not trying to put down anybody who identifies as trans here. I'm not. My terminology may be completely out of whack here. I haven't really thought about it in that sense. So I'll just speak, if that's okay. Any guy who wants to identify as a woman and change their gender. That's fine, but don't get in a ring and start battering a woman.
I think you're referring to Fallon Fox, are you not? I think they're retired now. But Fallon Fox has broken 2 women's skulls since retired, I do believe. So not doing it any longer, but certainly, I think what's more troubling and worrying is, like I explained earlier, when you've got these people throwing their kids up for jabs, and you've got these people that take their children along to these gay pride marches when these guys are walking around with dildos hanging off a suit. You're also now championing the fact and paying to watch a man beat the fuck out of a woman. That can't be right.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I don't see why anybody should be walking around the streets hanging a dildo off themselves. Anyway, no matter what they identify themselves as, there's a place and a time.
Well, it certainly isn't in the streets of London, is it? Or, in the streets of Brighton, walking around, showing off your ultimate gayness. I mean, look, we don't have heterosexual pride, do we? Although we are proud of our heterosexual ways, we don't have a march for that. We don't have a group for that. And if we did have a group for that, we'd be called bigots for promoting homosexuality.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I post memes that are really quite vulgar. And I do it just because I don't understand how they're allowed to be loud and proud and I'm not supposed to be loud and proud that I want my vagina smashed. What's the difference?
We see, once again, it's the social conditioning, isn't it? You've got to go along with one agenda and one narrative, whilst not speaking, or being proud of your own sexuality, be it heterosexuality, or heterosexual. You must go along with the narrative, and once again, I can't understand how anyone would champion that. Joe Biden, I mean, what sort of president sets a precedent that says you can put adult men in with young girls in a changing room because they're identifying as a female? And we've seen plenty of stories at the moment, over the last few years, certainly, of men acting inappropriately towards young girls, even though they are identifying as a woman. None of this makes any sense. There is a mental illness, I'm sure of it, okay? And this isn't normal.
Definitely.
This isn't normal.
No, it's not normal. And quite regularly I stick on my Facebook and it's it's quite out there, hang all pedos.
Yep.
And somebody put on my Facebook that's not actually going to help. I'll have to find the post. Give me a second. But something to do with statistics and how it wouldn't actually help anything. Whereas, I'm just from the sort of belief that... Oh, sorry, my phone's going off here. I'm just from the belief that if you actually hung them all, that's a big enough deterrent, isn't it?
Well, you would have thought so, wouldn't you? You know, look, we're dealing with something now that we didn't really see a lot of years ago. You know, much like we didn't see knife crime, we didn't see these things going on until it was publicised by the media companies and then promoted by the media companies, and then obviously promoted in schools and everywhere they can promote this thing, they're promoting it. And when you've got a child growing up, from the age of 6 years old. And in a school they have drag queen story hour, and you've got a man dressed as a woman with a beard, cross his legs with his nuts hanging out, sitting on a stage talking to the young children, telling them it's okay to wear a dress. This is your conditioning.
Story hour.
Well, you see, but that's the thing. To be more inclusive and apparently to teach our children to be more inclusive and diverse and to look at everyone normally instead of, being transphobic or homophobic or this, that and the other, which are these words that are thrown around because I don't believe that a man should be fucking a man or, that's my own belief. If they want to do that behind closed doors, then you crack on. But for argument's sake, to put that in front of our children and to have that in drag, I've got videos of a woman saying that a paedophile isn't a paedophile, it's a sexual orientation. And we shouldn't demonise them for it. I've got a video on my computer about it, and she was actually talking on the stage.
I totally believe you. And where I'm coming from is just that thing with the just reading hour. Why does it have to be? Why do you have to stick a drag in there?
Well, exactly.
What happened to the old school mum? What happened to just normal people? Why does it have to be identified? You're almost pushing it down children's necks that they have to make a choice. You don't have to make drag queens or any kind of sexuality normal for a child.
No, of course.
Just let them be a child just read the story.
That's it. But again, this is what they're doing. They think that, I do believe at the moment there's between 200,000 and 500,000 transgenders in this country, of which only 5,000, I do believe, at this particular moment in time, have actually legally, changed their name and, done what they're about to do to become this other person. So the minority is a real big, I say a real big minority.
This isn't even about trans. Sorry to interrupt. This isn't even about trans, though. This is about reading a story to children.
Well, it's also about transgender sports. It's about men competing in women's sports. It's about
going back to
So when we understand at the moment that they are a very small minority in our country. So why are we then teaching everybody else to accept what they're doing, even if we find it perverse, even if we find it wrong, even if we find it along the lines of mental health and they need help? Why then can't we talk about it? And why are we called transphobic for talking about it?
Of course we can talk about it. What I'm saying is, any trans man who gets into a ring and wants to smash a woman's head in, that shouldn't be allowed. It's not about him being trans. It's about the physicality about it.
Well, he's not a trans, is he? He's a man. Let's get away from the terminology of trans, right? It's a man. XXXY chromosomes. XXXY. It's never been proven that there's a third set of chromosomes that make you a certain way. So scientists, they say follow the science on COVID, follow the science on climate change. They won't follow the science on XXXY, will they? Because this is a sexual orientation. This is a life choice. It isn't. It's got nothing to do with biology. This is rubbish. So they're not trans.
We're not allowed to say that that's not allowed because that makes us transphobic.
Bigots. Yeah.
So we can't say that that's not allowed. You can't put him in that ring to smash a woman's head in. Because we're bigots and we're wrong for that. I don't think we're wrong. I find that guy who actually wants to identify as a woman and go in that ring, right? If a man wants to identify as a woman and change his gender and take the hormone, that's fine, right? That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the guy who wants to change his gender, identify as a woman, knowing he has some sort of he has the advantage over a woman. He wants to then get in a ring and smash a woman.
Let's not focus. Yeah, let's not focus too much on the ring. We've also got to focus on the fact that these men, and it has been seen and been reported on widely, actually, that the men that are competing in men's sports that are something like 200th in the world then become number one in the world because they now identify as a female, entering female sports and winning and dominating those sports because they're pretending to be a girl, pretending to be a woman. And it doesn't matter what bits you chop off. It doesn't matter what bits you add on. It doesn't matter what therapy you have. You can't can't change your chromosomes. You're born as you're born. That's it. So these people are weak, for starters, all right? They haven't won because they can't win because they're not good enough. They won't give up their dream of winning something, so they'll cheat. If this is like a cheat code on the old PlayStations, you know, they'll cheat, they'll enter something. I mean, what's next? What's next, right?
Hang on.
Sorry,
understand
2
what
seconds,
you're
Midge.
saying.
2 seconds, Midge.
Sorry.
What if then, me missing the top bit of my finger, right? And I do miss the top bit of my finger. Many years ago that happened, right? What if then I go, well, actually, I'm going to go into disabled sports and go into the Olympics because I've got a little bit of my finger chopped off, right? Hang on a minute. That's not allowed. So why is it allowed for a man that is a man, biologically a man? Doesn't matter what you cut off, what you do, how you treat these people, what drugs you give them. They're a man. Putting them in with women's sports. You don't get it the other way around, right? And this is fact. You don't get a woman transition to be a man and then enter male sports. It doesn't happen. It's never happened, and it never will happen because they don't have the advantage. The man has the advantage, and because they can't win at anything else, they take advantage of the situation, identify as a woman, and then go and break all the records. And the person that used to come first in those races is now coming third against two trans athlete males that are beating them across the board on all the track events. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Right, okay, so, and I totally agree with you. I'm not arguing with you. All I want to say is, let's just change what people are calling them. Let's not identify them as trans or anything. I tell you what, I would label them as narcissists.
Yep. Men.
They are just
Men.
narcissists. Can I also just go back to your finger thing? You're taking your finger thing off.
Yep.
Right, that's like you or myself losing my thumb and you going in and wanting a thumb war.
Exactly. You know,
you do have the advantage. I don't see them, and I'm not labeling them, and I'm kind of hoping I don't get much backlash from coming on. And like I say, my terminology is questionable at the best of times. But I do, it's not about labelling them as anything other than narcissists as far as I'm concerned. I totally agree they can't win in, with their own gender, and they just have to beat, yes, they beat women as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, they just have to win, don't they?
Well, you
change
see,
gender and...
Well, you see, listen, look, just because they're living in fairy tale land and living in a make-believe world doesn't mean to say I have to go along with it. So when you've got these people perpetuating this, which is the media, you've got all sorts of media, when they put a report out and say these trans athletes, they call them she. No, they're not a she, they're a fucking he, right? They're a male. You can't change chromosomes. It's biologically impossible. It always has been impossible. But they won't follow the science with that, but they want us to follow the science with everything else until it comes down to being transgender. Now, listen, like I've said before, I don't agree with it. But if you want to do this and you want to do it in, behind your closed doors or, do it, I don't care what you do. When you're going to start ramming it down children's throats, when you want to start ramming it down children's throats in schools, transgender toilets, gender dysphoria is up by 3,000% in the last 2 or 3 years, right? When you put all of that together, and then you put the fact that you've got men competing in women's sports unfairly when women aren't competing in men's sports, because that would still be unfair to the woman, then you've got to see these people as being what they are. They're mentally ill, narcissists, like you say, can't compete or win in their own field, so they decide to come lower down. And I'm not putting women down, please don't, but they are coming down the levels.
I totally
Imagine playing a computer game years ago. You have difficulty levels, don't you? So it's expert, normal, intermediate, fucking beginner. They're going back to intermediate or beginner, because they're finding it easier to win. So to transition to be a woman, or just to call yourself a woman and then go in and lift 4 times as much weight in the weight training as a woman is completely unfair. It's ridiculous.
Can I just go back to something that you just said there, and then I'll get back to your computer thing? The way you said, what you said about them wanting to be identified as she.
Yep.
You can call them something, they can just put their hands up and say, I'm totally offended by that.
Yep.
I don't want to be identified as she. You should identify me as a he, she, or
they,
trans,
yep.
or
Yep.
you should. And they take offence. You can never ident or talk about them in a way that is peace. Well, even if you, what I'm trying to say is, even if you speak about them in a way that you believe is PC and trying not to offend, if they don't like what you're saying, they will take offence at how you identified them and then call you a racist.
And then, that becomes hate speech because you're phobic, you're transphobic,
Exactly.
homophobic. You got my pronouns wrong. It's an absolute fucking minefield because you've got mentally ill people out there that aren't being treated for their mental illness and their perversions, that are becoming, women. It just absolutely and utterly defies belief that these people are getting away with this in women's sports. Now, when I say it's going against women's rights, it is really, because these are now competing in an unfair game or an unfair track event or an unfair this and the other, when they're going to be completely dominated by the male aspect, because these people sometimes are bigger. They are all sorts of business. Do you know what I mean? So, you can't say that these people are going to win because they're better. You're going to say they're going to win because they're bigger, they're stronger.
They are genetically made that way.
Yeah. So and it's not fair, is it?
That's coming from a woman. They are genetically made that way. Women's skulls are genetically made thinner than a male's. A male might take that crack to the head and it not crack their skull. They have got a very unfair advantage.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
It's narcissism that gets them in that ring. But yeah, and the thing with the story time with a drag queen. Look, not that I've got anything against drag queens. It's just, why does that have to? Just read the story. Why do you have to make it acceptable to a child to accept somebody who dresses as a woman?
Well, you see, once again, it's for this inclusivity and diversity, isn't it? Because what they want to do is normalise this perversion in front of the children. So when the children grow up, when these people are walking down the street, you're not even going to take a second glance. It's going to become the new normal, isn't it? You're going to take this as being the normal situation when it should never be taken like that. Look, in working men's social...
I get what you're saying. Look, if I was driving up the roads, going to see my dad, and my child's in the back of the car, and there's a fella dressed as a woman on the street doing his shopping, right, sounds. They don't have to be all dressed up in drag to make it okay to read a story to children.
Right, okay. We've established that. Obviously, this becomes something again where you are indoctrinating the children to believe a certain ideology, a certain lifestyle choice. And like I say, if these people want to do it, then let them do it. But, what we're dealing with again is this fascination with keeping a minority happy when there really is no need to do that. Not when it comes to children. It's got nothing, look.
Yeah, exactly. They don't have to choose a sexuality.
But that's what's happening, unfortunately. That's what's happening.
Exactly. Yeah, they don't need to choose a gender. All these celebrities who are bringing their kids up, they're 6 years of age and, they decide they want to be, they say they want to be a girl, and so they are raising them as, the opposite gender to what they are.
Well, look at Charlize Theron. Charlize Theron, the actress, right? I used to like her, believe it or not. Not in that way, but just certainly a good actress. I like her films. Going back to Devil's Advocate all those years ago. Great film. She literally adopted 2 black boys. And I've seen photographs of her with her black boys, dressing them up as little girls, wearing tutus and princess dresses.
Them as children.
It's child abuse. It's child abuse.
I think so. I think it's just mentally, it's confusing for them. I used to live across from a really good friend of mine. Had all boys. Eldest boy was in my eldest year in school. She's 20 now, and then 2 twins, and then a little boy after that. And the little boy wanted to run round because the girl across the street had a child at the same age as the little one, was a girl, and so they would play together. And so he would be running around the estate with a buggy. that doesn't mean that he wants to identify as a girl. You know, they didn't start, you know, if he'd have gone in and said, oh, I want to dress like my mates across the street. It's just because that's how they dress. And you see it lots with little boys. You know, they want to do tea parties and they want to play dolls. And it's just because they're identifying with somebody of the same age, maybe. You know, they start school and, you know, they make a friendship with the opposite sex and they want to play house or something. It doesn't mean that you should raise them then as the opposite sex. It shouldn't even come into it. Just let them be kids. You know?
Yeah, of course. Completely
Don't
agree.
gender identify anything. Just let them go into school and play house. And if he wants to run around with a buggy, and if she wants to wear a pair of dungarees and play with what were they called? G.I. Joe things.
Action men,
you
yeah.
know, it doesn't mean that you should don't gender specific them, just let them be children. That's what really gets my goat. Don't gender specific them. And so many celebrities are doing that. Like you say, Charlize Theron, I think Angelina Jolie did it with one of them, Shiloh.
Yeah.
You don't have to gender specify your children, just let them grow up.
See, but look at what that's doing when these celebrity types do that. When the celebrity types do it, oh, look what they're doing. That's great. What a lovely progressive way to be. You're so woke. It's so lovely to watch. I'm going to do that with my children. It's almost like, you know, like the badge, the COVID badge of honour. It's almost the same with these people. It's to fit in with this new progressiveness that's going on. They feel the need to follow the crowd rather than stand up against it because it's an easier path to tread. It's an easier path for them. You know, not once would I ever say, you know, little Henry comes round, bless him, and his hair's quite fucking long. It's blonde, it's curly. He's fucking gorgeous, he is. But they put it in a little
Sounds
ponytail.
like Henry from Neighbours. Remember Henry
He's got a little ponytail on the top of his head. Keep it out of his eyes, and they don't have it cut yet. You know, and it's grown much faster than Reggie's head. And I've got a photograph of Reggie with you know, not a skinhead, but you know, I've got a pair of headphones on him. And I want to recreate that photograph of Henry. I'm going to do the same thing with Freddie, with Mark's boy. You know, but they've kept. But it's not because he's playing with dolls and you know they're going to try and identify him as a girl. It's because to keep the air out of his eyes, they put a little fucking man bun on him, and he looks cute as fuck like it because he's really fucking pretty, to be honest. You know, but again, these are the things that people go, oh look at his hair, and he's playing with dolls. He's doing. Maybe we shouldn't actually stereotype him as being a male and specifically gender identify him as male. We'll just let him make his own mind up. You know, and coming to the age of 6 and 7, 8 years old, 10 years old, 12 years old, you're in school. These ideas are being thrown at you. You know, you're not happy within yourself. Maybe your home life's a bit shit. Whatever else is going on, you go, well, actually, you know, if they say I can be a girl, I'm going to be a girl. And then mums and dads go, no, you're fucking not. They go, okay, then. You know, they just run with this shit.
Yeah,
it's disgusting.
Do. Yeah, they do. I mean, I'm pretty old. I'm knocking on a little bit. I lost my mum when I was like 6. I don't really want to, but I lost my mum at 6 and I was brought up by my dad and my brother. And so my dad didn't really know what to do with a little girl. You know, it was just genes and it was just the norm.
Yeah.
It didn't mean that I was, you know, being identified. It just didn't come into things years ago.
Listen, if you take a little girl and take the belief away from the little girl over many years while she's a little girl, that you don't have to be a little girl, you can be anything you want to be, is possibly one of the most damaging statements or damaging things you can do to a child whilst that child is growing up. A child's like a sponge, we know that. With information, they suck things in, you know, their brain literally is growing at an ever-increasing rate all the while they're growing up. And if you're going to tell that little girl or tell that little boy they don't have to be a little girl, you are now ultimately giving them a choice when there's no choice to be made. That then becomes very dangerous later on when they start entering problems, you know, through puberty or doing whatever. I don't feel safe in this body. I've got hairs and fucking things going on, you know, blah, blah, blah. You know, the menstrual cycle for girls. I don't want to be a girl, I want to be a fucking boy. I don't like all this blood bollocks. You know, if you're telling me I can be a boy, then I'm going to go and be a boy. The most damaging thing you can ever do to a child is give them the choice on what they could or couldn't be before they're actually at an age where they can be responsible for their own actions. And let's face it, they're not responsible until they're 16 years old or 18 years old. I do believe now, actually, it's 18 years old. It used to be 16, you could kick them out. You know, you can't do that anymore. They're your property until you're 18 years old.
I've got to respond to what you just said there, because you are absolutely spot on. I just need to tweak it just a little bit. What you were saying, you know...
Giving them a choice.
Okay. Yeah. Right, okay. So I grew up quite scared little girl. My mental health, I'm still a little bit fucking deranged. But it was never because of gender. Trying to explain myself here a little bit.
That's all right. Take your time. You're good. It's all right.
My dad was a bit of a prick, actually. He didn't really know what to do with me. And it did. It affected my mental health. But it was never about gender. Just because he didn't know how to raise a little girl, it didn't mean that he was trying to raise me as a boy, if you get my meaning.
No, he did the best he could at that particular time. You know.
Well, no, he was a bit of a prick. But what I'm saying is, it wasn't about gender.
Well, no, but then being brought up now in that same situation, it could have well be taken via the specialists and counsellors in schools and this, that, and the other. That they'll go, well, actually, she's in the wrong body. She needs to be a male. You know, this is what's going on. Gender dysphoria is up by thousands of % over what it used to be a few years ago. Once we started normalising this, and once we started putting it out on the news, in the newspapers, and the schools started bringing drag queens in, and we've got transgender toilets and young children out at the age of 7 and 8 years old actually wanting to be something else. Listen, America are giving hormone blockers to prepubescent teens, right?
Right.
You know,
let me just
terrible.
say something there. What I've been identified with is body dysmorphia, right? Not gender, just body dysmorphia. I see different things in the mirror to what other people see.
Right, okay.
Have massive issues with myself, but yeah, like you say, nowadays it would be identified as gender dysmorphia, and that they need to do something about it, as in changing them, not kind of like counselling or anything like that, in the sense of accepting yourself. I don't think these kids know.
They don't know their arsehole from their fucking elbow. You know, they can't vote, they can't drink, they can't drive, they can't do anything, but apparently they can choose their own gender at any age.
Exactly, and I don't think it's totally. I totally agree with what you're saying. I don't think I'm explaining myself very well here, but yeah, totally. But can I go off track here a little bit?
Yes, you can.
Have you seen the Britney thing?
Britney
Spears?
No.
How she's been with her mental health. Our dad's taken over that, and she's just completely contained.
I've seen it on. I think it was on Netflix. I've not watched it. It's not something I've been interested in, to be honest. So I haven't watched that, and I don't think any of my family have ever told me about it. But I don't know anything about that at the moment.
Okay.
Going back to, I mean, if you remember years ago, children used to get caned in school. Don't agree with it, don't get me wrong, but it was some form of what you believed to be a line drawn in the sand, right? Wait till your father gets home. Wait till your mother gets home. Fucking whack, slap, fucking. You knew where you stood. No, hang on a minute. Listen, you know, look, discipline is a major part of a child's life, right? Telling him to sit on a fucking naughty step isn't doing the trick anymore, right? It just isn't doing the trick. So what happened at that particular time, when we were told don't smack our children, bring them up to sit on a naughty step, tell them why they're doing something wrong, blah, 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 right? What happened with that and the spike in ADHD, right, that they now try to treat with pills? There was none of these problems years ago. Yes, I know some kids were a little bit unruly, but when you copped a backhand off your mother, you fucking knew about it and you knew not to do that again, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I was trying to join in there with the Welsh nut. Remember the Welsh snot?
Yep. So the same thing can be said now with children now pretending that they can be something else. Listen, most children believe, live in a make-believe land anyway, up until a certain age. They're playing with toys and fucking about their imagination's running wild, and you're telling that child that rather than, no, don't be silly, right? This is a stage you're going through, but if you want to wear a pair of jeans and play with an Action Man, you fucking crack on. But I'm not bringing you up as a little boy. That's absolute bollocks. The school's teaching you bollocks. No one's doing that because you possibly then would have the social services around because you're going against the will of the child, bearing in mind that the will of the child comes underneath what you believe to be the protection of the parents. So
right, and you've got children now, I bet, with the way things are and what they hear, because they've got the parents got the telly on and this, that and the other, and how the media influence things. And let's not, be naive about the fact that they can get on, social media themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't hear of kids now that have got imaginary friends, and they just go off in their own little fucking world. They're not allowed to just be themselves, are they? I don't know, am I going off tack a little bit there?
When you look, years ago in schools, you used to have one or two who'd disrupt the class, right? You'd have...
I bet you were.
Now and again, but not terribly, to be honest. I'd never swear at a teacher. I wouldn't be the one sitting at the back of the class smoking a snout. I wouldn't be that person. I'd have a laugh and a joke like the rest of the, I wouldn't be fucking completely. But I sneezed once and Miss Twist sent me out the English class because I sneezed too loudly apparently. We can all be a pain in the arse, but what we're finding now is as the kids grow up and as there's no discipline in the household, there's no discipline from police, there's no discipline from the teachers. These kids now, when they grow up, when they're in certain schools around certain people, you've got the cool crowd, this, that and the other. Bearing in mind we are a very, very diverse, mixed race of fucking melting pot of people now in the schools, where possibly, and it is known in some areas around this country that the white person or the white child is in a fucking very much in a minority in schools. That once these people start fucking about, there's many more of them now. I've seen classrooms trashed up on videos and doing all sorts of business because there is no discipline anymore. So once the discipline was removed, you've now grown a generation of people, young people, that don't believe in the rules, they don't believe in police, they don't believe in this, don't believe in that. They're going to be right unruly little bastards, and that's what's what. So when you equate that again to being what they're doing with this transgender bullshit that's going on, do you know what I mean? Again, you can see exactly what they've done and why they're doing it, possibly, and this is going to have a very, very detrimental effect on our country as a whole in the future when it comes down to birth rates, right? Our birth rate is only, I think it's 1.7. Other people are having, it's up to 8 and 9%. So when you look at the birth rates, and they're only attacking what it looks like to me to be our race of people, right? Because certainly within Muslim households and African households and this, that and the other, they wouldn't allow you to fucking transgender this and do this and that. They just wouldn't allow it as mum and dad. So you wouldn't be, until you get to that certain age and then go, well, actually, I think I am gay. They'll do something, but it becomes something completely different when you're trying to break down what the family is and what the family are and what the children should or shouldn't be via the education system and what they see on the TV, be it by the news and being brought up by their parents.
Oh, okay, right. Can't disagree with what you're saying. Just want to chuck in a point there as well. Yep. Just going back a little bit. Oh God, you blow things out of my head just a little bit. You throw things out. Right. Okay. So not only are these children, right, okay, they're little shits now, and there's no discipline at home, and there's no respect for police, and this, that, and the other. We've been conditioned, these kids don't really know how to speak about other people. They don't know how to speak respectfully about other people. Right, what... Okay, so if you call somebody, if you're speaking about a black person, then it's racist. You can't say black, you suppose. My daughter, my youngest daughter, she's 12. She's got a lovely mate in high school. Her parents lived in South Africa for a few years. A parent is a mum is a teacher, and they adopted a little black girl. and she comes round here, and I was talking about that cat that was in the lane. They were saying, I said, oh, is it the little black one? And she looked at me, and she knew I wasn't being racist.
Who's that, the little girl or the lady?
The little girl. You can just see, I just saw her look at me. I think the children now, for the last few years, okay, I'm not explaining myself very well. For the last few years, our children haven't really known how to speak about other ethnicities. They, you know, my daughter will say to me, I can't say Pakistani, but they're Pakistani. I can't refer to her friends as being black, you know, but that's, I don't think I'm being racist. If I was being derogatory, you know, I could be derogatory. What I don't understand, and I think what's confusing our children has been for the last few years, is all these rappers, they can call each other black, you know, nigger,
the N-word,
this, that and the other.
Yep.
And so our children don't really know. And I think it's kind of put us on the back foot slightly.
Well,
because
anything... Yeah, because of the complete and utter, I suppose... what would we call it? I don't know. It's the confusion, isn't it? It's the confusion.
How am I supposed to teach my 12-year-olds, when I'm not racist, how to speak about somebody of another ethnicity?
Okay, I mean, look, I'm not white, I'm pink. You know, I mean, if we're going to go down that road...
This is what I say to her. I say I'm not racist. Your friend is black, you know. Her parents came straight out to me and said, obviously, she's adopted. Of course she is. The parents are white, and they adopted a little black girl, and they've given her a wonderful life, and my child is her best friend. You know, they spend hours on FaceTime now. I'm not racist. But I find myself saying I'm not racist all the time, because if I identify somebody by their ethnicity, I can't say that word, I'm sorry, apparently I'm racist. So how am I supposed to identify somebody? You know, they're Israeli, that's a Paki, that's a black person. It's all racist. And so I think
because you're led to believe it is, you know, you're led to believe that.
And
you
so
see, and
our
this
children, for the last, I reckon, for the last 10 years or so, have not been allowed to identify people as they are.
You see, once again, what we've done is taken away what is inherently normal for children.
Father Christmas, no nativities.
Well,
You know,
well, Anne Boleyn, you know, she's going to be played by a black woman now on TV. You know, I see a post earlier on that struck a chord, obviously. There's supposed to be some sort of continuity here, right? You're supposed to have it correct date, time, age, relative, you know. If we're going to go back to Henry VIII days, Anne Boleyn, this and that, it should be relative to that, not relative to the PC woke brigade that are going to put a black woman in playing a white woman, which isn't historically accurate.
There you go. And so if you say, look, she was white, they'll call you a racist.
It only works one way, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you do know. I think the white race makes up less than, I think it's 15%. I could be wrong. 15% of the world's population are white. You know, we're the minority on this planet, but in our own countries, we're being told we're not diverse enough.
Yeah, and all they've got to do is say, that person's racist, you're a racist, and you get fucking done for it. No fucking trial, no nothing. You're just racist because they called you.
Well, you see, look, I mean, it comes down to the old adage, doesn't it? You know, if I'm having an argument with somebody, and I've had arguments with people, they called me a white cunt, they've called me all sorts of business. You know, I've called them something back that maybe I shouldn't have done, and I've been the one in trouble for it. And you go, well, hang on a minute.
Exactly.
You know,
yeah, I mean, shouldn't you have taken offence at being called a cunt?
Well, you know, rather than the colour, yes. You know, and certainly said in that way, then yes, of course. But colour always comes into it. So listen, it actually boils down to the fact that we do say they got a get out of jail free card, right? So,
yeah, of course they are.
So this comes down to every minority now. Transgenders, gay, lesbian, whatever. If you say something wrong in the workplace, or you say something wrong in a supermarket to somebody, excuse me, young man, and it's a lady, or something's always going to come of that because they've been allowed to do it, and it's been allowed to carry on and be perpetuated literally by what you believe to be the laws in this country, which are a fucking joke and an arse. Because certainly, if I misgender someone, I mean, it's getting that way, to be honest, where one day you're going to walk up to someone and go, "Excuse me, young man, right? How dare you assume my gender?" Bang, on the front of the old bill, he misgendered me. And I've got no doubt at all that's going to be some form of a hate crime because you unwittingly misgendered someone because they're an ugly fucking cunt, right? And it's a man dressed up as a fucking woman.
Yeah, definitely. There was a video that was going around, and everybody laughed, and it was really funny. But it was a guy dressed up as a woman, goes into a newsagent's, and the fella said, "Sir," or the other way around, "Mrs.," and he just took offence. I think I saw that, but it wasn't funny.
Yeah.
But you can't. They will take offence because they're allowed to. They know they can.
We see that there's a great old saying: if you have the right to be offended, then surely I have the right to offend. Or you wouldn't be offended, would you? If you've got the right to be offended, then I should have the right to offend. And please or offend. Surely, the words that we use, even though they are governing us over what we can and can't use in certain situations, words are words. They can be powerful. These things that are now the norm, which will be, for argument's sake, you walk up to someone and you say, "All right, mate, you got the time?" "I'm not your mate." "Oh, sorry, it's just a figure of speech." "Well, I'm not your mate." "Well, I'm going to ring the police. You fucking, I'm not your mate." It's gone beyond a joke. It's gone beyond a fucking joke.
Yeah, it really has. I remember also another video of a guy challenging Sadiq Khan and saying, "Look, who the fuck do you think you are?" Saying, excuse me, sorry, saying that as our nation that we can't celebrate Christmas, that it's offending people. I mean, I get the total, there's going to be the ones with, oh God, and all that. I also seen a post that says if you can't support the country you live in the country you support.
Well, you see, there is that. But again, it's look. This comes. We can go around in circles a little bit. This comes down to the birth rates. It comes down to being what we believe our birth certificate is. With the banks, which is a contract.
Yeah,
all of these things. Right? Okay.
So when on the stock exchange.
So when you've got Muhammad and his 4 wives and 25 children, as opposed to our birth rate being 1.7, then surely something's going to go wrong. Demographically, it's going tits up. We over demographics, certainly. I can completely agree with that. I think that the stats show us that is absolutely the truth. So, for that being said, now we've got another assault on the family unit, which is now to tell your little girl or your little boy they can be what they want to be, which are now going to, obviously, if they transition and do what they do, you're gonna get males that are transitioned to females, and we've already seen it. Discrimination because a white heterosexual male doesn't want to sleep with a transgendered male, which is now identifying as a female, because we don't want it. We're bigots. Now, hang on a minute. My sexual preference isn't like your sexual preference, and if you want to live in Fantasyland, you go ahead. But I'm certainly not. This is not going to happen. But I've got no doubt in the future, if Joe Biden's laying out the laws like he is at the moment, where grown men can go into little girls' changing rooms, he's allowing men to compete in women's sports. This is going to go a certain way. And certainly, if you're cracked onto by some, it could be a really good-looking girl, that's a man, in a club, the lights are going, the lights are fucking flashing and all the gear's going on, then you're sitting there and you get accosted and you go, "Not tonight, thank you." "Oh, it's because I'm a fucking man, isn't it?" Yes, of course it's because you're a fucking man. That becomes a hate crime and you're going to be arrested for it, because these people have more rights than we do, because they are a minority, and it's ridiculous.
Okay, can I throw something else into the mix then?
You can.
Okay, so you said about did he say Mohammed and his 22 kids?
24, 25, yeah.
No, all right then, 27. The thing that I want to just... The Chinese, they are capped to one child.
Yep.
And they seem to be taking over the... From a bit of a tinfoil hat out, I'll wear my tinfoil hat with fucking pride.
Well, actually, it's aluminium, it's not tin, but there you go.
Yeah, well, I'll just wear it. But the Chinese seem to be taking control. And so they have, it's just one child per family. And over there, if it's a girl, I've seen them strapped up, 8 kids strapped to like a beam. They're only allowed one child. So how the fuck are we allowing all of this when Mohammed can come over with 27 of the kids and we're supposed to house all those, yet we're supposed to be under, all this Chinese shit. Yeah, and by the way, Epstein didn't kill himself.
Yeah. Ghislaine Maxwell is still languishing in a prison somewhere, ready to spill the beans. Hunter Biden's laptop still exists, and Joe Biden's a paedophile.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, I shared a article today where she is under proper watch. First article I've seen about her in a long time, actually.
Yeah.
And apparently she's really suffering.
Well, good.
Yeah. Fucking
listen,
good.
It's today's news is tomorrow's chip paper.
What I'm trying to say is, I don't understand how we're supposed to be. Everybody is getting hold of Britain, England. What do you want to call it? Muslims are here and they can take over and they can bring all the kids and they can, take offence to the nativities and our way of thinking and the puppies, and they can do all this and get away with it all, and China doesn't agree. So 1 second, I'm not making a massive point here, but I do want to finish. And China have got this thing where you can only have one child per family, and if it's a child that born a girl, then they stick them in orphanages just to fucking rot. I don't see how we can fucking win here,
Well, listen, when you've got people in places of power and trust, it shouldn't be there. When you've got Muslim councillors, Muslim mayors, of which there are plenty, when you've got Muslim MPs running certain areas, Muslim councillors, you've got all of these people. Well, of course, when these people say we're offended by that, just to make sure that they're going to gain the next vote and keep them in office, they'll do anything that these people say. And these people now aren't really so much of a minority in certain towns and cities around our country, so we can understand the way it's going and why it's going that way. But there is something called the Act of Settlement 1701 that doesn't allow for people, unless born of English parents or British parents, to hold any places of power and trust. So most of the people that are in power at the moment in our country that have come over to this country shouldn't even be in these places of power and trust. You see, no. so there is your problem straight away, because you're allowing these people to take control of certain areas over the wishes of the people inside of the area that live in that area, that then tell their councillors, their MPs, their mayors, we want this, we want that. They've got no choice but to go along with, obviously, because they're all fucking Muslim or all this or they're all that. To go along with the crowd.
Fucking racist, Russ. Well.
Yeah, I'm terrible. Fucking terrible. Just for speaking the truth. Yeah, I'm evil. I'm evil to the core, mate. Evil to the core.
We haven't got a fucking leg to stand on right now.
Well, that comes down to leadership, doesn't it? We haven't got any leadership. We haven't had leadership for years. What we've had is people pandering to the minorities for far too long. Look, I've put it this way. Years ago, Windrush, we brought people over. And I was watching something the other night, actually, on the TV. It's Black History Month, right? And Black History, our History Month apparently isn't until October or September, October. Not too up and all that, but it's American Black History Month. And what they decided to do in our country on the BBC was show you what the black people went through in America, right? A completely different time, completely different civil rights movement. Everything was completely different. We didn't have segregation over here. They had it over there, right? So don't play it in our country. That's absolute bullshit. Because what you're going to do now is racially divide everyone even more so, because people are going to believe that this happened worldwide, right? So what they didn't put into account is, you know, or at least bigging us up a little bit as a country, is say, whilst that was going on over there and the segregation was going on, we brought all of these people over to help rebuild our country, and, you know, we housed them and done this, that and the other. There was no segregation, no nothing. You'd have done something about that, but see, all of this race baiting bullshit that they're putting out all of the time is going to do nothing but cause more racial divide. And let me just say, look, I've been out with 2 black girls in my time, and I've got a mixed race foster son. I've got a mixed race foster son, and I'm called a racist because I speak about things apparently you're not allowed to speak about, because these people can call you something because you talk about it. Fuck off.
Yes.
Don't care.
Yes, and it doesn't matter what opinion you have, right? Even if you're talking about, let's say, just for instance, Roald Dahl. You know, they like Roald Dahl and you don't, and you say why you don't like Roald Dahl, and they say why they do. They'll just call you fucking racist and shut you down.
Well, you know what? They're now trying to get rid of William Shakespeare out of the curriculum, because apparently he's misogynist, he's racist, he's homophobic, he's fucking, you know. You see,
taking away the fucking heritage of us. I mean, yeah, and that, yeah, much better point than I was trying to make with Roald Dahl. But yeah, totally trying to take our heritage.
It's all going, you know. Sadiq Khan's been asked to step down now. He's been asked to go because of his war on our statues and our street names.
Give him a fucking kick on the way down, yeah?
Well, we tried that, didn't we? We tried arresting him, and it went absolutely nowhere because Keir Starmer was head of the CPS at the time, and the CPS decided there was no charges to answer. You know, so again, it was something that failed. We failed. It fell short of being what it should have been. Although I did go up there with I think it was a 53 or something page document, malfeasance in public office. It was all sorts of business. All the charges laid against him. I made a statement at the Angel Islington in London, and then received a text or an email some, you know, couple of 3 months later saying there's no charges to answer. So they look after themselves, don't they? You know, and what we can't be seen to do is arrest a Muslim mayor. Our first Muslim mayor of London. He's ruined London, fucking ruined it, right? Ruined it. And his complete and utter complacency and arrogance when he's in front of the select committee, right, in London, it is astounding. It's absolutely astounding. His absolute arrogance. He just doesn't give a fuck, right? So
no, he doesn't. Can I just say something on that, just a little bit off, but I'm hoping it sort of resonates. I think they've had every opportunity to come in here and rip us apart, especially when our own police don't look after us, you know, and you take a complaint to our own IOPC that are supposed to be independent, but they're not. They're fucking ex-coppers. And so while we haven't had a leg to stand on for years, nowhere to take anything further, nobody really on our side with a lot of shit, why would they ever? They're not going to listen. You're not going to hold them accountable. You know, we can't even hold our own accountable for anything. It's very rare. Unless I'm wrong, look, I might be speaking. I think it's very rare that our own coppers are held accountable by us. Easy targets, I think. Well,
this is how stupid our country's gone, right? Bearing in mind these people, David Lammy, Diane Abbott, Doreen Lawrence, you know, these others out there that talk about racism, systemic racism, you know, all of this bullshit that they're flying around our country in the news, on TV, on newscasts, you know. There are major numbers of people offing each other around our country with knives. They're stabbing each other, they're killing each other, they're committing crimes, acid attacks, moped robberies, you fucking name it, they're doing it, right? So what would be the point? Now, if you were Doreen Lawrence, Diane Abbott, Doreen Lawrence, you know, Stephen Lawrence, right? Lost her son to knife crime, white people did it, right? Racist attack. You know, I'm not going to go into that. But certainly what you would be doing is saying, look, if the police are saying we need to search these people because they are carrying knives and they're killing, you know, other people's sons and daughters and sons and this, that and the other, people are getting stabbed up. What you only hear about, believe it or not, is the tip of the iceberg, which are the deaths. All right. What you don't hear about are the hundreds and hundreds of stabbings every week in the London area. Hundreds. Right. So what you'd do is you'd empower the police, wouldn't you? You'd say, right, okay, what we need to do is stop and search fucking everybody. Right. Let's stop and search everybody. And anyone caught carrying a knife, life in the nick. Right. Knife means life. That's, you know, just a silly thing. But if that was the case, you'd have David Lammy, Doreen Lawrence, fucking Diane Abbott, and the rest of these people that go, you can't do that, it's racist. You can't stereotype people because of the colour of their skin, when statistically we know that 95 to 99% of these people that are killing each other are black boys, right?
Yes.
But, right, okay. So Paul Condon years ago had to resign because he said that 95% of the street robberies committed in London are by black males. You can't say that. They can't. You know, the Black Council of Britain or whatever they are. Terminator said you can't say that, and he had to resign. So what we're dealing with is the utter stupidity of these people. One of them lost their son to knife crime. These people champion the fact that these people are being treated differently. It's racism, it's this, that and the other. When in actual fact, they're perpetuating the racism by not allowing the police to search them in the first place, for them to carry a big fucking 12-inch knife and go and stab someone in the arse and kill them. You know, so where's the sense? Where's the sense in that?
Exactly. And so I don't know the percentage of black to whites in London, right? I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if the police were given the authority to stop everybody and search them, a black person would scream, "You're racist. You've only stopped me because I'm black."
Right, the last video I saw, long time ago, I've not been looking for them to be honest. They were standing outside a train station, I do believe. And all these people there, all this woke fucking virtue signalling pricks with their phones out going, "Why are you searching him? Why are you searching him?" And the geezer, the copper literally reached inside the boy's jacket and pulled out a 12-inch knife. He said, "This is why we're fucking searching him. Thank you very much for your concern."
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So again, these woke muppets. Oh, you're only searching him because he's black? No, we're searching him because statistically they're killing each other. Let's stop it. Let's not have to knock on someone's door and say that their son or their daughter have lost their life because they've been stabbed to death in London. Let's make that a priority, shall we? And not worry about fucking race relations when it comes down to these people statistically.
Race. It's not about colour. If they have the authority to stop people, to search, looking for weapons, it's not about racism.
Well, no, but these people, because statistically, it is more black boys are doing it than white boys. White boys get searched, they don't create a fuss. Black boys get searched, you're only doing it because I'm black. They resist arrest, they get the heavy hand of the old bill. You know, it's all of these things, you know, that have steered us down the wrong direction because we've put people in positions of power and trust that won't allow the police to do their job when they should be doing it. So, you know, black people in London should be screaming at Lammy, Abbott, Lawrence, all the rest of these people. They should be fucking screaming at them to let the police do their job because they don't want their son or their daughter, God forbid, to be a statistic in Sadiq Khan's London. That's what they should be doing. But because of this one word, racism, the police can't do their job. People are still killing each other. They're walking around with knives. They're stabbing each other up. There's gang warfare in the fucking streets. London's fucking gone. It's a shithole because the police can't police it.
Right, okay. Can I ask you something else then?
Yep.
Right, so my local rag, I don't often get involved in it because I know exactly where everybody stands. But they're still screaming, begging for another lockdown. Mark Drakeford.
Oh.
Right, let me just give you just a little bit of background on Mark Drakeford. Mark Drakeford, our local MP.
Yeah.
His son is in jail. Massive rapist. So we kind of take offence at that. Well, let's get off that. The people in my local area are begging for another lockdown. Hang on 1 second. Sorry, my head just went then.
Why would you voluntarily want to be locked down?
So I get on my local rag and I say, why would you be begging for another lockdown for the schools? Stop turning a blind eye to the foreigners, and that's the word I used, foreigners who are getting, they're being guided into the country. somebody jumped on me and said they're not being guided. That's why they're called foreigners. I said most definitely they are being guided into the country because France don't want them. No matter what anybody thinks of that. Oh, what's that politician called? Oh, shit, my head's gone. Sorry. But he's been filming them. It'll come to me. He's been filming them. We all know they're being guided in, and in the army barracks. And so I got fucking jumped on. That army barracks was only fit for habitation 50 years ago. Wasn't great, this, that, and the other. I got fucking jumped on. Whereas, as far as I'm concerned, they thought they were going to get an easy ride. I've got a 2-hour video that was sent to me to share in one of my groups, and I just think the homeless, our veterans, would have been extremely grateful for a roof over their heads. You know, there was a canteen there. Maybe it wasn't perfect, but I know lots of people in my area under, council housing and housing associations, and they haven't had heating or this and that and the other. And those foreigners absolutely destroyed that because of their treatment. The food wasn't up to I don't know how. This might sound a little bit off par, but I don't know how the fucking hell we were supposed to please them with food. I don't know what they eat. But there was people there. There was a canteen there. They were blowing the damn thing up, ripping it apart, and not one flipping copper had not the guts. I just don't understand how people are still begging for lockdowns while they're turning a blind eye to everybody coming into this country.
Well, you see, once again, it's, and we've got evidence and proof of it. The French were escorting the boats halfway across, and then our RNLI or our Navy were bringing them over the rest of the halfway, right? So right, okay.
Even my boss pulled me about that. My boss pulled me about sharing a video from that MP. Oh, what's it? Everybody hates him. He crashed his before his Range Rover.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. To be honest.
I am really sorry about that.
That's all right. But look, the Napier Barracks in Folkestone, right? We've got someone that goes out and films. His name's Chrissy Johnson. He goes out there and he's out there every fucking morning filming the channel, right? And he's been seeing the boats coming in. The videos have been shared far and wide. His reach was in the thousands, and now they're not in the thousands because apparently Facebook won't deem it fit for anybody to see any of that. We've got people coming home on planes. Listen, just to put it quite politely, the airports haven't been shut. All right, you've got to socially distance by 6 foot when you queue up to get on the plane. Then when you're on the plane, you're sitting next to each other with masks on. It's absolute bollocks. But what we haven't done, to be honest, at the moment, is stop the people coming over. Now, we've got the Kent variant, and where have these people ended up? They've ended up in Kent. So, lo and behold, and no surprise there, they burnt the place down, apparently, over the food, but also because COVID started running rampant there. And just like the freshers' flu, right, when people go to college, they have a freshers' flu, it used to be known as. They all get together, they start coming down with this illness. Not one of them died, right? They didn't die. They just had this illness and then got really pissed off with the fact that the government weren't doing anything to separate them from the people that were ill. And let's put it this way, this wasn't a couple of fucking mud huts. This was a fucking self-contained village, right? Napier Barracks was a self-contained village, all right?
Yeah. I watched 2 hours of the footage.
It still wasn't good enough, was it? You see?
No, it wasn't good enough. And this is my thing. I was absolutely jumped on not 2 days ago from my local rag. People went along the lines of the obvious. This isn't about foreigners coming into the country. This was about the police pulling people who've broken COVID rules. And I kept saying, look, you're turning a blind eye to what's actually going on. You are begging for lockdowns, keeping the schools closed, and you're turning a blind eye to the people that actually could be sharing and bringing it in.
Yep.
You need to get a fucking grip. And I got jumped on. I've got a 2-hour documentary that was filmed, and I tried to download one of those what's it called, language changes, so I can actually understand what this guy's saying. It's 2 hours long, and he's filming inside the barracks, watching them all pulling wardrobes out of dorms, tearing the fucking canteen apart, blowing the thing up, and not one copper in sight. Now, this is not about coppers right here. I mean, if you want me to start on coppers, I can start. But this isn't about coppers right here. What I'm saying is, you see all these fucking parties, 20 people, and there's tons of them there. Not one copper in 2 hours worth of footage that I sat here and watched, not one copper entered that barracks.
Well, no.
To take them on. I didn't think they were fucking that ill. Now, just mind my language here 1 second, because I wasn't very happy about it. Not one copper entered that place, and I didn't think they looked very fucking ill with COVID. They had a roof over their head. There was a canteen. They had more than a lot of our fucking homeless veterans have.
Or just our homeless, yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And the veterans and anybody that was time, right, if they were given tents, sleeping bags, they were taken off them, off the streets.
Yeah.
They didn't have any warmth, any shelter, and there was a charity shop, and she really put herself on the line, and she was going live everywhere, and she was begging people for sleeping bags and tents for them, socks, this, that, and she got shut down.
Yeah.
And it was for our people on the streets, not just the veterans, but our veterans included, but our people who were on the streets, who were freezing cold. And those in that barracks, I got jumped on because apparently it was inhabitable and it was no good and it was, dilapidated. I tell you what, the way they were running riot there for 2 hours, setting fire to everything, I don't care what anybody says. Get fucking back on a dinghy, because they didn't appreciate what they were given there.
Well, you see, Europe won't house them. France, certainly, they were living in the street. They've been living in refugee camps. They've been living in all sorts of squalor. So you would have thought that getting anything that was better than that would be better than that. But it's not, you see, because once again, as a minority and as, maybe an ethnic minority in our country, they are afforded certain rights that we obviously are not afforded. And we're not afforded it because we signed something called, I think it was the something fucking Immigration Act or something years ago. And what we've done in actual fact is put these people before our own. I forget what it's called now. My brain's just as fucking fuzzy as yours, to be honest. We've signed that, and we need to get out of that, forthwith, because what we're doing is allowing France that don't want these people, and right on top of Brexit, obviously, before January, they were coming over thick and fast, trucks, fucking you name it. These people were coming over. And again, if you can't, we've seen the evidence, have we not? Of people that are not happy with the internet and they go around on a fucking stabbing spree. All of these things that have gone on. But again, this comes down to COVID and the safety of our own people in our own country. And if we're shutting down airports or telling people when they come back they've got to self-isolate in a hotel at their own expense, etc., then you certainly wouldn't allow people to be coming across the channel in dinghies and then putting them up in hotels. These people have moved out of Napier Barracks now, I do believe, and they're now living in hotels. So
exactly. Well, they win.
Well, again, it's the way that the system's been set up, and you can't beat common sense. Look, I wouldn't, if my back garden was 4 foot high, with grass and shrubbery, I wouldn't go and offer to cut someone else's garden before I done my own. You know, so you always look
well, you
after
cut
your
my garden. Mine's a fucking mess.
well, so's mine at the minute. But you know, you certainly wouldn't look after someone else's garden without looking after your own first. And what it's doing, you know, and this is all part and parcel of the plan via governments, successive and previous. You know, what they want to do literally is cause this racial divide. They want to call it racism. They want to cause a divide between the people. Because what we're looking at, in all fairness, is the common sense says, if we have 1 million homeless in this country, then you would do something to house the million first. There'd be no homeless veterans, there'd be no homeless people. And then and only then will you say, right, we can allow some to come over, you know, that can't pay their way, that are fleeing Europe. They're supposed to be a fucking war-torn country. You know, they can't make it in Europe, so they come to us. And if we can help them at some point, then we'll fucking help them. But we can't do that all the while. We've got our own people homeless on the streets, freezing to death every winter.
Exactly.
You can't do it while we've got homeless veterans on the streets. You can't do it while people are sofa surfing. You can't do it while people have got their children in care and these people are in hostels. You know, you just can't do it. And this is causing, you know, the division in our country like you've never seen. And look, don't get me wrong. Look, if we looked after our own back garden, our own backyard, as it's called, and we had no homeless people, if, you know, employment was at an all-time low, if our debt in this country wasn't at an all-time high, then you go, right, now we can afford to help people. Because it's the people in this country that are paying into the system that need to be looked after first. And we're not getting that. We're not getting that. And these people are coming over, and even because of the acts that have been signed over previous years, these people now have more rights than our own people that have lived in this country all of their lives. And that is what's causing and stoking the division. But then when we say, look after our own first, you know, I did a 4-day demo at Downing Street many, many years ago now, right? And we took over the pen outside Downing Street. I put a gazebo up, we had a generator, we had fucking signs. I still got the signs in my garage. I've got all the signs.
I've seen some pictures, actually.
Right, we did that. And you know what? I had people walking past going, homeless veterans before refugees. Oh, that's fucking terrible, right? So it was then that I started interacting with the people walking past that took offence that we should be housing our own people before these migrants. And started talking to them and telling them exactly what I've just told you and the social division and this, that and blah, blah, blah. And they walked away quite happy with, you know, not my explanation, but just to be shown a little bit of truth, you know. And we done the 4 days. No one turned up really on the. We expected the last day to have a few hundred people there, and we didn't. We had a few hundred people pass through over the 4 days, but it was a great exercise in talking to the people that were walking past. We had a nurse, and she went. She come up, she talked to Tim. She went, to Tim. She went, I find that highly offensive. And Tim went, Dave, here's one for you. I went, what's that, darling? She went, that fucking sign there. She went, you know, I'm on my way to work and I've got to pass this about fucking homeless people and, you know, our vets should come for it. Blah, I find it highly offensive. I went, really? I said, okay. I've got no doubt at all that our veterans find it highly offensive that there's, you know, they're homeless and these people aren't. You know, blah, blah, blah. And then I went through, you know, I made her late for work. But after half an hour, she said, thanks for talking to me. I've got a bit of a clearer picture. And she walked away. You know, so people just don't understand. Listen, once again, we're talking about these trolling bollocks earlier by the celebrities. Once again, it's very hard for someone to stand up and say, I think it's wrong, right? I think it's wrong because, and people go, racist, fascist, bigot, xenophobe, right? They call you all these names. So people won't stand up anymore. I've often likened this, you must have heard me before, the left have got a marble surface, right? Pure marble, smooth as fuck. Downhill, dead straight, best rollerblades money can buy. Bosh, they're gone. On the right, talking about the subjects we talk about, we're on the 1960s four-wheeled lace-up roller skates with the red, you know, remember them?
Yeah.
Right, we're on them.
I am that old.
Right, so am I. We're on them, going up a windy hill on gravel. So understand that the left will take the easy path. They don't want to stand out amongst their peers and amongst their family members and stand up and speak out for something that they should speak up about. They'd rather go with the flow and show their virtue to the whole world on comments made underneath someone's post, rather than stand up and going, I think it's wrong.
Yeah.
Why do you think it's wrong?
Yeah.
And you go,
and
well,
the
you know,
right, the right with their roller skates, excuse me, the right with their roller skates will work their arse off going up the hill and have a nice tidy arse when they get up there.
Well, you see, glutes and all that, glutes and thighs, right? But, you know, again, you've got to understand why these people won't stand up. This is why, if when Rush Limbaugh died, if one of these celebrities would have gone, look, although I didn't agree with the guy, He's certainly, with a free speech that is afforded to us on our fucking First Amendment, blah, 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 blah. You know, agree or don't agree, his life will be a loss to his family and possibly to some others, but not me. You know, you could have been a bit nicer. They could have been a bit nicer with their first one. And the first one then dictates what other people do, because they're literally copying what they see, because it's what they think people want to see from these woke celebrities, because they are so inclusive, aren't they? They're so diverse, aren't they? They're so PC and woke.
Yeah, nobody
right?
goes, yeah, I get what you're saying. If a celebrity's heading that way or is promoting that and it's all over all the media, then yeah, that's where they're heading.
But the rest will just follow suit, won't they? The rest will just follow suit, because not one of these celebrities will pipe up and go, well, actually, you're all being right out of order here. Someone's died. You know, where's your fucking morals, right?
Can I say something else that might be just a little bit controversial here?
Really? What, on this show? Go on.
Oh God, the veteran who died, and everybody was jumping on how he'd been to the Caribbean, but
Captain Tom,
nobody
yeah.
wanted to hear about, you know, him being a Freemason and what have you. Right, okay, something else though. You mentioned Brexit. How much do you think that has affected where we are right now?
What do you mean?
Okay, so I think it was, I shared a video. Was it Sweden? Everybody's like, you know, going about the business. It was a live video. Everyone's doing everything. Everything's getting back to normal. Do you think the reason why we are being sort of clamped down is because we want out of the EU? Do you think that they are really kind of clamping, you know, it's going to affect food coming in?
Well, you know, I think what you're trying to say is do I believe that they've done this, you know, for Trump? They've done it for Brexit because no one's at work. We've got a major economic crash coming, right? A major economic crash. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. It's going to make the bankers' crash of 2008, 2009 look like a fucking minute blip, right? You know, we're giving away billions and billions and billions of pounds, something we've got to pay back. Taxes are going to go up, this, that and the other. What I think they've done, right, okay.
We are massive.
Right, okay.
Debt.
So what I think is to keep us in lockdown the year before, right, or certainly 10 months before Brexit, and to keep us in lockdown after Brexit, then certainly we are going to suffer as a nation, be it food supplies or whatever else has gone on, because everything's been fucking shut down, right? Now, you know, to have, you see, this is the mentality of the left. The left would do this to us and then go, told ya, didn't I told ya, Brexit, you fucking idiots, right? When it isn't Brexit at all. This is other things that you know, I don't know. Look, we could be looking at something that you know, in the future could be a very, very great thing. I think our independence from the bloc is a great thing.
Yeah,
that,
but
you know,
we are going to have to, I think we have a massive fight here. Right, I let me be honest with you before you carry on. I'm really sorry. I didn't really know much about Brexit. And then this whole COVID thing, I kind of thought, because we wanted out of the EU and how other countries are being allowed to open up, you can't even walk into a shop now and buy seeds to, you know, grow your own food. I think we're being isolated. As an island, really. I think it's payback because, I mean, we owe them lots of money, don't we?
Well, we always have done, you know. But again, it's going to come down to the fact, you know, interest rates and fucking... Look, our GDP at the moment is non-existent. We know that. And all the while he's borrowing money and giving money away and locking us down for a PCR test that's 93%, giving false positives. You know, all of these things that have gone the way to counting deaths and blah, blah, blah. It just makes it look like an excuse to me to bring back this Build Back Better, the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Klaus Schwab, the World Economic Forum, you know, the new normal, blah, blah, blah. And also to teach us a lesson, I think, over Brexit and the fact that what we shouldn't have done was leave, because now that we've left, you know, I mean, look at the fiasco in Europe at the moment over the vaccines. If we were still a part of Europe, then we'd be having the same trouble with the vaccines, you know. So there's one good thing. Nothing's fallen down yet. The sky hasn't fallen in on us. The sea hasn't dried up. We have not run out of food. You know, it's all going swimmingly well, believe it or not. Even under these current circumstances, it's all going swimmingly well. And they can't fucking stand it. The Remainers can't stand it. Sadiq Khan, Keir Starmer, the rest of the Labour Party can't stand it. All the Remainers can't stand it. Because all of this doom and gloom that they prophesied in the lead up to, you know, the 4.5 years it took to leave, none of it's come true. None of it has come true. So scaremongering, false promises, false fucking facts, this, that and the other, false news, nothing's happened. But it has damaged us as a country, obviously. Of course it has, because we've locked down, people have lost their jobs, businesses are going under, pubs, clubs, restaurants, fucking cafeterias, this, that, you know. And look at who's earning all the money. Look at who's earning all the money. The big tech giants.
Acro are earning lots of money right now.
Well, it's Google, isn't it? It's Amazon. You know, it's all of these places now where you go online to buy something because you can't buy it in a shop. So these people are earning billions and billions of pounds from us, and our high streets are dying. You know, and if you're not allowed in a shop because you've got to wear a fucking yellow star on you because you're not wearing a mask, or you've got to have a COVID certificate to go shopping, fuck me. You know, go back to your high streets, ladies and gentlemen. Go back to your high streets, shop in your local shops, because these people, with or without a mask or with or without a vaccine, need to survive, and they don't give a flying fuck who comes in because they still need your custom.
Yeah, but they can't, can they? Because they're going.
What do you mean?
We can't go into our local high street.
What are you talking about? Of course you
Well,
can.
we can't go into our... But, I mean, yeah, we can, but, I mean, like you say, we're all shutting down.
Yeah, but we need to buy food. So all of the shops that are open for food, go and use your local shops. Don't use fucking supermarkets.
Oh, no. I use my local village store and get all the, yeah. All right, okay, so were you a Brexiteer?
Fuck yeah, massively. 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 You know, after looking at why we went in, FCO 34/1048, the documents, Ted Heath, the referendum in 1975 that went ahead, that nobody fucking knew about, really, and didn't know why they were voting to leave or stay. We already had the one referendum. You know, we needed another one, and Nigel Farage fought, you know, hook, line and sinker to get us one, because these people are making our laws. These people with the European Court of Human fucking Rights and Justice and this, that and the other, you know, all of these things that went on throughout Europe was to squash anything outside of Europe, right? So if you imagine... That's who
I was talking about before, Nigel.
Oh, Nigel Farage. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know, look, it's why would we... It's fucking treason. It's treason. If you're going to sign your country's power over to a foreign power, it's fucking treason. Why the fuck would we sign up to it in the first place? What good did it do us? It didn't do us any fucking good whatsoever. No good whatsoever. And now people are worried. They go, well, you know, all of that queuing up, all of that queuing with the trucks before Christmas, right?
Yes.
Oh, no, we're going to have no food in the shops, blah, blah, blah. Oh, fuck off. They were still coming over and still coming into the country. They were coming into the country like they were all coming into the country. You know, and they always have come into the country. You know, fucking channel, ferries, this, that and the other, lorry after lorry after lorry, right? The only thing that held things up was our side, because we wasn't fucking ready for it. After 4.5 years, we wasn't ready for Brexit, apparently. What a load of bollocks. Some more scaremongering. They did that on purpose again to scare us into the point where we thought that leaving the European Union would be a very bad thing, because our trucks weren't going out. It was our produce or the empty trucks that were going back over to Europe. And what Europe actually did was penalise their own fucking drivers, because the drivers that come over couldn't get back. It's mental.
Okay, so I'm trying to, like I say, I'm not overly on this whole Brexit thing. So do you think that Brexit took so long, 4.5 years, because, I mean, obviously we didn't, oh God.
Compose yourself.
They didn't want us to leave, did they?
Of course they didn't.
Is it because we owed so much money?
To who?
Well, every fucker.
We didn't owe anything to Europe, did we? We pay through the nose, and possibly up until a certain year, are going to be paying through the nose still, because that's part of the withdrawal agreement and everything else that went on, that we still got to fucking pay them.
See, no, I thought we were in billions and billions of pounds worth of fucking debt, and that's why they were dragging it on.
What, to Europe?
Yeah,
no,
to every fucker.
No. come hell or high water, Europe's always been paid by us. And it's something like £350 million a fucking week. It's ridiculous, you know, for what? To be ruled and run roughshod over by a foreign entity that you can't vote in or out. You know, none of these people, you can't vote these people in and vote them out. You know, these people are self-appointed or appointed by others.
Yeah, and I did kind of get that, and I'm sorry if I sound a little bit, you know.
No, it's all good. I'm just, you know, we didn't owe the European Union anything. You know, what we wanted in actual fact was to bring our lawmaking back to ourselves. The human rights that people talk about, when they call it human rights in Europe, they actually modified that from our own country. So we've not lost any human rights. You know, we wanted to make sure that our, you know, bearing in mind we are an island nation, our borders were secure. We wanted our sovereignty back, which would allow us to make our own laws. But there were lots of reasons as to why, you know, but I think more than anything, it was the fact that you've got, you know, unelected bureaucrats in Brussels dictating what goes on in this country. And it shouldn't be that way. And it should never have been that way. Ted Heath was bribed. They bought him a yacht, or, you know, something fucking stupid, you know, years ago. And he signed us over to this thing that was never ever meant to be what it was. It was supposed to be like a free trade agreement. You know, we can just, you know, fuck the borders, fuck the taxes. We'll you know, we can have stuff from you and you can have stuff from us. That's what it was supposed to be, until it morphed into this different thing where these people under, you know, treaties that were ratified and fucking acts and statutes and legislations and all this other bullshit that they signed actually made us subservient, should we say, to Europe. And it was never supposed to be that way. And because it grew over that many years into something else, we didn't realise it was going to do that, obviously, or Ted Heath maybe did, I don't know. But certainly, you know, you can't sign yourself over to a foreign power and have them rule your complete existence in this country. You know, it's unheard of. It is treason, believe it or not, because you should be in charge of your own affairs. It's actually been a long time since I talked about Brexit. And there's a lot of other reasons, obviously. But, you know, once again, if we want to secure our borders, you're all racists. You know, every Brexiteer's a fucking gammon. They're a racist. They're this, that and the other. Couldn't be any further from the truth. What we want to do, in actual fact, is look after our own people in our own country first. And it doesn't matter where you come from or who's here already. Let's look after us lot first, right? Let's look after us lot first and then anyone else afterwards. If I had a pizza and everyone needed one slice of pizza per day to live, and the pizza had 10 slices, never 10 people, well, would I bring another 2 people in to take a piece of that pizza that we need? Of course not. Why would anybody do that? You see, so it's all of these things that we saw. I think it's a 1952 fucking Migration Act, or there's something out there anyway. I think it was about 1950s that we've signed that says that these people get more rights than our own people in our own country. So, you know, once again, all of the, you know, the 4.5 years was Gina Miller, wasn't it? It was you know, Jeremy Corbyn. It was all of these other people that wanted to stick their fucking oar in and try and stop it through court cases and this, that and the other. That's why it took so long. Because nobody wanted to leave, right? Nobody. Not one of the establishment wanted us to go. And we went 2 fingers up. We went, we're fucking going. Whether it be 52 to 48%, it could have been fucking 51 to 49. It could have been 50.2 to 49.8, right? It doesn't matter. We fucking won the vote. And then it was, let's have another referendum because it was too close to call. No bollocks. Let's not do that. You lost, fucking get over it. And because of that, we've been paying the price ever since on waiting to leave the bloc and over what deals they would or wouldn't do. You know, they're still not sorted the fishermen out. And now, because we have left, France are saying, you've got to come back because we can't survive without you. But they won't take our fish. That's all right. We'll buy it. It's our fish. We'll buy the fucking fish.
Now that's something else I didn't understand. What was the thing about the fish?
Well, they come into our waters with these fucking super trawlers and take away tons and tons and tons of our own fish from our own waters and leave our fishermen with nothing. They actually paid their own fishermen many, many years ago to burn their boats. They pay the farmers to keep the fields fallow so we keep buying the European produce. You see, because without us, everything else in Europe goes down. Right, because we're going to start looking after ourselves, aren't we? We're going to grow our own fruit. We're going to grow our own veg. We're going to, you know, all of these things that we were led to believe was coming from our own country. Why is it then that we were importing from Europe to eat European food, and everything from our country was going over to Europe? What is that? It's fucking mental.
Why isn't everybody listening to you right now?
Oh, well, because we're all shut down.
It's
that's
almost,
why.
No, I'm not being funny. It's almost like cognitive
Cognitive dissonance.
There you go. It's like people don't really understand. And I might sound like a bit of a divvy right here, but I'm quite happy to be educated
Listen,
and learn
me as well.
some truth.
Me as
and
well.
Lots of other people. You know, I know stuff about other things. This lot, I was a little bit behind the times with Brexit and what have you. People don't really want to listen, do they? They don't want to hear another side to anything.
You know what? There's plenty of people out there listening, believe it or not, that listen on the radio. They listen through the website. And Motiv8 Radio, believe it or not, is on many radio platforms.
Oh, crap.
So if you put in Motiv8... Well, no, it's not that. Look, I don't know how far it goes, to be honest. But, you know, some people have gone, oh, Motiv8's not too bad. It plays all sorts of music 24/7. You know, we'll put that on our little thing. And if people listen, then we'll show some adverts and they'll earn some money. So if you actually go onto Google and put in Motiv8 Radio, fuck me, the amount of places we're on, whether people are listening or not, I don't know. But people like to listen and not get involved. They won't come in the chat room. You know, they sit back afar. And I've had plenty of messages from people saying, listen, I can't be seen to be listening to you because of what I do. Or, you know, I've got a record label. Or I work in the NHS. Or I'm here, I'm there. And I can't be seen to be listening, but I'm listening to you. I had someone a couple of years ago that, believe it or not, was at a party. And obviously they listened to my show. And someone, that's when my show was on a Friday night, I do believe. And someone went into the kitchen and went, all right, he's on. And they started listening. And the friend that come back to me said, 5 of them were old Bill. Right? Yeah, fucking God's honest truth. God's honest truth. So I don't know who's listening. I don't know where they are. I don't know what goes on. Right? Now.
Oh, well, if the old Bill are listening, can I give them... I'm only joking. No, I get what you're saying. Just to interrupt there, I'm really sorry. It's like I said to you when I first joined in. I have people in work. I share your show when it was on Facebook, and they jump in and talk about anal. People don't actually believe that I don't watch telly.
By the way, that was a 1951 UN Refugee Convention. That's it. Got it. Someone just put it up for me. The UN Refugee Convention, 1951. That's why these people are afforded more rights than their own people in their own country.
Oh, excellent.
Okay. Listen, I normally have to... But my brain is like fucking mush, right? It's it works and it doesn't work sometimes. And I do forget important information.
My brain is mush. Yeah, it doesn't help with whiskey. I do also have PTSD, so when I'm trying to think of something, it is completely out the window.
I do it all the time and have to ask the people that are listening, what was that? And they go, it was this, Dave, it was that. You know,
yeah,
listen, I don't profess to know anything.
Brilliant.
Listen, I don't profess to know everything, and I certainly don't know everything. But common sense, logic and reason in this day and age goes a fucking long way. And just because these people have got all sorts of qualifications doesn't give them an ounce of common sense, doesn't give them an ounce of logic or an ounce of reason. And to tackle these problems that we have in our country, and we've got plenty of problems, we've got loads and loads of problems, and it's when you realise that the government create the problems and don't solve them, when people like, you know, me and others that do these shows on Wake Up and everywhere else, you know, we sit and we go, here's a problem, what do we do? Right, okay then, we've got no fruit pickers. Right, okay, well we've got open nicks, we've got nicks where you can get the people out, get them out for a couple of days, pick the fucking crops, take them back again. That then funds a little bit of what should go on within the prison system to take a little bit of the burden away from the taxpayer, right? Because the farmer at a reduced rate can pay these people to do it rather than foreign workers. You know, all of these things can be done. Community service, you know, we've got people living in care homes at the moment with no family. So you get some people. So you get some people out that are in prison that can be trusted, that are in there for white collar crimes. You get them out, and you go, right, there you go. You can go and talk to that person for a few hours. You know, put a bit of fucking care back into the community is what we should be doing, and we're not doing any of it because the government won't allow that to go on. They cause and seek to cause nothing but division and nothing but causing problems. Name me a problem. Name me a problem. Anyone?
TV.
No. Name me a problem that a politician or a party have ever solved in this country? Because I can't think of one. No,
me either. Can I just say something? Christine's just joined in. Can I just say hello to Christine?
You can.
I know that sounds really sad. Christine Harmer, hi, it's Midge. I just wanted to say hello. I think she's cool.
Right, okay. Well, listen, that wasn't a bad foot. You fucking let rip tonight, ain't you, girl?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, what?
For somebody who wasn't going to get on for very long.
You
Thank
did
you
say
very much.
you did say 10 minutes, but I'm very easy to talk to, aren't
Very easy on the eye. Everyone loves the DJ.
Everyone loves to do. I've got a lovely face for radio. Put it that way.
I think you're ace. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Midge, listen, great first call. Listen, anytime. It's every Saturday night. Well, last Saturday I couldn't do it because I kept blue screening on my computer. So I'm going to do a bit of work this week and get all my gear back to what it was because my computer kept just, at a moment's notice, bang, crashed, gone. So I couldn't do the show last week. But normally it's every Saturday. And if you like listening to what you listen to and you want to call in at some point, then you're more than welcome.
Yeah, I will do. Thank you very much.
Midge, love you, darling. Have a lovely, lovely, lovely Sunday. And I will speak to you very soon.
Yes, thank you. Bye-bye.
Cheers, bye-bye. All around the house, she's like a teddy bear. Bless her. She messaged me and went, listen, I'm a bit nervous about coming. I was my first call, blah, blah, blah. Didn't she fucking do well, ladies and gentlemen? Really? Come on. Wow. Good evening, Pat.
Good evening, David. I've been trying to get hold of you for I don't know how long.
How long?
How long's a bit of string?
All right, all depends how long the bit of string is. How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, all I was going to say was, about this transgender bullshit is, I think I'll identify as either a wardrobe or a witch and fuck off back to Narnia.
Well, being a carpenter, I'll identify as the wardrobe.
No, what I wanted to talk to you about was going off the topic of what you've been talking about tonight. I watched a video earlier, and it was dated December, just gone. Some bloke got pulled up by the police, got fined, and he got the letter through the post, and he noticed that the heading on the post, on the letter, wasn't Metropolitan Police or his local police in Birmingham. He was in Birmingham. It was from a company called Acro. Well, apparently there's Acro and there's CPOSA, another company.
Right, okay.
So he thought, right, I'm going to Google this, see who these Acro people are, like what it is. So he Googled it, and he wanted to find out who all the shareholders were. He was shocked, and I was shocked, and he said, you will be shocked when you see who all the shareholders are. They're all coppers, detectives, commissioners. What these bastard police have done, these brand shirts have done, or what they're doing, they're making a limited company. They're going out, slapping fines on people, and they're making thousands. The corruption goes beyond fucking words with the police.
Right, okay. I think I've seen a little bit of that, to be honest. So it's something possibly I'm going to have to look. Anything you've got, obviously send forward. Anything anyone's got, actually send forward. I think I saw a post about that.
I can't believe it. Yeah. So when you're getting nicked, if you get a letter and it's not headed Metropolitan or whatever police, local, whatever, but it's got Acro or CPOSA as a heading letter, that is not coming from the police. That's coming from a limited company. So take the bastards to court.
Right, okay.
Take them to court.
But that again, right? You know, what would you do with that? Because going to a magistrate's court, that becomes maritime, and that becomes that's not. Oh, fucking hang on a minute. That's not the Crown against a person. That's a corporation against a person, and that can't exist, can it?
Well, surely it's not legal because they're not. Look, when you join the police force, you swear an oath to Queen and a pleb, a peasant, the people.
Yep.
So you swear an oath. You don't swear an oath to the government. These coppers doing the bidding of Boris and his ilk, straight away they're breaking the law. Because I think you said it anyway, but I went. I done a little bit of digging last week. I don't know if I already mentioned this to you, but I think I might have done. But I done a bit of digging about how laws are passed, and they have to draw up a green paper or whatever in Parliament, decide on whatever kind of legislation they want to decide on. Then it goes to the Lords. They have to agree. If they don't, it goes back to Parliament. They have to adjust it. Then it goes back to the Lords. They have to agree. And if they both come to an agreement, the Lords and the Commons, it goes to the Queen, and the Queen signs it off as law.
Raw assent.
Right?
Yeah.
So with all this bullshit that's going on about you can't do this, you can't do what? Look, this procedure that goes on between the Commons and between the Lords takes days, not minutes, not hours.
Well, it's weeks and months sometimes, isn't it?
Well, yeah. So each individual law that they're coming out with, I mean, he's coming out with bullshit every single day, Boris. You can't tell me that they've sat there and gone through this procedure for every single law that these laws are illegal. And what he's doing is pushing his power, he's pushing his authority, and stupid, ignorant people are doing what he's telling.
Well, yes, but again, it's because they don't know any different, isn't it? You know, look, if we understand these. Well, they should do. Well, they should do, yeah. But it's not taught in the schools, is it? And we certainly can't get our information out anywhere because people don't watch this show like they should, either because we talk complete bullshit or because Facebook won't allow it out, YouTube won't share it, won't give you any notifications. So we've got a relatively small platform. I don't know about the radio side of it, but it's you know, if this was shown on the news, imagine that. Imagine if the news come on, the BBC News come on and went, right, okay, we've done a bit of digging, investigative journalism. And we found out that this is going on, that's going on. So any of these police that are sending you something, if it comes up with this, that, and the other, it's illegal, unlawful, and you shouldn't pay it. Imagine if the news did that, you know. But that can't be seen to be done because they need to carry on with this control that they've got. You know, and if this is a corporation, a limited company, or whatever it may be, then they have no jurisdiction whatsoever. I don't care if they're police that run it or whatever goes on, unless they've been granted powers by government and it's been signed off by the Queen as law.
If they had, it's been done like it's dodgy, isn't it? The way it's been done.
Well, yeah, of course. You've made a corporation from a corporation. It's like a sub corporation, then, isn't it? Because the police are.
And all these shareholders, which are police, retired detectives, whatever, are all making thousands on this. Thousands, Dave.
But are they handing it over to? Look, you know, I can't say where it's going. That's speculation at the moment. I don't know where it's going. It hasn't been proven. There's been no audit, has there? So we'd expect that if that was the case, and it's been set up by government and the police and this, that, and the other, for that money to then go to the government. You know, if that's the case, you know, I really don't know. As I say, I'm going to have to look into it because I did see something about that. I think it was a couple of weeks ago, to be honest.
There's so much corruption in the police. Honestly, it's unbelievable.
Corruption everywhere. There's more corruption than there is anything else in this land.
I mean, if you can't go to the police for help, who the fucking hell do you go to?
Well, you can't. You know, what did Tom McDonald say? You know, ring the police or order a pizza and see who arrives first. You know,
arrives first. Yeah.
You know, it couldn't be any truer than that. You know, so it's very worrying. Don't get me wrong. That the people don't seem to want to question anything anymore. You know, they don't want to question anything, you know. And, you know, look, when we first started doing this nearly a year ago now, it was, you know, we were trying to put out the facts of what we found on websites, reputable, obviously, or what anyone else is following. The government are following the WHO, the CDC, Public Health England, and, you know, we were trying to put these out. And we were talking about hydroxychloroquine, we were talking about vitamin D, we were talking about all of these things that now they're saying, you know, why a year later? It's ridiculous. So, of all these things we talked about, it got a bit boring, to be honest, and I sort of knocked it on the head for a little bit. And we've not done the research that we should have done. Other people have taken over. Dan Austin Gregory has taken over, and he's doing what he's doing, and it's all great stuff. But it's sort of run its course with me, and I know now where I sit, and I think I know now exactly what's going on. You know, is it? I don't know. These are my thoughts and feelings only, obviously. But it's not. It certainly isn't a conspiracy theory when the evidence is there, staring you straight in the face. But for everything that we did last year, in the first start of this pandemic, you know, we locked down because no one really knew what was going on. We locked down. We sort of enjoyed it a little bit, I think. You know, if people were being paid on furlough and doing this and doing that, you know, spending a bit of time doing a bit of gardening, spending a bit of time with the family. It was all like a bit of a novelty, wasn't it? If we can say that. Not a very nice one, don't get me wrong, but we were forced into it, and lockdown was lockdown. Fuck me, you went out in the street, there was no one anywhere. It was crazy. And that was 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Then it was months later, and then it was, you know, eat out to help out, and then it was masks, and then it was lock up again and tears and this, that, and the other. And you just go, hang on a minute. Yeah, and the more that went on, the more people sort of went out and researched, you know, which is what I would expect, especially when all these things are coming out the internet. And you're going, well, listen, if you're going to trust Sage and the government over thousands and thousands of doctors, then something isn't right here. And if you're not showing the other side of this story, then something certainly isn't right. And it should be a two-way street with the information to make up your own mind. So did they do it to keep us all safe? No, I don't think they did at all. I think the lockdowns are absolutely fucking pointless. I think the mask wearing is pointless. I think everything they've done up until now is absolutely pointless. But I didn't tell anyone not to wear a mask. I didn't tell anyone not to socially distance. I didn't tell everyone just get out your fucking house. You know, I didn't do any of that because at the beginning we didn't really know what was going on. And as it progressed and we found out what was going on, I still didn't tell anyone, you know, do this and do that. But it was certainly, I'm not going to be a part of it. You know, lead by example, I expect. I don't know. And if other people don't want to do it, then they won't do it. But I didn't tell anyone to actually not do it. So we followed everything to a T. But then when you find out about the PCR test, the lateral flow test, and the way they're counting the deaths, and you just think, hang on a fucking minute here, we're all being taken for cunts, aren't we? You know, so, but now...
It's like what I said to you the other week. If Boris really did care about the people of this country, he would have said to Sage and Whitty and Valance and all the rest of the plebs, he would have said, I've listened to you long enough, now I want to see, you know, listen to the other side of the coin here. And listen to all those thousands of doctors that have got something to say, but they're being shut down. Why are they being shut down?
Well, see, that instantly...
Well, we know why they're being shut down, don't we?
Well, yeah, because that makes me think instantly that there's something sinister going on behind the scenes. Otherwise, they would be listening to these people. So, or at least taking some form of advice, or you know, we would be getting two sides of the story.
And this Ebola bullshit, I mean, what's that, another thing to put fear into people, is it?
Oh, it's Ebola, it's the Finnish variant, it's fucking, what was the other one? Fucking...
Bird flu, wasn't it, or something?
Oh, fuck no, honestly.
Yeah, but that avian flu, I mean, I've looked at all stuff like this. Avian flu does not affect humans. That's just another fear factor.
Yeah, of course.
But there will be people out there that will shit themselves and go, oh, God, no one got rid of COVID, now we've got to be scared of birds. I'm never going to eat a chicken again.
Not a European one. You know, I'm a member of a few groups at the minute, you know, Buy British and this, that and the other. And, you know, I think people are trying to get the message out that we can sustain ourselves. You know, things are seasonal and there will be things that we have to go without. I've got no problem with going without fucking strawberries. I've got no problem with going without asparagus if that was the case. You know, I don't eat the fucking shit anyways. It doesn't matter to me. But, you know...
You grow it yourself. If it comes to it,
you know,
grow it yourself.
Exactly. You know, but again, we are a country that should be self-sustaining. You know,
we are a country that is self-sustaining. I know what you're saying, but the problem is we are so overpopulated, there's not enough food in this country to feed the population. That's why we have to go elsewhere.
Well, there would be if they didn't farm it all out to the EU. You see, because what happens is
if we didn't have how many.
I can take that on board.
Migrants here.
Well, I can take that on board, obviously, but then again, you know, we got to understand is that everything that's grown here is taken to Europe, and everything in Europe is brought to us. It's ridiculous. I've seen some of the carbon footprints.
Yeah, all that fish is fished here, sent to France, and they sell it back to us twice as much.
Right.
Costing twice as much.
Or it goes halfway across the world, gets packaged, and then gets brought back over again. You just think, hang on a fucking minute, what are you doing, you lot? You know, so I've got no doubt at all. You know, I don't know what's going to go on yet with this COVID bollocks, to be honest. I don't know whether they're going to ease restrictions. I mean, you know, they're already talking about the fact there should be 0 cases before we come out of lockdown. That's never going to happen.
Boris did say if the R rate went below 1, he said that we would come out of lockdown. Well, it's way past below 1.
It's way below 1. So, you know, again...
And, yeah,
you know, they can argue the toss at the moment. They can say, look, because we locked you all down, because you've been wearing masks, and because you've been keeping away from your family, and you've been doing this and you've been doing that, the R rate's dropped, we're going to let you back out again, right?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden the R rate goes back up, right, over their false tests and fucking false
Well, it won't.
calculations.
It won't, but they'll say it will.
Right, okay,
It
yeah.
won't.
So, but again, but they could say it's because we locked you down. Look, they locked us down, and flu is non-existent. This is their excuse for it, right? Flu's non-existent now. For the first time in 130 years, there's no fucking flu, right?
Oh, no,
because people,
COVID is so clever.
you see, this is the beauty of it. Because people have been socially distancing and wearing masks and washing their hands and looking after their hygiene, and because you've been locked away, there's no more flu. If that was the case and there's no more flu, what's going on with COVID then? Because COVID isn't any more transmissible than flu.
Yeah.
It's no more transmissible than flu. So why are we still getting COVID and we've got no fucking flu then? If they're telling us it's because we're socially distanced, wearing masks and washing our hands that the flu's gone, what the fuck's going on with COVID?
I saw that video you played where they're getting off a plane and they're all being sprayed.
Oh, that's just absolute madness, isn't it?
Fuck me.
Absolute madness. And the other video, that I found, I think it was from 2018 or 2017, when they're talking about the flu, and the flu's killing young people, it's killing this person, killing that person, blah, blah, it's literally no different.
Yeah.
And I've seen no evidence yet, and especially when people have been putting in freedom of information requests and doing all sorts of business to try and get a sample of the isolated virus, they can't supply it because it simply doesn't exist.
What do you think about the anal tests then?
Well, lots of people are waiting for it apparently, but they're hoping it's going to be a big black rubber cock. Listen, 3 masks.
It must be all those you were talking about earlier on.
Wear 3 masks, bend over, take the swab up your arse. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. It is. And look, I don't know how much more people are going to take, to be honest. Like I said earlier, we did it for the first couple of months and, sort of had a bit of a furlough, a bit of holiday, wasn't it? It was all a bit new. We're spending time in our garden, spending time with family.
Well, that's what the British are known for. We do as we're told, but we do try and do the right thing.
Stiff up a lip and all that, of course. But when it comes down to the fact that they just, it's going to be never ending. And if they can't supply a sample to say that this actually exists, which apparently, up until this point, I think there was an Irish doctor standing in front of a building. There's a video. She put in a freedom of information request. They can't supply this sample because they haven't fucking isolated it. The American doctors have asked the same thing. They can't isolate it. They can't do this, that, and the other. Then I've seen a video today, actually, on the mRNA, this messenger RNA fucking thing. And I've sort of sussed out how it works a little bit. It's very, very fucking scary, to be honest.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind, you used to get a little bit of, a bit of the protein, should we say, of what is in the flu, injected into you to create an immune response, but there was such a small particle of it that you create the immune response and then you're not immune to it, but you've got a better protection for it. This is something completely and absolutely different. It's programming your cells through the messenger RNA to literally pick up anything that could be foreign in your body. So this is either a very good thing, because if you've got cancer, I don't know, maybe it's going to start killing those. So, it's programming your body to fight against any infection that it starts to realise you may have, apparently, right?
Yeah.
So, again, all very, very scary. And there are some scare stories out there, and I can't trust all of it, obviously. I can't corroborate the information because, I'm a doctor and I'm saying this. But certainly if they're all singing from the same hymn sheet, and even Mark Zuckerberg was caught out the other day, wasn't he, on a Zoom meeting. We don't know what it does yet.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
I saw
right.
That,
DNA, RNA, this, that, and the other, changing people's RNA. And then,
what does he know? Hang on, what does he know about medicine?
Well, what does anyone know? But we're all asking questions, but we're not allowed to ask these questions because it gets fact-checked, doesn't it? So, look, I can see an end in sight because I think the government, we're out of the European Union. Donald Trump's gone. All of the dissent that was going on is sort of been squashed, and now they've caused dissent again by locking people down. It's been proven now that going to the beach in the summer didn't cause another spike. All of these things, all of this information coming out. The WHO, the World Health Organization, has released guidance to laboratories. This was on the 21st of January this year, to reduce the cycle count in PCR tests to get a more accurate representation of COVID cases.
Apparently. Sorry, Dave.
That's all right, go on.
Apparently the WHO have been telling world leaders to stop lockdown.
Well, you see,
We've been telling them to stop it.
there's no scientific evidence whatsoever to support lockdowns. There's no scientific evidence whatsoever about the wearing of masks. Now, I think that the most stupidest thing they ever could have done, which was on American news first, obviously, and it sort of filtered down to us, was wear 3 masks. If you wear 3 masks, 90% effective. That means 1 mask is 30%, doesn't it?
Do you know the worst thing I've seen?
Go on.
Newborn babies with masks on.
The worst one I saw was the baby in the car seat, and they're trying to swab the fucking, it couldn't only have been 6, 7 months old, possibly, trying to stick something up their nose. Fucking hell.
No. I can't watch things like
Crying its eyes out it was. Once again, you've got to wonder just how gullible and stupid can people be. But then saying that gullible and stupid doesn't come into it if you actually genuinely fear that you're going to die. And, the video I did the other night about my son,
I watched that, Dave.
fucking broke. I was in tears with him on the phone, and I just thought, fucking hell, his head's not in a good place anyway, and it hasn't been for a few years mentally. And talking, I said I'll give him a bell, and I went, "You all right?" He went, "Yeah." I said, "See what they're doing now? Have you blown it?" And I do talk to him about what goes on. He doesn't believe everything I say, obviously, because he takes it with a pinch of salt, because it's me, right? And he does know a little bit more than he should, because it's me. His girlfriend obviously has got people that she knows that are nurses, and she's trying to put his mind at rest. And he just broke down in tears in front of me, and I broke down as well, and I just couldn't believe what I was seeing.
It's mental stress, and it's
fucking horrible.
I think a lot of the time, when people suffering like this, it's not everything to do with the virus. I think it's to do with it's the control. It's what is involved in it. Like, my other half said to me, "What are you worried about? You don't go out anyway." And I thought, no, maybe I don't. I'm a stone's throw from the beach here. So if I wanted to, I could just take a stroll down the beach. But I said, maybe I don't go out. I don't drink, so I don't go, that kind of thing. And I said, maybe I don't go out. But if I wanted to, I can't. And that's what I don't like.
Yeah.
I can't.
I
can't do what I want.
Yeah.
So that is what I think a lot of the problem is with people that are suffering with, mental illness. It's the restriction. It's the feeling of being trapped, of being imprisoned, And if you've got a mental, problems already, this ain't helping.
I think
it really ain't helping.
It's the missing family members as well. Look, it was someone's birthday here the other day, and we had everybody up instead, except Ben, his girlfriend, and the 3 kids, because he just wouldn't do it. Now, I'm not being funny with you. We could. There was cars outside, obviously. We had people here. But I know, not being funny, I know where that.
In the place.
I'll call him on myself. Fuck it. But we're looking at the fact that we've not seen each other in a long time. I've seen Henry and Freddie, little Freddie. Fucking hell, he's got bigger. Henry's got bigger. My boy's got more hair on his head. David, Mark's getting bigger. He's using my garage to training, and I don't think we realise that the weeks are flying by, and we're not actually seeing our family members. And it was such a shame because Ben didn't want to be here because he literally thinks, I think he knows it's not going to happen, but at the back of his mind, it's fucking plaguing him, something chronic, that if he comes up and sees everyone else, that he's going to catch something and fucking die. Now,
you've got to get out of that mindset, Dave.
Yeah, I know. Listen, I do talk to him, obviously, not as much as Mummy does, obviously, but, when I need to, I do. I don't want to pester him. If he needs to talk to me, he knows where I am. But when you're looking at, being locked up in a flat, he's got the 3 kids there, they're not going out. The last time I went out was Christmas shopping. I'll be quite honest with you. That's the last time I left this fucking house, right? I put the bins out, I've done a few bits, I'll go out to the car and, I've not been out anywhere, right? And I'm quite comfortable fucking about doing little videos and fucking cartoon, fucking reality, I've got things to be doing. So, but when you're talking about a family that's cooped up, they went out the other week when it snowed. He obviously takes a dog for a walk, so he gets out and about here and there. He's got a mask on, and But we're missing, I think, that family unit thing that we were doing. Fuck me, summertime we were all up here. We was all here, with a swimming pool and everything else. And I think that again, bearing in mind he knows he's missing out because of how he's feeling. is also taking a massive toll because he knows everyone else is up here and he wasn't, you know. So all of these things, and mental health, it's a terrible thing. But again, you know, that's my son, and over what I do, you know, if he's feeling that way, then how many more others out there in this country are literally plagued with this fucking mental health that the government have done to them? No one else.
Think of the pressure they're under because, you know, families, their kids go to school, so I mean, my kids are all grown up now, but when they was at school, it was a relief. I'd take them off to school, come home, get the housework done, pop to the shop, do what I had to do, blah, blah, blah. They're not getting a minute's peace. They're in the flat, house, whatever, all day with their children. Kids can't go out because the weather's shit anyway, right? And, you know, I was watching a video, Katie Hopkins, and she said that she spoke to a woman who said she's so stressed out, she locks herself in her bedroom and screams under her breath to her kids, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, because she's under so much stress.
Yeah.
You know, she's under so much, and I can understand it. And I'm lucky, I live in a house. I've got a garden. I can go out in the garden even though the weather's bad. If I want to go in the garden, I can. But there are people up in tower blocks, and they're the ones I feel sorry for. Those people that are up in tower blocks that have got screaming kids around them, Mummy, why can't we go to the park? Why can't we go out? Why can't we do this? Why can't we do that? They're the people I really feel sorry for.
Well, that and when you see videos of a woman that took her child out to an empty car park and was fined for doing it, you know, that again will stop people going out again because they think they're going to get stopped because it's not their daily exercise. They're going to say they've been out too much, bang, and to try and recoup some money, you know, they keep putting these fine things in front of people. And, you know, once again, it's become...
You've got to investigate these fines. Don't take them for the gospel. Don't take them that they're actually coming from the police. You've got to investigate these fines. And they're not legal anyway.
Well, I've seen a few videos now where people are actually challenging these things in courts.
Well, I saw a video where, well, it wasn't actually a court video, but it was a video where some bloke took the police to court for giving him a fine, you know, illegally. And the judge said to the copper, next time you come into my court, come in for a reason. Stop coming in here wasting my time. Because they're bringing people in, nicking people, bringing them in, people are going to court and it's being thrown out.
And
every time.
Yep, and I think one of them that I saw was because the guy said to the judge, can you please show me this isolated virus? If you can't show me the isolated virus and prove that this actually exists, then this doesn't stand, because none of what the government have done so far is lawful.
You start throwing questions to these people and they don't like critical thinkers, they hate it.
Oh, no, of course, you must run with the crowd and you must pay your fine within 14 days or it goes up and this, that and blah, 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 or, you challenge it in a courtroom. They don't like all that. You know, so, again, it's just...
Sorry, Dave.
That's all right, no, carry on.
No, I was going to just say to you, I went on a live stream last night of Florida, Miami.
All right, yeah.
I often look at places all around the world like Rome and that.
Yep.
Like feed and the Wailing Wall. Apparently in Israel they've got this weird snow that's going on.
See that? It's like foam, isn't it? Yeah.
I'll talk about that in a sec. So I went on the live feed Miami, and all the cabs are open. Nobody's wearing masks. There's no social. When I first started to look, because I've been looking at these places for a couple of years, and then when COVID came in, all those seatings were all separate. There was barriers outside this webcam on this particular cafe.
Yep.
Well, when I looked at it last night, everything back to normal. Tables and chairs back how they were. People walking down the street, no masks, no social distance. It was like COVID never existed.
Yep.
And I thought to myself, you know, the reason why it's like that in Florida is because most of the politicians in America live in Florida. 5G is not being installed in Florida, apparently. Then I went on to the London camp and I saw people walking, it was raining and people walking around. I saw some bloke dart out of the way of another bloke. You know, you've got the fucking plague. They're all wearing the masks and that, and it's what an absolute total contrast. Totally. I mean, if it's like that in Florida, why can't we just all open up? If everyone was to go out, not wear a mask. I watched a video where a crowd of people stormed a supermarket.
Yeah, I
in
saw
America.
that. Yeah, I saw that.
Not wearing masks. Yeah.
They didn't like that,
No.
did they?
You've got to do that. It's no good a few thousand people marching up to Trafalgar Square.
But
You need millions.
well, you see,
You've got to have your voice
that's the
heard.
problem, isn't it? That's the problem. You can't get that amount of people on the street for some unknown reason. It doesn't happen like that. I mean, that was the reason when I saw that video of them going into the supermarket that I made that video, Savagely Demented Dribblers. Because that again is what you're dealing with, and it's causing further division because the government has told people now, treat it and act like you've got it. Got what?
Yeah.
The fuck are you lot talking about? You fucking mentalists.
And that snow stuff. Did you see the video on that snow?
Yeah, I did. It was like polystyrene baubles, wasn't
He
it?
was melting it, yeah, and it went black.
Oh no, I saw the other one when he's scooping it off the back of a car, and he's trying to squish it in his hands, and it's sort of going together, but not. It wouldn't melt, and it was like someone's rubbed polystyrene together in his hand. It was fucking mental.
Well, this bloke said it felt like plastic. He was outside his house. He picked up an handful of it, made it into a little ball, took it into his house. His wife lit a candle, and she held it underneath it. There was no water dripping from it. It was burning black, and now apparently it's turning yellow. But see, this is all going on in Texas, isn't it?
Well,
Houston.
I think what I should do.
Ain't that where they do all their
harp? Yeah.
Yeah, all that shit that's going on. with all
Oh,
the
Jesse
experiments.
Ventura years ago on the old channel. Yeah, I think what I'm going to have to do, to be honest, my freezer's a little bit iced up. I can pick a little bit off of that and burn it, right? 'Cause well, no, look, that's ice. That's frosting and ice, isn't it? If you got to burn it, it's going to melt, isn't it? Surely. So
Well, I
if
think
snow is
people around
snow,
I think people around this country that are getting snow, I've not had any. But
No, we
people
did.
That are, maybe you should test it yourself.
well, we're
don't
not.
know.
Well, it just seems very strange. Someone tried to come up
Look,
with a.
Dave, it sounds extreme. It sounds ridiculous. It sounds.
No,
out
it
there,
doesn't, because
but-
I've seen the videos. It
Well,
turns
what's
black and it
going
doesn't
on?
melt. So again, you got
What's going on?
you got to look at these things.
Past them.
No, of course not. Who the fuck gives Bill Gates the right to spar up a fucking stratosphere with reflective particles to try and reflect some of the sunlight? Listen, what could possibly go fucking wrong, eh? What is going on?
That's what I said to you the other week. Apparently, he wants to block out the
Yeah.
sun to help global warming, but he's now buying a hell of a lot of land up.
Yeah,
in
farmland, yeah.
America. Well, he
And
certainly doesn't
telling
wanna-
us we should be eating synthetic beef.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He certainly doesn't want to cultivate that land, does he? If
No,
he
of course
wants to
not.
block out the sun.
Well,
So
no.
what does he want that land for?
Well, he's buying it up so no one else can use it to graze and do this, that, and the other, and rear cows and stuff for beef.
Yeah.
See, once again, these people have too much control and power.
It's all about control. They want the general public, the whole world, to be reliant on the government.
On them, yeah.
Let the furlough, right? Oh, fuck it, I'm not going to go to work. I'm getting more money on furlough than what I was getting when I was going to work. So some people, not all, but a lot of people are thinking, oh, I'm not going out in this weather. I'll get furlough. And what they can't understand is they're getting programmed into actually relying on the government. This is the way it's going. You've got to go out there, you've got to open your fucking businesses, let the coppers bang on your door, don't open the door. If everyone was to do that, this would stop. This would stop.
Of course it would, but then again, we've
I am
suffered
so
many.
angry.
We've suffered so many years of programming. So many years of programming. It's so hard to tell anyone anything. Look, okay. So I get messages from people and they say, I'm on a certain post. Have you got this video? Have you got that video? Have you got this video? Have you got that video? And I go, yep, I got this, I got that, I got this. So I send it to them on WhatsApp, I send it to them on Messenger, or a link to it, or if I can go back through my history long enough, because I've been on fucking Adobe for so long now. I've got fucking hundreds and hundreds of videos I've been watching to try and get to do this cartoon thing. So if I can find it in my history, or I know the title of it, I'll send them the link and do this, that, and the other. Because people go, you're talking bollocks. The news never said that. right? And you go, no, actually they did. So, all right, Dave, have you got that? Yeah, I've got that. Yeah, I'll fucking have that. I get loads of messages like that a day, to be honest, and people then post that in arguments they're having on certain pages or whatever's going on, because these people go, no, they didn't mean that. Yeah, they fucking did. 28 days, anyone dying, 28 days, bosh, fucking COVID, right? And now from news articles now in the papers. Two separate papers put out the same story about the old guy dying, 99 years old, chronic fucking illnesses. They put him down as COVID. And this woman went, hang on a fucking minute, and she actually wrote the piece in the Mail. So whether or not she's an editor or she's a reporter, I don't know. So she's brought this to the attention of people. But people just won't believe it. And you can play them a video and they'll go, no, it's not actually what they mean. Well, fucking idiots. Well, I've just watched that video and I can take from that video what I took from it. If you didn't take what I took from that video, then you're fucking stupid, right? And there's so much evidence out there to suggest at the moment that this isn't half as bad as it should be. If you take the 90% off of the 120,000 deaths, you're left with, I don't know, 12,000 or something fucking stupid, 10, 11,000. If you took off the people with underlying conditions and this, that, and blah, 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 if you just look at the fucking numbers, people, something sinister behind the scenes is going on. If it's to ruin our economy because of Brexit, if it was to take Donald Trump out because Joe Biden had to get in. Joe Biden the other day, did you hear that? Joe Biden went, right, once we've dealt with COVID, we're going to cure cancer. Oh, fuck off, you old cunt.
Don't talk to me about Joe Biden. What was it he said? He was at some kind of fucking thing on his podium, and he was talking to a load of black people, and he said, Alexander Graham Bell was white. You do know that, don't you?
Oh, fucking mate.
The man's
honestly.
a dick. Alexander Graham Bell. Oh, please.
I know, but again, you see, this is what they wanted. But Twitter has been awash. Apparently, Twitter's been awash with people that are now saying, "Oh my God, I wish I'd never fucking voted for that cunt." So they didn't know why they were voting for him. They just knew they hated Trump, and they hated Trump because of the media. There is no other logical, sensible, sane reason why anybody would have voted those people in after all the greatness that Donald Trump done for that country, apart from the vilifying and the lambasting that they did. And
I've heard stupid things. Why don't you like Trump? Oh, I don't like his hair.
I
don't like, I don't like the colour of his skin. Look, I don't care if he looked like fucking Mickey Mouse. If he done his job properly, that's all that matters, isn't it?
He's the only politician in decades that I've seen that has actually done what he said he was going to do. He was voted in on doing it. He did it. And as was lambasted and vilified from day one. They tried to impeach him twice. They've tried the Russian dossier, the Russian hoax. They've tried all sorts and sundry. And now apparently I think it's going to go to court again over this insurrection bollocks. When, look, it's the most heavily CCTV'd area in America, which is Washington, D.C., and they've got no footage of the people that put the bombs there, right? Hang on a minute. Look, you can send pictures back from Mars, but you can't show me who laid some fucking bombs. That silly fucker from Black Lives Matter was paid by CNN, wasn't he, to film the insurrection?
That's right.
I mean, all of these things, Hunter Biden's laptop, Joe Biden sniffing children, all of this thing has been completely and utterly glossed over. Kamala Harris putting away over 1,500 black men when she was a judge for little bags of weed in prison.
Not to mention, she was heavily involved in Planned Parenthood that were selling off newborn baby
body parts,
organs, body parts, and fetal tissue and all kinds of shit.
Yeah, listen, if you own the media, and you run the media, you own the people and run the people. It's quite simple.
Did you see that? Did you see that little video I sent you? I sent it to you in Messenger. My sister sent it to me, where there's a dog looking at Biden on the TV screen and he's barking at him.
Good judge of character, that one.
Animals sense evil, don't they?
Well, I mean, look, I've seen a lot of shit on the internet. Obviously, he's wearing a mask. It's a fucking body double. It's this. It's that. It's fucking. Oh, just listen. Get over yourselves, you idiots. You've got to see this for what it is. I wonder where Frank is this week. Where's old Frankie boy? Oh, it's all going off, Dave. It's all going off. He's the fucking 19th president. He's gonna. Oh, fucking leave it out. It's all been a stage set. It's Castle Rock. They're filming it. Fucking blah. So much shit on the internet. It's unreal. And you then actually, when you look at it all and step back and go, No, not really. You can understand why these fact checkers exist, right? Because someone puts out this fucking thing, a Photoshop, this, that, and the other. Everyone shares it, believing it to be real, and people are getting bans and fucking.
I got banned, right? I posted this picture, and I posted it last May, and you've probably seen it. It's a picture of a monkey, and the caption says, "It's about the." I think, well, it's referring to the virus. This is the only thing that's lasted the longest that's come out of China.
Yeah.
That lasts.
Yeah.
That's come out of China. Now, I posted that back in May. They give me a notification. I've only just got back about a week. I think I've been back on now. And they banned me for 30 days for that. And yet I posted that in May and had already done me, my Facebook jail time for that.
Well, I lost my first account from 2009 back in 2017 or 18. On the day that I lost that one, I lost John Russell. So that's 2 accounts I lost. I made another account, lost out, but I'm on this account now. But you see, it's these historical posts now. They're going back and then going, because our community standards have changed. This post doesn't, it goes against our community standards now. It's like it's
there.
Just imagine, just imagine. Back all of those years ago when the legal age to marry was 14. Right.
Oh yeah.
Imagine the law changes to 16, changes to 18, and you got married at 16. The law changes and it's now 20 years old, and you got married at 18. Does that make these people now? Does it make their marriages non-void? Does it do? Of course it doesn't. So anything that was posted before a certain date, the community standards changed, should be null and void. You can't do that because it was posted before your community standards changed. So, but this is how they control this. You see, social conditioning. That's what it's all about. And when it comes down to trying to share something now, fuck mate, honestly, I have to go, can anyone see this? All in capitals. Can anyone see it? Fuck, can anyone see me post?
I've seen that. Yeah.
But when you do that, more people see it. Because it's almost like they're making you look a cunt for asking, right?
Yeah.
Because if you just posted it anyway, it doesn't go anywhere. I uploaded 2 videos today. And I'm not being funny, I do sometimes get a couple of 3,000, which is absolutely fucking piss all, but I'm getting hundreds now instead of thousands of views on Facebook. And they banned me the other day, right, from going live. I went, right, that's it, I'm going to go fucking live. After speaking to Ben, I'm going to go live. Facebook. No, can't do that until the 28th of February. What the fuck? You previously posted something, but, well, where is it then? Show me. Where did I post? No, don't even know why. Don't even know why. I've been back through on the computer, instead of the phone, obviously. I've been back into my, the fucking help centre or this, that and the other, and gone, well, why then? No reason. Absolutely zilcho, no pointo fucking reason. Nothing. Fuck all. They won't show me why they banned me, but I can still post. They said you can't post for 28 days or until the 28th of February. Well, hang on a minute, I'm posting. I'll put the pictures up.
They done.
I can't go live. Yeah. So at least show me why, so I can go. Well, hang on a minute. I can fucking dispute that. You can't even dispute it now.
No, they won't tell you, will they? Because they know it's so bloody ridiculous. Whatever it is they've kicked you off for, you've probably put a picture up of a banana or something.
Yeah, maybe it was too yellow. I don't know. It's just it's gone too far, and we've got to understand that we are being fucking socially conditioned, because everyone before they post something now go, oh, I better not post that.
I know, I've done it myself. I don't want to get kicked off again.
It's our only platform, isn't it? It's our only platform. Look, if I thought everyone was going to go over to VK and use Parler, I'd never use Facebook again. I've got 2 YouTube channels. I've got this one, CLR TV, that I'm on at the moment, and I've got my Motiv8 one that I'm using to get the cartoons out on. I've got 3,000 subscribers. I'm having 300 views, 400 views on a video. 3,000 subscribers, and I'm getting 300, 400 views on a video. You're completely and utterly shut down the shadow ban and fucked. And you can't ask these people why. And could you please take the fucking shadow ban off? I've actually now unlisted every video, apart from the cartoon ones, on my channel on Motiv8 Britain News. I've unlisted all of them, because I've got no doubt at all. Some of them they're going to go, well, if someone comes to his channel and watches that, we can't have that. We can't have this, we can't have that. Yeah. I've monetised the videos. I think I've earned 0.6 pence at the minute. I've not even earned a penny. Right, not one penny. I can show people, right?
You get a pittance, don't you, really, for what you show?
Well, if you get thousands of views and get your subscribers up, but that is all relies on that these people pushing your video out in search results. And I've put a cartoon reality in, or put in certain titles or certain tag words that I've used, and I can't find my video anywhere. You know, so once again, YouTube, Facebook, fucking Telegram shit. I think someone just bought Bill Gates has bought Telegram, and that's what I heard. I don't know how fucking true it is. I don't know. It's so much fucking shit on the internet. It's hard to sift through it all.
That man has got, he's got a finger in every bloody pie.
It's got to be stopped. These people have got to be stopped.
He's dangerous.
They got to be stopped. Yeah, they got to be stopped. You know, the likes of him and Soros and fucking Biden and the left in general. The left in general are just ruining what we had.
Especially, I mean, look at Matt Hancock, right? That bastard. Oh no, you can't book your holiday. Oh no, because of COVID. And what's he done?
Yeah, booked a fucking holiday
to Cornwall.
Yeah.
Well, I live in Cornwall. I better never see him out. I better not see him on that beach around the corner.
Oh, fucking imagine that. Get your phone out, Gil.
I'm telling you, no. I mean, Whitty thought he had it bad, didn't he? When that young boy had a dig at him.
Yeah.
I would put that bastard in. I don't care. I can't stand the man. He's got to resign. He's been fiddling the books. You see about the news today?
Yeah.
He's in court. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's got to go. The man's got to go. Look, no disrespect, no offence to anyone that's dyslexic, but Matt Hancock has done an interview. I saw it on YouTube, and he had openly admitted he was dyslexic. What the fuck have we got someone with dyslexia as a health secretary?
Great, isn't it?
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Can you say, you know, dyslexia, you don't recognise words. You can't put sentences together. So when he's sitting there reading a book, what's he fucking reading?
Well,
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry for swearing.
I know where you're coming from.
So angered. You know, he's probably reading, like, you know, a Mickey Mouse story or something.
Yeah,
he's like an overgrown. He's a man baby, isn't he?
Well,
he's
yeah.
got the face of a baby, but he ain't even a man, is he? Really?
No,
You know,
not
let's
really.
face it.
Fucking excuse. They all are though, aren't they? They're all the fucking same. You know.
Boris.
You know, when you see them all, you know, rallying around and, you know, masks on, masks off, fucking, the whole thing is an absolute farce. You know, and listen, look, this isn't because I've just jumped on and gone, fucking hell, I don't believe COVID, right? I've watched nearly a year of this, right? I've researched for I've been seeing this coming out for a year.
It's not that
fucking
day.
year. A year.
It's not. I know. We all have. I mean, but it's not that. Look, Handjob's telling everyone, when you get in a cab, you got to wear a mask, right? He was caught not wearing a mask. Neither was his chauffeur.
Yeah.
Cummins, he pranced off to God knows where, bangers wang for all I care.
Yep.
Right. Claimed he had to sort his eyeballs out or whatever it was. Right. He broke the law. Boris Johnson's father, 4 times that I know of,
Yep.
he's broken the law, not wearing a mask. Well, these people that are implementing these rules, if they're not following them, do they wonder why the public are doubting this shit?
Well, you're supposed to lead by example, aren't you? You know, again,
Yeah.
you know, look, my son works in a certain place. Not going to say which one. And he works with my daughter's boyfriend, and because they're in a work bubble, they work together, travel in a car together. They can't mix outside of work. They can't. What are you talking about? You can't mix outside of work. What the fuck? You spend all fucking day together, get in the car together, spend all day at work together, and then you can't spend an evening at someone else's house that you work with in that bubble. What a load of bollocks.
Well, it's like, as you said, when you go to the airport, there's barriers everywhere to keep people apart from each other. But when you get on the plane, you're inches away from each other.
Well, it's like they've got to be seen to be doing something, you know? And you go, hang on a minute, you're going to be fucking stuffed into a little fucking cylindrical tube, breathing the same fucking air in 5 minutes. Why are you all standing away from each other? It's ridiculous.
Exactly. I mean, you're in a pressurised cabin. I mean, you know.
Burps, farts, fucking, you know what I mean? Jesus Christ. You're just breathing recycled air.
But do you know what I think the frustration is? What's really doing my head in is the madness that this, you know, not long ago, these people would have been fucking locked up. They would have been put in a padded cell.
Yeah.
You know, that are running this country, you know, but we're accepting the bullshit. We're putting up with it all the time. When is the penny going to drop? When are people going to say, right, enough is enough? We have got to do something about this.
Well, I think that time's coming, to be honest, Pat. You know, look, if we look at the way it's going now, the R rate has dropped below 1. I think it's between 0.6 and 0.9, or 0.6 and 0.8, something like that. It's dropped. The cases.
The D rate, I mean, that's even lower, and I mean, that's more important at the moment, and yet we're still locked down.
Yeah, but then, you know, Tony Blair's stuck his oar in. I don't know where the fuck he's getting his power from. Although, no, listen, that man's is intertwined himself and his group into every world government. This cunt, right? And what he's done is he said only once the cases reach 0 should we come out of lockdown. What do you mean 0? It's never going to be fucking 0 when using a PCR test at 45 cycles, you twats.
The thing is, it's never going to be 0 because, if they turn around and go, oh, come out now, COVID's gone, blah, 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 what's going to happen? We're going to have a flu season again. People are going to be tested. It's going to come back as COVID because you can't separate COVID from any other fucking
coronavirus.
Virus from the flu. Yeah. You know what I mean? So they're going to go, oh, we've got COVID again. And the same with this Ebola. Are they going to what are they going to start saying? We've got fucking Ebola. Sorry, Dave, I'm swearing.
Yeah, no, you crack on.
I'm so angry. I'm honestly so angry. I mean, I had a scammer ring me up today, and I'll let rip on the phone. And it felt so good because I thought, with all this pent-up tension, I had to go, having to go back. They were ringing me up saying, oh, your internet's going to be cut off. Well, it was someone from India, and I knew straight away, I thought, when they answer, if they're Asian, this is a scammer.
Oh yeah.
I won't tell you what I've said, but I've told them where to go and all the rest of it. And she just hung up on me.
You know what?
But
it's funny.
Great to get that out,
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. I've got an iPhone 12 Pro Max fucking thing here, right? On an upgrade, don't need it. Just don't need it, right? Yeah. So we upgraded. It's sitting here, brand spanking new, in a box, not been opened. So I put it on Marketplace, right? 128 gig, fucking iPhone 12 Max Pro, the brand spanking fucking new one out. Sealed, boxed, unused, fucking whatever, right? I'll get a message. How much would you take? So I got it out for 800 quid, right? I went, well, I'll go 7.5. And they went, oh, would you do a little bit less? I went, well, what, today? They went, yeah, today. I'll come today. I went, all right then. Give me 700 quid, you can take it, right?
Yeah.
So he went, is it boxed? Have you opened it? Right? No, I've not opened it. Yes, it's boxed. It's still sealed. He went, what colour is it? I mean, come on, this is the stupidity you deal with. It's on the fucking advert, right? It's on the fucking listing on fucking Marketplace, you fucking retarded fucking dickhead, right? So I sent him a voice tag and I went, it's boxed, it's sealed, it's silver, just like it says in the fucking listing, you cunt! He went, oh, this don't need to be bad. I think I'll go and buy one from someone else. So, and he blocked me on the Marketplace message. So I found his fucking profile and went and messaged him again. I couldn't give a fuck if you bought or not. Fucking, what's this florin, you fucking numpty cunt? Just fuck off. I had someone else go, postage. No postage, mate. I know about you cunts. Pay for a bank transfer. You send the phone, then they cancel the fucking... No, it's not happening. Send me the IMEI number. I'm a phone dealer. Just long as it's not going to get cut off and you're going to pay your bill and blah. I went, listen here, mate. I said, look, buy it or don't fucking buy it. I don't care. I'm getting really pissed off with dealing with people at the minute, right? Yeah, because they're just fucking idiots. They all want something for nothing. Anyway, I've got some geezer. He went, whereabouts are you, mate? So I told him. Nothing back, right? I went, if you want it, 700 quid. I've got other people interested, blah, blah, blah. I had someone else message me. I can come tomorrow. Can you drop it down to me? No, I can't drop it down to you. It will still be here tomorrow. If you want it, you can have it. I'll be there tomorrow, right? And then he's messaged me again. Could you not bring it down to me? And I went, no, I fucking can't bring it down tonight, cunt, right? No, but I'm leaving voice tags now, right? And they're blocking me. Good. Fuck off. Now, my daughter sold a phone. It was on Gumtree, right? Oh, my good God. She had to come here to sell it because she couldn't trust who was coming up to see her. And these people are fucking relentless. They'll come up with dodgy notes. I've got a note checker and all, right? They'll come up with dodgy notes. They'll give you a bank transfer and fucking take the money back and take your phone and fucking, you wouldn't believe it. So I've given up on that tonight. They can go fuck itself. And if it sells, it sells. If it fucking don't, it don't. And I'll just give it to someone. I just don't care. I just don't care. I'm fed up now with dealing with fucking retarded, idiot, cunting, no-brain fucking people that I'm now getting really fucking horrible with them because I've got no patience anymore. I've got no patience.
Yeah.
Fuck being a doctor. Jesus, hey, your bedside man is shit though. Fuck him, kill him, cunt. You know, unplug his fucking life support, though, wanker. I'd be very bad at being a doctor. Do you know what I mean? I'm getting really narked in my old age. Fuck me.
Dave, you crack me up when you lose your temper because your nostrils go right up in the air.
Fuck it. Looking for cocaine they are. That's what's going on. No, you know,
COVID.
Yeah. I've just had enough of people, to be honest. You know, I really have. It's sometimes you can talk to someone and go, I'll tell you what, like, fucking whatever, mate. And other times you just go, that's it, I'm getting the fucking up now. Because, you know, 5 or 6 people down the line that are trying the same thing, they get the brunt of the other 4 or 5, don't they? No, just fucking want everything for nothing, don't they?
There don't seem to be any kind of logic or reason in a lot of people's minds. And it seems to be the younger generation a lot of the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know, I don't know.
I sold a pump for the pool, right? I bought a pump and I kept it for the hoses, the big Intex hoses, right? The big white ones. Yeah. So I paid 35 quid for this pump. They didn't know if it worked and fucking it was a little bit noisy, but I kept the things. I sold the pump for fucking 50 quid. And this old boy turned up last summer and he said he had a mask on and fucking, you know, and I went, fuck, what you got that on for, you cunt? Well, I've got to be careful. He said, I've got COPD, blah, blah, blah. I said, well, listen, he said, you know about pools? I said, the pump's out the back. So he come out, we're all out there, barbecue, fucking drinking, this, that, and the other. He stayed with us for an hour and a half, took his fucking mask off. He was sitting there having a bit. He's still alive, you know. He messaged me the other month and said, how's your pool going? I said, it ain't. I'm fucking taking it down now. But, you know, he was there for an hour and a half. And you know, when I started talking to him, and I don't get to meet a lot of people, so I don't fucking go out the house. So this is my only outlet at the minute. But normally when you talk to someone, you see someone, you talk to them about this thing. And the instant I sold some filing cabinets, I got them for free, I fucking sold them, right? Yeah. And someone come up with a thing and they went, you know, social distance. I went, fuck off, mate, yeah? Jesus. I said, you got a mask on, haven't you? He went, yeah. I said, well, you got a mask on for? He said, well, because it's safer. No, it fucking ain't, you twat. You know, and I start talking, then I had someone here doing a gas cert on the house. And he I think I told everyone this. He come in, he went to put his phone on my coffee table. He went, do you mind if I put that there? I went, no, why would I mind that? And I'm sitting there watching him service the gas fire, right? Yeah. And he went, well, you wouldn't believe it. He said, the last house I went to, I put my phone on her coffee table and she rang up and complained because of COVID. I went, are you fucking joking? Well, that opened up the conversation, didn't it? Right? So he kept his mask on. But I was out with him in the garage and he's fucking doing the boiler and back in, had to go up the red and, you know. And I was talking to him and he was going, see, I was wondering that. You know, his eyes started opening up a little bit. Because, well, I didn't know that, he went. I didn't know that. I said, well, listen, don't take my fucking word for it. Listen to the show. Don't take my word. Go on fucking Sky News on YouTube and have a look and see what these people have been saying, blah, blah, blah. He had to come back to fix my toilet. He wouldn't flush. Well, now you're getting on then, mate. All right. Are you not dead yet? He went, nah. Fucking, you know, but some people, honestly, you know...
Well, it's like this, the vaccine. I think I spoke about this before. They can't make it mandatory because they know it goes against everything, human rights, whatever. But they're going to make your life bloody hard. Look at all these companies now that are now threatening their employees. If you don't have the jab, you've lost your job.
Well, wouldn't it be great if the people went, right, okay, then, well, I'm going to see out the contract that I'm on already. It's got another 8 months to go, cunto, right?
Yeah, because it's not in their contract, that's right.
No, and that you can't be made to sign another contract because they'll be breaching their own contract that you signed already. Right, okay. But when you understand, was it Dan Andrews, isn't it? Is it Dan Andrews, the fucking Prime Minister of Australia or somewhere? That fucking gulpy-looking cunt with the glasses.
I know what you mean, but I can't remember his name.
I don't know if it's Dan Andrews or someone, I don't know. He put out a tweet, right? Whether you like it or not, you're all having this fucking vaccine. You're all having it, that's it, fuck you.
Yeah.
Internment camps that I've heard of, you know, and people have gone, well, no, there isn't actually, and other people have said there is, so I've got no actual fucking proof of it, but, you know, these people are going hell-bent for leather. Bearing in mind, they've got the lowest fucking case rate in the world, possibly, you know. Yeah. So again, once it's this control fucking thing, and listen, you're going to have a fucking fight here. If someone knocks on my door and says, well, haven't you had your jab, then they're going to get something from me, right? Probably about fucking half hour of me following down the street, you know, no mask, in me flippy flops, giving it all the large about you don't know what you're fucking doing, you cunts, you know what I mean? I don't know, it's just...
If someone said to me, have you been vaccinated, I'd say yeah, because I have. I've had all my childhood vaccines. That's what I'd say. Yeah. I wouldn't say that to them, but I'd say, yeah, I've been vaccinated, because I'm not lying.
No. You know, but again, you got to understand. Listen, what gives them the fucking right? You know, going to the story earlier. You know, children as young as 6, they're so brave. No, their parents are just fucking stupid. You know, will we hear if one of these 300 children die of the vaccine? Will we hear about that on the news? Of course we won't. Will the parent come onto social media and feel a right cunt and go, my daughter's dead or my son's dead because they took the fucking vaccine because I went like that and said, yeah, you're so fucking brave, stick that in your arm, you cunt, right?
Well,
it's ridiculous.
I saw a video of, it must have been in some foreign country because I couldn't understand the lingo, but they're actually teaching kids as young as 6 to self-test, you know, put the swab up the nose.
Have you seen the cartoon?
Pack it and send it off.
You seen the cartoon? We've all got to wear a mask, wear a mask, wear a mask. When you go and wear a mask, we wear it when we go out. And you've got little kids standing there, cartoon kids putting their fucking mask on. That went out, I do believe, on the BBC. Right? What the fuck are you doing, you cunts? Listen, you know, look, I can't get my head around the fact that for a 99.6 or 0.7% recovery rate, not that ours shows any recovery, because our case rate is so fucking high, no one's recovered from anything yet.
Yeah.
Now, if you've had it, and you got over it, and now you haven't got it anymore, surely the case rate should come down. Why do you keep ramping the case rate right the way up, and keep adding to it, and not taking away the ones that haven't got it anymore?
Yeah.
It's fucking, I'm telling you, it's all...
See, these questions should be thrown at Boris.
Well, they should be thrown at like LBC, go onto the BBC on a live feed, do this, that, and everything. You know, throw these fucking questions at people, because what they do...
Just ordinary blokes, you know, ordinary members of the public should be allowed to question him and let him know that we're aware that the R rate's below 1, the D rate's below, well, lower than below 1. I don't know how much lower that can be, but, you know, if we was to question... That bloke would go... You know what I mean?
They wouldn't have a clue.
He wouldn't know whether to have a shit shaver on enema, that bloke. Honestly, I don't know who's pulling his strings, but he don't know what he's doing.
Well, you know, we said ages ago, it's a spider's web, isn't it? From the WHO down, you know, the WHO's in the middle. All the countries around the world are all around the outside, and all the spiders web comes from the WHO, the CDC, and it gets filtered down to Public Health England in their own country, SAGE, this, that, and the other, our own fucking medical experts, and then gets handed over to the Prime Minister. It really isn't Boris's fault, to be honest. Boris isn't medically trained. Boris isn't a doctor.
Oh, come on, he ain't trained in anything.
No, well, but right, okay, so that's why he's got advisors. So it's the advisors that he's got advised him at the moment. They need to be fucking kicked out, shoveled up, fucking shit on. I don't know. You know, it's not entirely his fault, right?
We need someone running this country who is a businessman, not Trump was.
Yep.
Right, hasn't grown up in. I've got nothing against people that have gone to university. Don't get me wrong, but the point I'm making is that hasn't grown up with a privileged life, been to university, lived in a bubble, never lived in the real world, never hung out with working class kids to see what's really going on in this world. We need someone who's working class, who's a businessman to run this country.
Well, at least someone with common sense that you know, look.
These idiots, they don't know what the British people want. They don't know what we need. They don't listen to us.
Imagine this. Just imagine this, not being funny of you, right? Being a Prime Minister, you're shielded, you're hidden away from Facebook. You haven't got time to sit there all day on your phone, Facebook, this, that and the other, right? You don't know what's coming out, what's going on. The news is the news that you put out to the news companies. The news companies are regurgitating what you say. You've got no idea at the moment, even though people are posting on live feeds for Boris and live feeds here and there. What about this? What about that? You know, putting links up and blah, blah. They haven't got the time to watch any of this shit. They haven't got the time to go through the comments when you've got 50,000 fucking comments. They haven't got the time to go through all of that. The man's completely and utterly blind to the situation we're in. And we're not, right? So just imagine if you had someone like, I don't know, like you, like me, like anybody else that spends a lot of time researching, that when you're Prime Minister and you've got Sage telling you this, you've got Whitty, Hancock, Vallance, fucking Van Tam, all telling you one thing, and then they go, Dave, what do you reckon? Well, actually, I've seen this, you need to have a look at it. I've seen this, you need to have a look at it. I've seen this, what about this? What about these fucking 100,000 doctors that don't want to take it, that are warning us about the mRNA? What about this, what about that? You know, you need somebody that will take on both sides But that isn't what they want. They want someone selling this fear, selling the story, selling the fucking panic. You know, so again, but they can't spend all their time on social media because they've got a country to run. So they're being advised by advisors that are getting their information, not from the internet, but from the WHO and the CDC, like we all have over the past year, the Office for National Statistics, Public Health England, and it's all the same shit wherever you go. So they're seeing what we're seeing on that side of things, but nothing else. And it's not being shown on the news. So when they don't think they don't sit there and watch the news, of course they do. So when they sit there and watch the news, there's no one there saying, oh, yeah, but what about this and what about that? They trust the news, maybe. I don't know. You know, you've not got Dr. Andrew Kaufman come on and go, this is all bollocks. Yeah. You know, you're watching the news and you go, what? And some doctor goes, no, it isn't. Chris Whitty goes, no, it isn't. It's not all bollocks. I've got proof. Well, show me the isolated virus then. You know, you've got none of that going on for nobody to see, so nobody can act upon it. You know, so whose fucking fault is it?
Chris Whitty's up in arms with Boris, isn't he? Because apparently he wants to let us out of lockdown or something. And Whitty's saying, you know, it's not time. And I thought, well, of course not. That man has got so much money invested in I can't remember what vaccine company it is. I think it might be, it's not Pfizer, Moderna. It's Moderna. And he's got so much money invested, he's going to want to push these vaccines. He's going to keep wanting to put the fear in people, so more and more people will take the vaccine. There's more money rolling in for him. I got kicked off Facebook again because I quoted Robert Kennedy, what he said. He said that Dr. Fauci has put over $500 million of the American taxpayers' money into Moderna, right? Because he owns half the patent. Now, I retweeted that, well, copied it, I quoted it on Facebook. They kicked me off for that because they said it was fake news. They kicked me off for that. But I was quoting what someone else said, which was true anyway.
Yeah.
That man's been going for, I think, over 15 years, Kennedy. I can't remember the name of the I don't know, the organisation, but it's to do with childhood vaccines, because in America, they get up to 76 vaccines, kids.
Yeah, I've seen that.
76
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I had 3.
You see.
And they get up to 76 because they get booster after booster after booster.
You see, and once again, there's no cure in anything, is there? You know, this is an old one, obviously, everyone fucking knows it anyway, but the pharmaceutical industry wouldn't survive if they cured everyone. So you just treat everyone and keep the treatments coming. Don't cure anything, you know, because there's a cure. There's no money in a cure, right? So going back to Whitty and Valence and the rest of these people, if they're making money, they're making money. Whatever's gone on, it's all, you know, fucking backhanders and this and that. It's all fucking shyster business and it shouldn't be allowed. But when I suppose, you know, coming out of lockdown, right, let's come out of lockdown then. No, let's not come out of lockdown. Why not? Right, okay, let's have a look at the reasons as to why not. The R rate's below 1. You know, you've been counting it all wrong, blah, 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 blah. Someone's going to be culpable. Someone's going to be responsible for more deaths, right? So if you come out of lockdown too early and people start fucking dropping like flies over a flawed PCR test, blah, 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 I know, right? Then someone's going to be blamed, don't they? The blame lies at someone's feet, and it'll be Boris, right? It won't be his advisors, will it? It'll be Boris. So I suppose they've got to be a little bit careful. But on the other hand, you know, if you take off the false positives, if you take off the fact that these people are dying of anything, you know, heart disease is down, cancers are down, you know, lowest they've been in 100 fucking years, because COVID has completely taken over. You've only got to look at the stats to realise we're being played, you know, but why are these people so adamant that this has got to carry on? You know,
an agenda.
There must be. There's got to be something behind it. There's got to be something behind it, or these people wouldn't be doing what they're doing right now.
It's like with that Klaus Schwab, isn't it? That bastard that wants a new world order or a great fucking reset or whatever it is. Apparently, he's been planning this for decades. Now, Matt Hancock's parents, right? They own a software company, and he went to university because I do, as I said, I do a lot of research, and he went to university and he studied. I don't know, psychology or something like that, but he also studied computers. Now he's very pally with Gates.
Yep.
And I saw that bastard, Hancock, at Davos, at the WEF.
Yeah. Well, they all go, don't they? They all go.
You know, so they're getting their orders from Schwab. Schwab wants, you know, he thinks, look, we do not live in a perfect world. We never will. Nobody's perfect, right? But this fanatical despot, Klaus Schwab, whatever you want to call him, I can think of a better name.
Anal Schwab, yeah. Anal Schwab.
Yeah, but he wants us to live in a perfect world. Well, I'm sorry, that's never going to happen.
No, of course not.
You know, we nobody's perfect. What does he want? Some kind of utopia, some kind of, I don't know, Eden or whatever. Is that what he wants?
Yeah, well,
It can never happen.
You know what's coming next, don't you? It'll be the climate lockdowns next.
Oh God, yeah.
Because they've realised now that since we've all been locked down, the parts per million carbon dioxide's gone right down.
And now we're having all this snow. Oh, you better not go out in the snow because we found out the snow's contaminated. Because when it's coming down, it's bringing something down with it from the from the contaminated atmosphere.
Well, you know, again,
there'll be some bollocks like that.
Yeah, you know,
swallow it.
But again, you know, look, we every life form on this planet is carbon based. We need carbon dioxide. We need it. And if we talk about global warming, I mean, I've talked about this before. You know, look, we have got reflective surfaces now. We've got surfaces that are man-made on this planet that absorb heat and keep the heat. Tarmac roads. We've got big glass buildings. We've got massive buildings, you know, that go right up into the sky that cop a little bit more heat than anything else. But, you know, the planet's heating up. Not
Concrete
possibly.
Jungles.
Well, yeah, you know, not possibly because. Oh, excuse me. You know, that we're talking about, you know, cars, trucks, you know, planes, trains, automobiles, this, that, and the other. It's because of what we've built. The infrastructure in every country at the moment absorbs heat and keeps the heat in. I mean, fuck me, you go and try it in the summer. Go and try and walk on a tarmac road with nothing on your feet.
Oh, I have, yeah.
You know, so if you're talking about global warming, then the warming of the planet is over what we've built. You know,
I remember the summer of the 70s when the tarmac was melting.
Yeah. You know, if we're talking about plastic, you know, I went through. My son, when he came up before Christmas and tried to sort my computer out, we put an SSD in, a different hard drive anyway. He moved all of my downloads, and I couldn't fucking find them. Didn't know where he put them. And before tonight's show, he came up the other night, obviously, and he went as a shortcut to it on your desktop. Went, all right then, lovely. So I clicked on it tonight, and I found all the downloads that I thought I'd lost. And I was looking through, you know, dust carts full of fucking rubbish being poured into rivers by third world countries, you know, and we're being taxed on plastics, right, when we're recycling and doing all the good things we should be doing, right, as a good citizen, while these people are just throwing it all straight into the fucking ocean, through rivers. You know, we got, I think it's a 30 mile or some ridiculous amount of fucking plastic floating around in the ocean. You know, they found it, fucking clear it up then. You know, clear it up. What's the fucking problem? All this global warming and other things at the moment. We you know, fuck me, it was snowing in Saudi Arabia, in the desert. Fucking snowing in the desert. Global warming.
In Israel, a few years ago, it was snowing in Jamaica.
Well, you see, you know, about global warming, isn't it? You know, who's John Kerry? John Kerry the other day said I think it's 7 years. We've got 7 years until the planet just implodes and fucks off and goes and dies and fucking that's it. 7 years. They told us this back in the 1900s. They told us this all the way through the last fucking century.
Well, you know, this is what I was talking to my sister about this, and I said, the thing is, right, if these snowflakes, because I've heard them say, you know, oh, the older generation are ruining our future, like that stupid little cat, right? You know, that they're ruining our future. Well, hang on a minute. If you're blaming the Industrial Revolution and all these, you know, power stations chucking out smoke and all the rest of it, for what's going on, you know, centrally in all that kind of stuff, then who do you blame for the earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanoes and blah that were going on hundreds of years ago before we had this technology?
Well,
who's to blame for that?
Well, did you know volcanoes are actually good? Volcanoes, when they do their ash and fucking this, that, and the other, and it all goes up into.
Well, I wouldn't want to be near one when they erupted.
Well, no, obviously, we get that. Obviously, be a bit hotter than walking on fucking warm tarmac. You've got to understand that what comes out of the volcano that goes up into the upper stratosphere will help keep a bit of the sunshine out. So this is almost like its own I saw a video on it the other day. Only quickly sort of read through it and had a little look and fucking skipped through a few bits. It was a bit fucking boring, to be honest. But and I had a little look, and basically, this is why volcanoes erupt, because our Earth knows, or our planet knows, that it needs to do something, blah blah blah, and it puts a load of shit up into the atmosphere and blocks a little bit of the sun. Apparently, we're heading towards another ice age. And they're talking about global warming.
One, apparently, yeah, a mini one. But
That's
I mean,
it.
These things are put on this earth for a reason. They're here for a reason. I mean, I don't know, right? The earth spins on its axis, right? I don't know whether you might think this sounds ridiculous, but I've always thought when they're taking the oil out of the earth, is that like a kind of a lubrication for the world to spin?
See, I thought, I thought what I thought he was gonna say then is that if we're taking and burning and lessening the weight of the planet, then maybe the planet isn't on the axis it should have been on. Because the planet's now lighter. No, come on, look. If we're taking fossil fuels, coal, we're digging it up, we're burning it, then whatever you take out weight-wise is being transferred into gas, which is lighter. So I don't know. I'm just thinking, maybe that's made the Earth a little bit lighter. And I'm not being funny. If you weighed a bucket of water on a very, very sensitive set of scales and took out one drop of water, you'd notice. So, across the planet, I know it's spitball. I only just thought about it, to be honest, after you saying that, and I thought you was going to say it. But if you start taking things away and it becomes lighter, then is it spinning differently on its axis away from the sun or towards the sun? Maybe the gravitational pull is pulling us a bit. I don't know. But it's just, look, for the last 100 and something fucking years, they've been warning about the polar caps, ice caps fucking melting and penguins and fucking polar bears dying back in the 1800s, 1900s, doing all these studies.
Now listen, right, I'm not saying that ain't happening. How do you know that's not propaganda? We've been fed lies for so long.
Well, it is propaganda, isn't it? Because if you're going to pay scientists to prove that climate change exists, then these people are going to keep taking the money and keep saying, well, I'm not actually quite at the end of it yet, but I think it's happening, because they want their fucking meal ticket.
I mean, look at Biden, right? He believes in green energy. He's got all these wind turbines that are going on, right? Killing birds, because birds are flying into them, just being, fucking cut to pieces.
Well, the whole of Texas is fucked at the minute.
Well, this is the point I was going to make. They're getting all this snow, whether it's, manufactured snow or whatever it is. But what I'm going to make, why are they picking on Texas? Is it because Texas is rich with gas and oil?
Yeah, maybe. Again.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Look, Joe Biden copped the vote of all the union workers, and in his first day stopped the Keystone Pipeline.
I know.
And the Keystone Pipeline was stopped.
He only done that to piss Trump off. He done that to piss Trump off.
No, he didn't. He didn't. The guy that owns the railway that brings it all in from Canada right the way through America has owned that train line. It's been in his family fucking hundreds of years, apparently. And that man donates directly to the Democrat Party. So he had no choice but to cancel the pipeline, even though you're supposed to be going green and doing this and other big diesel fucking engines that are travelling across America. He's done that to keep one person happy. And, 100,000 people lost it, or over 100,000 people lost their jobs on the Keystone Pipeline.
Yeah.
Whilst funding a pipeline in another country.
I feel so sorry for America. I really do.
Oh, they're fucked. They're fucked.
Yeah, but if they fall, the rest of the world's going to go down like dominoes.
Well, listen, we've all got a massive economic crash coming. Massive economic crash. And it's, if this is going to be part and parcel of the Great Reset and you'll own nothing and be happy and, get handouts from the government and have microchips and fucking cashless societies.
My sister said to me the other day, what are you talking about? You'll own nothing and be happy. I've worked all my fucking life for what I've got. People work for what they've got.
Exactly.
Apparently you're not going to own anything. You're going to rent it.
Well,
your house, your furniture.
Well, you already rent your car, didn't you? You already rent your car from the DVLA.
Well, yeah.
So.
And anything that you buy is going to be brought to you by a drone. I watched the video that was coming out of Davos. This is Schwab's dream.
Yeah.
I watched the video on it.
Yeah.
Everything's going to be delivered by a drone. Fuck off.
That's it. Yeah. Deliver a ton of sand. Deliver a ton of fucking ballast to my house via drone. Let's try that one.
Can I just say, I'm really sorry to anyone listening to me swearing, but I'm so pissed off with all this.
Yeah, listen, you, me, both.
I am.
and many more out there.
So
many more.
frustrated, you know.
Many more.
So frustrated. And what's going on with what they're doing with you was talking earlier about the kids and that, changing their sex and all that bull crap. What's going on?
Yep.
When I was a kid, when I was at senior school, I was a bit of a tearaway. Didn't get expelled, but I did get sort of suspended for a few days. I weren't a troublemaker like you. I didn't smoke at the back of the class or anything like that. But I just used to piss the teachers off, and they didn't like it. But I used to hang out with the boys. I wasn't one of these that hang out with the girls, you know, walked along with my books and done all my work. I was just a bit of a camera at school.
Yeah.
And when I come home, I'd go over to the field, put my jeans on, play football with the boys. I was always out with the boys, play with the boys. I used to climb trees. I used to go over to the Thames, because where we lived, the Thames, Thames Marshes was on the back of us. And there'd be these old coal chutes that used to go right up, I don't know, about 30 feet in the air. And then they'd come down on a conveyor belt. I used to go over there with my dog, and, you know, old coal chutes come back black, right? Had I been born today, I'd have been told, oh, you should change, you should be a boy. I was a tomboy.
Yeah.
But I grew up, I got married, I had children. I didn't want to have a female as a partner. I didn't want to transgender. That was part of growing up.
Yeah.
My little boy, he used to play with his sister's dolls when he was little.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he grew out of it.
Yeah. You know,
It's
again.
the parents.
Well, of course it is. Well, it's that the schools, the choice that's now being given to children that shouldn't really be able to make decisions for themselves. You know, and it's the pure propaganda that's going around the schools and it's coming out the news, and, you know, this transgender, LGBT, fucking plus, blah, you know, it's just, the whole thing, for me, honestly, is just absolutely ridiculous. It is. And, you know, we're only going to ruin many children's lives, as far as I can see.
I mean, at the moment, the minority seems to be getting the upper hand. I mean, what is it in a democracy? Sorry, in a democratic society, the majority always overrides the minority.
Well, it should do.
That's not the case now.
No, it isn't. No, that's right.
It's not the case. It's the other way round. Like, when I was a kid, if my mum and dad were having a conversation, or my aunt come round or whatever, and I tried to butt in, my mother would go, "Stop earwigging. Children should be seen and not heard."
Yeah.
Not now.
No,
We've got kids telling us what to do.
Well, you see, now, the wife and a few others obviously
The roles have reversed.
Well, they watch this shit, you know, on telly, and it is obviously EastEnders and this and that. When you got a little kid standing there, a fucking 7 years old, going, "I'm not doing this, I'm not fucking doing that," and they storm off out of it, and the parents go, "Well, I wonder what all that was about.
Oh, no.
Should we sit him on the naughty step?" You know, listen, children are seeing that. The children now are being socially conditioned via what we believe to be our storytellers and story makers on TV. It's you know, it's fucking disgusting. It's disgusting.
It's going back to the babies, that newborn babies wearing masks. I mean, look, since we've had this pandemic, there's been children that have been born that are now a year old.
Yeah.
They have not known any different.
No, of course not.
They've born them up. I mean, they're turning this country into China. Generations of Chinese people have lived like that, and it's like a second skin to them to wear a mask. You know, and children are going to grow up in this country, as I said to you before. If the mother removes their mask, they'll go, no, give it back to me. It'd be like losing a limb.
It'd be like you losing your security blanket, wouldn't it, or your security teddy bear? Do you know what I mean? So you know, again, it's but this can only lead to, well, what I believe to be a very, very dangerous situation, because you're bringing children up to believe something, you know, is going to make them safe and give them a false sense of security. But in actual fact, it couldn't be any further from the truth. What you're doing is completely harming these children psychologically, you know, over what you're doing and what you're making these children do. You know, and once again, it is literally just that simple. Psychologically, these children are going to be damaged.
These young parents of young babies today have got to take those masks off their kids, take those masks off themselves. Stop blaming the older generation for the mistakes they're making, because they're the ones that are dragging us into an Orwellian society.
No, without a doubt. Without a
Not
doubt.
the other way round.
No,
Not
no.
the other way round.
Without a doubt.
You've got was it 175,000 or just 75,000? I can't remember. Elderly people refusing to pay the TV license.
Yep.
Right? They're the people that watch TV. What are they watching on TV now? Love Island, Only Way is Essex. They don't want to watch shit like that, so they're refusing to pay it. It's the older generation that are sticking to their guns. It's the younger generation that are going, well, I'll do as I say because it's for the benefit of everyone. No, it ain't. It's not. It really ain't.
No, I know.
Sorry, Dave, I know I've banged on a bit
No,
tonight,
no. That's absolutely fine. Absolutely fine.
Yeah.
I just, again, I can't it's to try and understand what these people are doing and the end result to what they want to achieve. I honestly just don't get why it is this way.
The world's gone in reverse. Society has gone in reverse.
Oh, they're taking us back. They're taking us back decades. What with the race bait and everything else that's going on?
It's the opposite to how things should be. Like, homosexuality wasn't accepted. If you was an homosexual, you'd keep it in the closet, right?
Yep.
I ain't got a problem with gays, but I don't want it, thrown in my face. I'm
Well,
sorry.
no.
And I don't want it thrown in my kid's face. So if you want to be gay, but be gay in your own environment, whatever, right? But now it's been seen as the norm. Everything that's wrong is being perceived to be right. And everything that's right is now being seen to be wrong.
Yeah.
Everything is going in reverse to how it should be. It's an absolute abomination. It's an abomination.
It is.
It is fucking. I'm sorry, but it's. Sorry.
No, it is. It's a complete abomination, But again, we're not allowed to question this, are we?
Sharon Davis, she's been ridiculed now because she was saying that men should not compete in women's sports. She's absolutely right.
Well, of course.
J.K. Rowling, she was slagged off, wasn't she?
Yeah. You're not allowed to question anything that they're doing.
No.
And if you do question it, then you are called a name. And this name is then meant to derogatize you, vilify you, demonize you as being someone that's, a bigot. You're not, I don't know, fucking... I just don't know. This whole thing, if you can't have a conversation about something, then these people will become a dictatorship because they're allowed to do as they fucking please. And I'm not into that.
Dictating to us. This is absolutely dictating to us.
Yeah.
I mean, if I've got an opinion on race, colour, sexuality, whatever, and if that makes me a racist, a homophobe, okay, call me what you like. But you're not going to stop me from having an opinion.
No, of course not.
They're my opinions, and that's my right.
Yeah. No, of course.
One thing I did hear, which was good, just recently, apparently Boris is going to bring in new laws for people to have more freedom of speech.
Well, now, that would be good, wouldn't it? That would be lovely, wouldn't it?
That was on one of Alex Belfield's. He does a little podcast,
Yeah. I follow Alex. Yeah. But again,
is he going to keep to his word?
Well, it all sounds very good, doesn't it? It all sounds very good and very nice and very prim and very proper. And this is what you should be doing for the majority that don't agree with what the minority is doing.
I wonder how he feels when someone calls him a bleeding long-haired fat wall. What is it? I can't remember the name now.
Fucking Boris Gump. Boris Gump. Listen, I've got someone doing a nice Scottish accent woman for Nicola Sturgeon.
Right.
And now that I've sussed out how to move the lips on a still photograph, I can get more guests in the old Motiv8 studio to say their little piece.
You can do that on your phone. You can do that on your phone.
Yeah, obviously the apps and things.
My sister done that for me. I've got my dog Bailey. I sent her a picture, and she done the movement of the lips, and it was like, and he was talking.
Oh, right, okay. Well, again, I'm using what I'm using. I need to get to know how to use these fucking programs because there's so much you can do on them, but it's very basic at the minute. We'll just have a little giggle and put something out. But again, it doesn't matter what we do anymore. It's just no one. I said the other night when I went on to YouTube and went live. It doesn't matter. If you can cop the link and share the link instead of sharing my post, But it still doesn't make any difference, because I've been through the shares because people took notice of it and went, right, let's go onto his channel. They went onto the channel, went onto the video, copied the URL, come back to Facebook, copied it, pasted it in. I've seen the post and no one's seen it. No one's liked it. You know, public, friends only, doesn't matter. No one is seeing the links. No one's seeing the shares. And you can go 2 weeks later, if you share a video of mine, 2 weeks later, you can go back onto Facebook, scroll down your timeline, even though it's shared publicly, no one's seen it.
Yeah.
No one's liked it, no one's seen it. Absolutely ridiculous.
Are they playing around with the numbers though, Dave? Because they've definitely got it in for you, haven't they?
Well, infamy, they've all got it in for me. I don't know, it's becoming so fucking difficult, it really is. You know, VK, you know, I've done a few bits on there, nothing. You know, it doesn't matter where we turn at the minute. It does get you down a little bit. Don't get me wrong, but again, it's something that we've just got to try and deal with. And I think
everything's coming to a head now because information seems to be coming out thick and fast now, doesn't it?
Yeah. But again,
every day someone's getting exposed. Nancy Pelosi's in trouble now.
Yep.
Matt Hancock's in trouble. Chris Whitty's now trying to stop Boris from bring us out of lockdown. You know, there's a lot of different things now that are now coming to a head. So just hurry up and get it over and done with, because I'll tell you something, I'm not locking myself up for another year.
Oh, no.
Not that I did anyway. I still went out and done what I wanted, but to a degree. But don't wear masks. Never have, never will.
No.
Never,
No.
ever will.
No.
You know? You get the looks, but I don't care.
Oh, I don't give a
Because
fuck
if
about
you're
that.
wearing a mask, then what danger am I to you? If you've had the vaccine, what danger am I to you? Because in fact, if you've had the vaccine, you have got COVID, a mild form of COVID in that vaccine. So if anything, you're a danger to me.
Exactly. Yeah.
Non-mask wearer.
Yeah.
You know?
See, it's funny,
Anyway.
we've often looked at this, haven't we? You know, who are the people being tested? The people being tested believe in the pandemic. These people are bolstering up the case numbers. Who are the people going to be tested? They're the mask wearers. They're the ones bolstering up the numbers.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't understand these kids are going, oh, I'm going to go and get a test today. And why? Do you feel ill? What's wrong with you?
It's like a badge, isn't it? It's a badge. You know, I've seen so
Do you
many
remember
people on
what I said?
Facebook and they've gone,
So-
I've had my jab today. You know, I've had my
Yeah.
jab and I'm all right, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, well,
Oh,
very good,
well done.
whatever. You know,
Yeah.
brilliant, yeah.
Do you remember what I said to you about encephalitis a few weeks
Yeah,
ago?
yeah.
Well, that's coming out now. Swelling of the brain.
Yep.
Because the vaccine, it's got aluminium in it, which has to react. I mean, I'm not all right.
Well, that causes Alzheimer's, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not retired, but I was a nurse, but I just packed the job in because I'd had enough. But I'm not a scientist, so I can't really give you details. But the aluminium reacts with your immune system, and it can overwork it. Apparently.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm saying it in layman's terms. You know, I'm not-
Well, your body can literally turn on itself and start eating itself if your body isn't
But
used to
any-
this mRNA that's going into it, apparently.
but
Apparently.
any vaccine that's got aluminium in it, it's not good for you.
Well, listen,
not
it's
good
got
for your body.
formaldehyde in it, fucking antifreeze, it's got all sorts of business in it.
Yeah, I know, it's got all that, and it's also got fetal tissue, apparently, but... 'cause that
Replicated.
MRC5
Replicated.
Is it?
Yes, I've done this a few weeks ago. People are saying, "Oh my God, they're fucking." This is why people are they're going for Planned Parenthood and having abortions and this, that, and the other. It's because they're taking the fetal cells and blah blah blah. It isn't. If this was done back in the 60s, they took a fetal cells and recreated them. So it's a synthetic now.
Yeah, but recreated or not, Dave.
No, I'm just saying, you know.
Should be put in your body, should it? You
No.
know?
But the general consensus is that, you know, I've seen many posts on Facebook. I'll just scroll past them. There's no point in trying to teach anyone anything, to be honest. If they've got that mindset, then that's fine.
Yeah.
But they go, oh my good God, there's fetal tissue. No, it's replicated. So what they did was found this, that, and the other. You know, whatever made up that certain thing that they took from a fetus many years ago, back in the 60s or 70s. And they recreated it, so it's a recreation of. It isn't actually, you know, dead fetus tissue, which is something I've tried to say a few times.
I've got to tell you this. I watched a video. It was in America. I think it was done in the early 90s, and I don't know if it was in a court or where it was, but some bloke was being questioned. He was sitting in what looked like a dock.
Yeah, I've seen
the
that.
camera was just on him.
Seen it, yeah, yeah.
And he was being asked about what's in vaccines, and he was actually asked if fetal tissue was in vaccines, and he said yes.
Well, you know, again, I can only go by the research that I've done, but
Yeah.
you know, that's like Buzz Aldrin saying to a child they didn't go to the moon. I mean, you know, as much as they said it, you know, I don't know, I really don't. But I know from what I've seen certainly, and over not fact checkers obviously, but I've tried to have a little look into this, that, and the other, and it led me down a little garden path where back in the 60s or 70s, I can't remember the decade now, but in the 60s or 70s, they took fetal tissue, they did something that would help the virus, look at me, the vaccination process and the way that it was produced, and knew obviously then that they can't just go around getting fucking fetal tissue from anywhere, so they recreated and replicated that in a lab, and that's now the industry standard that's used in the vaccines, apparently. I can only go by what I've seen, obviously.
But they're making the viruses in the first place. You know that, don't you?
No, of course.
They're making the viruses.
Well, we don't honestly think that it come from a bat in Wuhan, do we?
Yeah. They're making illnesses so that people get vaccinated, or they go and get the drugs for it, so they keep turning over the money.
Well, you see, and the cycle continues, and
Yeah.
it will always continue, always.
Yeah. Right, I'm going to go now, just in case someone else is wants to have a chat with you.
Well, I think I'm going to call it a night. It's fucking 2:30, Jesus.
I was going to take the dog out for a walk. I thought, do I go to bed or do I take the dog for a walk? I'm not... Oh, he's looking at me now because he knows that word walk.
Yeah, you just said the W word.
Yeah, it's too late.
See, it's funny that I said wanker the other day, and Boris Johnson looked funny on the telly. So it was that W word. All right, well, listen, thanks very much for calling in.
That's all right.
Absolute blast as usual.
But as I say, you know, about the old police thing, you know, making themselves limited companies.
Well, you're going to have to send me some of that, and I'm going to look into that. Yeah, definitely for next week's show, or certainly for a video throughout the week.
I was saying, I think we need a police force to actually police our police force, don't we?
Well, and then a police force to police those, you know, it'd be never ending, wouldn't it? But, yeah.
But there is though, now, I don't know what it's called, but isn't there where you can actually, you go to that's higher than the police, where they investigate the police?
Well, that'd just be the Independent Complaints Commission.
I can't remember what it's called, yeah.
Independent Police Complaints Commission, IPCC,
yeah.
Well, you know, they look after their own though, don't they?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They're probably all in it together anyway, all getting backhanders.
Yeah.
Right, anyway, okay then.
Have a wonderful day today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So. I just want the sun to come out, you know.
Yeah. That was said with all the enthusiasm of Chris Whitty.
Do you know what? The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, aren't they?
Fucking hell. Yeah. Jesus.
Boris, Whitty, Balance and Matt Hancock.
Yeah.
4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
You put Van Tam on that, I suppose.
Oh, well, don't. Every time I hear that name, I think of John Paul Van Damme.
You know what? Same here, as it happens. JC himself.
He ain't got his looks, though.
No, certainly not. Short little fucking Penfold-looking cunt. Never mind.
All right then, Dave. I'll let
darling.
you go, and I might ring you again next week or whatever.
No worries. Listen, you stay safe, all right?
Yeah, you too, and good luck with your son, all right?
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend.
Will do. Speak to you soon.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
See you, mate. Bye.
Right, yeah, I think I'm going to... Fucking ears burning. I'm going to call it a night as well. Listen, thanks on whatever platform you're watching on. A little bit off topic, a little bit tonight, here and there, but, you know, look, bit of common sense, don't go, you know, really? Goes a long way, doesn't it? Bit of common sense. There's problems that exist in this country that we could quite easily solve. But it's only once you realise that the government don't solve any problems that you realise where the problem lies, right? So the problems could be solved if someone wanted to solve these problems. There's plenty of people around the country that could solve all sorts of problems, and the people in power at the moment certainly aren't the ones that are going to do it. But that's industry standard, isn't it? That's across the board. Apart from Trump, obviously, in America, and has now been taken over by an absolute dribbling, blithering fucking idiot known as Joe Biden. But we'll all see, won't we? We'll give it 6 months, 8 months. He's going to go back to war. Gas prices are going to go up. Unemployment's going to go up. Everything's just going to be back to what it was before Trump took power. So we can only hope for Trump for 2024. Anyway, whichever platform you're watching on, I'm going to play you one more little tune, one more little ditty, and I'm out of here. All right, listen, love you all. Have a great, great rest of your weekend, and I'll speak to you all soon.
My generation's afraid of opinions. Y'all so intolerant. They're ashamed of themselves because they're privileged and white, or they're black and the opposite. You get charged with harassment for hugging a woman or giving a compliment. Y'all way too sensitive yet offended to death. Bring all the coffins in. I swear that y'all are mad at everything that don't affect your life. Hey, I swear that y'all believe that being offended just means that you're right. Hey, I swear that y'all just want to be the only ones who everyone lies. Hey, I swear if I swear at you ninnies, you probably so triggered you cry. And nobody wants to be real. Everyone's scared of how everyone feels. We become so ultra sensitive and hyper tolerant that honestly, honesty gonna be illegal. It's crazy y'all get so shocked and bothered from people saying things that aren't responsible. If that seems logical, y'all are weak then. If someone says retard, it ruins your weekend. And that's retarded. My hair been in braids cause it looks hella awesome. Y'all like to scream I appropriate culture, but I don't hear nothing. I'm paying homage. Y'all are just trying to get likes on your comments, googling quotes that are socially conscious, and saying you're woke doesn't make you a prophet. It makes you a liar and stupid obnoxious.
Always on that blah blah. Y'all should keep it to yourselves. Miss me with that drama. You must think I'm someone else. Cause y'all don't wanna with me.
Cause I don't feel the pressure. No, I will not be censored. I'm not afraid, that's why they
with me.
My name will be remembered, and I will live forever. I bet y'all hate that y'all are stuck with me. Happy Halloween, for one evening only you wear what you want. Unless it's a poncho, a headdress, or afro, you'll piss someone off. Hey, I'd say Merry Christmas, but I know that it's about to be gone. If religious freedom's such a dire issue, why you dress like a priest in October for fun? Don't let them censor your thoughts. Don't let them make you regret that you talked. Don't let them tell you that nice is the law, trying to make you all righter when nothing is wrong. Yeah, words hurt you, clothes hurt you, memes hurt you, jokes hurt you, we hurt you. Half the time you don't even probably know what hurt you, but you're super mad. Trust, we heard you. You a pawn in a broken system. Are you triggered much? You been showing symptoms. Y'all are so addicted to being hopeless victims. Y'all can crash a plane and blame the road conditions. And your only sickness is your social vision. Makes you scared of choices, but you pro decision. So you march a lot, but never go the distance. Yelling way too loud until no one listens.
Always on that blah blah. Y'all should keep it to yourselves. Miss me with that drama. You must think I'm someone else. Cause y'all don't wanna with me.
Cause I don't feel the pressure. No, I will not be censored. I'm not afraid, that's why they
with me.
My name will be remembered, and I will live forever. I bet y'all hate that y'all are
stuck with me.
You look like the devil, you sound like some Christians. You just want a medal for asking permission. You just want a pat on the back in addition to being so tolerant. Fine, I admit it, you're nicer, you're better, you're righter, you're brilliant. Most sensitive creatures in all of existence. My freedom of thought should be censored with prison. The world would be better if we weren't so different.
Always on that blah blah. Y'all should keep it to yourselves. Miss me with that drama. You must think I'm someone else. Cause y'all don't wanna with me.
Cause I don't feel the pressure. No, I will not be censored. I'm not afraid, that's why they
with me.
My name will be remembered, and I will live forever. I bet y'all hate that y'all are
stuck with me.